And here we go. Hey everybody, it's your Weird Uncle XV. Coming at you again, doing another one of these things. So the things in question that I've decided we're going to be doing, Iris is very, very strong. She has a lot of really, really powerful abilities. She is very strong offense, and she's also very strong defense. Of the three DLC heroes, in my opinion, she is the strongest. In my opinion, overall, I think that honestly, pound for pound, Powder Master is probably a bit beefier because he is designed to go solo. So he's a lot more, uh, excuse me, he's a lot more like all include whatever. Anyway, so here's what we're going to be doing. I'm going to be trying something. The last time I ran an Iris run, which was about 2 weeks ago. Um, I talked a good game like it was very difficult and I was in trouble all the time, but the truth, if you actually watch through that entire 5 goddamn hour stream, was that we were never really in any actual danger. There were a couple of points where things got a little bit on the iffy side, but the iffiness never really became an existential threat. We sort of coasted our way through. So, I thought, why not do that? So here's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing an Iris run, and we're also going to be adding some mods. 2 of the mods that we're going to be adding aren't really going to be super impactful. Any party member death ends the game is the first one. That means that not only will Iris be load bearing, all of them will be load bearing. Next, Timid, which is a great complement for Blood Pact. If you're just running for score, Timid and Blood Pact are excellent to put side by side with each other because both of them penalize you for letting anyone die. One of them fully ends the game, and the other one reduces everybody else's max will whenever anyone dies. And already the game is ending, if anyone dies. So yeah, moving on. And here's the other thing that we're going to do. We are going to have everyone start with double max vitality, double normal vitality. This is going to make the game much, much more difficult in the early part, and the later part we will see. If we're going to need to scale very, very quickly. I have, in my own time, tried out this sort of thing, Iris with everyone having double health and also no one is allowed to die a number of times. Everything depends an awful lot on an awful lot. I need to go a little bit safe. I can't go after any of the elite combats early on because they'll just hammer me. I just will not have the damage to burn through them, while at the same time also I will need to scale as quickly as possible. So, moving on. Excuse me. Let's just get right to it. Instead of my usual babbling for a day, oh my goodness, this is not necessarily amazing. I'm going to start with a mouse. Oy. Yeah, okay. I'm going to start with the mouse. I am giving myself 2 attempts to go through this. 2. If I can't do it on the second attempt, I'm going to call it a day. Normally, I like to start this with a beaver, as they are much more heavily defensive. So this might be a mulligan instead of an attempt. But we'll see. Oh. Short bow is not what I want. Well, okay. Here we go. You were called to this tunnel by a vision in a dream. Terrible dreams that have visited you every night since Blackchurch. Day you rode under Ender banners when you burned the homes of innocents where you looted their remains. No amount of penance will save your soul. The shadow stands alone in the tunnel, bearing the face of one such innocent from Blackchurch. It speaks in a meek, ghostly tone. Some sins cannot be absolved, the spirit remarks. Where absolution is a personal aim, justice need not be. It creeps closer towards you. You helped unleash forces you will never understand. Now you are bound to them by guilt. You have renounced your old colors. Now a darker banner must fly above you. Vengeance must be brought against House Ender. Bind with the spirit. All right. let's change a couple of things right away. So first of all, we're going to be putting Iris and Terrowin in the back. I'm not too concerned about Terrowin starting with the short bow, a weapon that I am not super. I mean, like, it's not the worst possible weapon. It ends up costing It ends up costing at most 2 stamina to get the full effect out of it, and then that ends up being 16 damage in total with base weapon damage of 8, and also there are some additional effects if he is trapped in the back row. If he cannot move, then instead of he hold on a second. Then he'll instead of moving, he will gain an extra stamina. So the cost of the weapon is dropped down to just a base of 1 because it's 2 instead of whatever. A group swiftly chase you down, taking positions around you. "We saw you back there," one of them snarls, "convening with that demon." "Heathen!" one of them interjects. "We won't allow such darkness in our city," the first continues. "Tanfear whittles it." They understand so little. I'm going to see. I don't know if I usually when I try to do the voices, I try not to do like accents because I am deeply concerned that I am no good at accents. And if anyone is listening to this that actually has that accent, they will just laugh at me. So if I do an accent that is your accent and I do it very, very poorly, I am sorry. All right, here we go. So what we're going to be making use of is the fact that Iris has the ability to generate her own blockers for 3 rounds that are permanent blockers. Well, not permanent blockers, excuse me. They are invulnerable. They cannot get knocked down, but they will go away after 3 rounds. I've only got 5 damage coming in on top for you. I'm hoping that starting with the mouse makes a difference about... Well, okay, so there's a couple things that I am... Here's the thing, by the way, about the short bow. It forces you to move to the front and then move to the back, but I cannot move onto a space with the... I cannot move onto a spirit space. I'm not allowed to just move straight onto that, which does limit the usefulness of this weapon for the situation that we're in. It's a little unfortunate. It's not the end of the world. Okay. This monk will die next round. I'm going to try to do something new and different. And the new and different thing I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to not spend an hour and a half at every single stage just rambling on about what it is that I'm looking at, what I'm thinking about. As I feel like, you know, if you still need a full tutorial, please check out my YouTube page. Check out the other videos that I have. Every single one of them is a tutorial. Which is a very fancy way of saying I never actually shut up ever. Not even a fancy way, it's just literally saying I never actually shut up ever. Okay. And if you do like this kind of content, please let me know. I mean, you know, you're going to do what you're going to do, and your life is your own. Whatever you want to do is fine. You know, I can't tell you what to do with your life. But I can, however, say that giving me a like and a subscribe takes you basically no effort. And I put out, like, a video, like, maybe once every week. So I won't be cluttering up your feed or anything. And sometimes I go, like, 2 years between videos. So, like, it's perfect. You'll completely forget I'm there. All right. We're going to immediately be giving him that quarterstaff because it is while the short bow ends up being 16 damage and 3 bleed for 2 stamina. I think that overall the quarterstaff's ability to delay actions is going to be more useful. I am not going to bring the club with me. I'm not going to bring the club with me. I'm not going to clutter up my... Okay. I want to take this Law of Exchange because it's very, very good, but at the same time, also, it's too expensive for where I am right now. I'm not going to be able to. I'm not going to be able to play it often enough. So it's going to be kind of a tumor in my deck. I'm going to be ignoring it for right now. We're taking charity, as we always take charity. Oh, as far as starting gifts go, this is, well, fingers crossed for the hidden gem, and it is not amazing. It's not amazing, but I do have a quarterstaff, so at the very least, I can get some use out of it. I said a little bit ago, what if the informant is actually the warden? But the more I look at the informant's big shaggy face, it's really clear that's not the warden. I'm going way overboard with the headcanon. It's very clearly not the warden. Also, it mentions that their noble birth betrayed by their fine robes. He's somewhere in the prince's court. He is not the warden. I apologize for splashing that particular bit of ridiculous headcanon on you. As you turn the corner, you find yourself confronted by a wiry figure, their identity masked by the dim light, but their noble birth betrayed by their fine robes. I know why you've come to Dawn's Point. Wow, what voice have I given you this time, buddy? The low, dry voice echoes off the cold stone. I can help you reach him. Apparently, I'm going to keep going with it. All right, here we go. My family are being held captive in Old Town. Help us flee the city, and I will arrange you entry into the keep. Find a boat, free my family, then meet us in the sewers below the royal court. Do as I ask, and you will have your blood. You exchange a solemn, understanding nod with the old wolf before he sharply hurries off, probably a little annoyed that this is the voice I gave him this time. Usually I try to make him sound a little dramatic. That time, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really ever plan these things. It just sort of happens. So we've got 2 attacks coming in on top. That's 16 damage coming in on top. I've got 8 on Iris. Iris can probably hold that. We can mitigate this. We can boot you to the rear, and we can put our spirit in front of you, and then we got to start working very, very quickly. I have tried this exact kind of run multiple times, and my win rate with it is about 50-50. It really depends on if I can even get out of the first street. Attrition just ruins me, because every single fight goes on much longer than every single fight goes on much longer than my it goes on much longer than my current power level can really. With the longer these fights go on, the worse I'm doing. I don't have any of my good cards. I don't have any talents. I don't have any passives, and I need to change that ASAP. So 6 damage coming in on you. Let's do. All right, we're gonna do a thing. I'm gonna trade positions with you because I don't actually need all of that will. She only has 1 spirit. So now she's behind the spirit. He is going to take it a little bit in the face, but it's only 6, and he's got 22 armor, so I'm not concerned about it. She, however, is now immediately behind her spirit, so she will get extra armor from her spectral barrier cards. And also, this is a perfect excuse to empty out my hand completely. Remember, this spirit, as long as it is untethered, not possessing any character, just sitting out on the board, what I am aiming to do is emptying out my hand. As long as I can empty out my hand, everybody will get 1 stack of Vigor, which is a free card play. So that's my goal, as long as he is out on the board. Once I start getting some actual card draw, I no longer want to have that thing untethered, because it's going to be a lot harder for me to dump out my hand, but a lot easier for me to dump out my stamina. So I'm going to be trading the free card play for a little bit more card draw. Now I'm going to show you what we've done here. So we've got this rush with the crippled token on it. That is apply 3 crippled, and it's 3 hits. So hitting this dude 3 times, that is going to be 3 total stacks of crippled. Crippled deals damage every time you move the dude, which, by the way, we can do. So that combination is going to be a lovely amount of additional damage for us. I am looking forward to that. The second wind I'm going to take, because I need the card draw and I need that vigor. Black Flame this goddamn early. Okie doke. Okay, I am happy and sad Oh, no, 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 it's not. Okay, this is the one with absence, which also sucks to have this early. There's two that I generally see early on. There's Black Flame, and the other one, the name of the event escapes me, but the spirit that I'm going to get from that one will be the one that throws a lot of armor onto my back row. That's the one that I'm looking for. I want to get that one as quickly as possible. At this point, any new spirit is a good spirit. It is it's an additional row I can block for 3 rounds while I get my act together. You step towards the flame, noting its contradictory nature. It sits within the stone cavity, dancing freely above a tiny pool of rainwater. The longer you stare into the flickering silhouette, the more you are overcome by distant, morose longing. Strange, isn't it? A voice emanates from the flame. How one feels the presence of absence. That which is no longer still carves a space in one mind. A void that has weight, form, feeling, a contradiction. The flame falls still. We who share this sight are bound by it. Tell me, sister, do you see it? Yeah, we see it. Acquire spirit, gain absence. This spirit that we have just acquired is, it revolves around health generation, so that is going to be quite nice for us, especially because everybody is load-bearing now. Black flame, The flame swirls and takes the form of a taller figure with large ears pluming behind its eyes. Huh. Okay, I guess it's... Well, yes, I mean, I knew it was a bunny, but still, that's a really weird way of putting it. Finally, it remarks, and in our union shall we be made whole again. It has come to my attention, by the way, that most of the voices I do for most of these characters end up sounding pretty much like it's mostly variations on a theme, and that theme is just I've swallowed a whole bunch of gravel. I am not a professional voice actor. I work for a health insurance. So, like... Shut up. All right. Let's see what we got. All 3 are coming in up on the top row. I do not need any... Whoops. Did not mean to do that. It's all right, though. I do not need... Is that a rabbit? It's a really weird-looking rabbit, dude. Yeah, I suppose it definitely is. No, it is... I don't know that is a rabbit. Honestly, it looks like there's a couple of artists that it looks very much like the work of... I suppose it could be the rabbit because the way that the art style in this game does have for the hair, the very longer face, because they're jackrabbits, they're not bunnies. All right, doesn't matter. Let's go. Excuse me. Oh, I did not mean to put... Oh, you idiot. I did not mean to put the health one in the front. I kind of got lost in thought and carried away. What I was trying to do was put the other one in front so I could have extra card play. But fuck it. Let's see. Let's get the most dangerous one currently to the rear. So I've only got 6 right now. They are currently... Their incoming actions are currently nicely spread out. Okay. Okay. Yeah, totally wasted that will. That was not amazing, but you know, it is what it is. And what it is dumb. I made a mistake. Excuse me. And there's my absence, and I have no way of addressing it currently. I don't have anything that'll banish it out of my hand. I don't have anything in my hand currently that will discard it, and I do not have anything that... I don't have Gambler yet. Or at all. I'm hoping that I will eventually get Gambler, but I have no way of knowing. Anyway, moving on. So let's stick with you, and let's have you take it in the pants just a little bit. He is still attacking only my top row, rather. Okay. He's gonna die from that dot. I do not need. So what you're gonna see me doing this time around, as opposed to the first run that I recorded using Iris, with that one spent most of the time putting the spirits directly on my characters. This time I'm going to be spending a lot more time, especially in the early game, putting it out into the street because I don't have a beaver and these fights are going to go on for a lot longer than I am honestly comfortable with. Okay, so we are going to load you up with a bunch of these. 9, 8, 12 damage from the cripple, and I'll take an invigorating blow. We got our first level up. Let us hope for some decent talents. My goodness. All right, so first one. Soul Drain is not bad. It is effectively the same as I play a lot of Slay the Spire, and it's effectively the same as a Slay the Spire power for the defect robot dude that just restores vitality at the end of the round. However, at the end of the combat. However, I have plenty of ways of getting health on her otherwise. I'm going to take Interminable to double the lifetime of adjacent spirits. That is going to permit. Excuse me. It is going to permit her to have blockers for longer. And earlier, upgrade stamina or will. Whirlwind is. I want to take Whirlwind because it is overall. It's one of the mouse's best cards. It's one of his best cards. Because it's weapon damage 3 times and it costs 1 will. That will means that there is a certain point in time in the combat where I'm no longer going to be able to cast this card again. But because the highest weapon damage in this game is 20, it is it's entirely possible for this card to be just out of the box 60 damage. That being said, this early in the game, I'm only going to be able to, if I put my extra point right now into will, I will only be able to cast this card twice, and I won't be able to use his racial. So instead I'm going to be taking Eager Strike because it does throw a little bit of stamina around, and I'm going to be adding this into, adding the point into stamina. And here's our depths. Okay, we got another communion. I'm not going to be taking the high spirits in case there's something good underneath either of these that I do not want to have to make the choice. I'm happy with getting another spirit this early on. However, it's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass adding on the downside. So here we go. You peer over the stone wall at the canal's edge. Staring into the blackness, you notice dark shapes swirling in the deep. The shapes coalesce into an inky figure of a creature turning back and forth in strange arcs. "You cannot escape your past," the figure mutters. "It follows you like a shadow. Even in the black of night, the moonlight reveals it." The figure swims closer to the water's surface. "Your guilt burns as bright as the fire you lit that night. It burns at the edges of your soul. Your hubris brought you anguish. I would aid you, should you admit to it." And we are going to go ahead and admit to it. Ally with the spirit, gain pride. This is the one that throws a lot of armor around, and it is going to be one of the most valuable spirits that we have. Unfortunately, it also comes with one of the heftiest downsides. Every time Iris levels up, I'm going to be adding another ruin called Injury, which is a 0-cost card that adds 10 bleed to that character to my deck. So I am level 2. I am going to end up adding, best case scenario, 5 or 6 of those cards to my deck, which will be great if I can manage to get my hands on an Unholy or a Bear, someone who can make use of those bleeds. The dark shapes rise out of the water, arcing high through the air before reforming around you. It inhales sharply as if breathing in a fresh scent. "Let us make the others share in that anguish." Okay, we cannot afford to take any real damage. So we're taking the hesitation, even though it's discarding the combat, and whoop, getting hit by the militants. Okie dokie. Underneath that card on the left, that is our informant task, and it is the thing that we are going to have to do. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start off like this. We're going to put this dude in the front, and we are immediately going to double his lifespan. He will now be out for 6 rounds, and every round, because Iris is low level. The way that I have figured it, each of these spirits do in fact scale with something. I don't know if it is Iris's level, or if it is the street, or what. I have no idea. All I know is that pretty soon, this thing will start giving, every time it takes a hit, it will give 10 armor to the back, and then every time it takes a hit, it will give 20 armor to the back. As of right now, it is giving 5 armor to the back at the start of turn, irrespective of how many incoming hits it took. And I want to make sure that irrespective is actually a real word, and I am using it correctly, because now that I've said that, I'm feeling very self-conscious. But I also don't want to step away from this stream. So if irrespective is not in fact a real word, or I'm using it incorrectly, leave me a comment. Call me a dumbass. Excuse me. Here we go. All right, so I have you are hitting up top. Let's get you the hell out of the way. And let's keep working on you a little bit. I think this is supposed to be a beaver. I think it's supposed to be a beaver. It could also be a bear or a turtle, or possibly some kind of like sewage monster. It does bear a very striking resemblance to something that you would yank up out of a really, really gross drain with eyes and a mouth. So you're welcome for that description. That's very nice. Here we go. All right, so you've got 12 coming in. 12. I don't have anything to move you around, so there's no point. I'm talking to myself. Don't mind me. He's going to hit for 5, but it's not going to do anything, and I'm going to save this 9 charge for. I know that Terrowin's. It still isn't coming up. I know that his Eager Strike is coming up any friggin' day now. All right, so let's boot you, because you are still. This one is also trying to go after Terrowin. Oh, I completely forgot I was going to be saving that for the damn. I'm an idiot. Anyway, so whoops. I don't pay attention. I don't learn. Again, immediately. Wow. Sir, you prick. Alright, so let's give you the extra. Well, obviously, I don't have anyone else to give it to. Alright. Deep breath. Clarifying breath. Everything's going fine. Everything's fine. And everything is very, very... I mean, we're pretty fucking far from okay. But at the very least, as of right now, nothing is actively on fire. There's no sense in moving you around. What are you doing? You're doing nothing interesting. Okay. Turn 10. These fights go on. These fights are going on for way longer than I'm happy with. Obviously, because everyone has twice as much health. But the longer these fights are going on, the fundamentally worse I am doing overall. Because it's going to be very, very difficult for me to... Let's leave you out then. Spirit is attacked. 3 restoration split between adjacents. Will that also hit Terrowin? Let's find out. I'm going to swap him, but I'm not going to swap him to an inactive row. I'm just going to allow him to keep attacking. And I am just going to keep on beating on him. I like how much armor they ended up with after 6 rounds of the hair clog boy. And whatever the fuck this thing is. I suppose it could be a rabbit. If something had gone really, really wrong with the rabbit. Let's see. 24 damage going. I don't know where the hell you... Oh, I see. Yeah, to hell with that. load you up, and then put you back. No sense allowing you to do anything. I'm not playing as cleanly as I should be. I am making some minor mistakes because I'm still pretty tired. He said, making excuses. None of these and none of these. I don't need no mercy. I could. Nope and nope. Okay. The Greatsword is actually quite a decent card. 12 weapon damage is nice, and also it strikes an entire row, but it is also 3 stamina, and that is all of the stamina that I have. So, I mean, like, at this stage in the game, it's just way too expensive. There's my Crossroads. Here is my Boat Merchant. I'm going to again. I'm going to go with the Informant task first because there might be something interesting under the Helping Hand. Boat Merchant. You approach the merchant who stares through you with glassy, blind eyes. What's a good voice for you? I don't even know, man. Greetings. What can an old fisher do for you? What can I do you for? That is actually what he says. What can an old fisher do you for? Oh my god. You explain you need a boat sent to the northern sewers, no question asked. I don't like the sounds of what you're up to, but the less I knows the better, he says reluctantly. 150 florins and you'll have your boat. That don't suit you. I got other stuff to trade. Yes, I'm also, by the way, absolutely certain that this video game, which takes place in an anthropomorphic animal version of England, created by a two-man development team in, I believe, London, definitely intended for this character to have a deep Southern American accent. We're going to arrange the boat to be sent to the royal court. We are, in fact, going after the prince. And, oh dear. You know what? I'm going to be ballsy. I'm going to try out this heavy patrol because there might be something else interesting underneath it. This is not the end of the world. I think I can handle this. What are you doing? Everyone is basically going up top, so we're going to protect Iris first. Protect Iris first. We're going to discard Absence. We are going to... Who are we aiming at? Let's have you. Okay, we could do this. That's not too bad. I'm not going to send anyone out. I'm not sending anyone out. No further spirits, I should say. I'm not putting out any further spirits at this time. You're hitting directly at Iris. Iris has plenty of... Yeah, okay, Iris is fine. Iris has plenty of armor. So what we're going to do is... What can we do to guarantee that you will die this round? So let's see. Oh, wow. That is a waste. She is down to 2 stamina because this fucker hit her with a fatigue, exhausted, winded, whatever it was. It decayed her available stamina by 1. So this armor guy is going to go away at the end of this round. Okay, so what I'm going to do then is I'm going to move her out of the way. Just going to move her out of the way. When does this tick down? Is this going to tick down at the end of my turn or the end of their turn? I should know these things, really. I'm saving the 9 charge. None of this is going to be coming in on us. The damage is not going to be hitting my boys. Girls. I don't actually know if Terrowin is male or female. Okay, that was a waste then. Alright, so let's... Alright, that's 1. Out of the way. Okay, everybody is... Not everybody. Okay, they're splitting their damage quite nicely. I'm not concerned enough to actually throw another blocker out, but I do want some more card draw. That is absolutely necessary for me at this time. And I also want the extra damage. So, there's something that I really haven't drawn any attention to, I don't think. Iris does not begin with... she does actually have 2 strikes, but she does not have any guards. Instead, what she starts with are 3 shadow stabs and 2 or 3 spectral barriers. How many spectral barriers? Oh, I've got 1 in hand. So 3 shadow stabs, 3 spectral barriers. They are effectively strikes and guards, but they work a little bit differently. They have... Both of them add additional effects if the person casting them is either standing behind a spirit. In the case of spectral barrier, spirit is directly in front of this character, +1 armor for each point of that spirit's lifespan. And if the character is possessed by a spirit, the shadow stabs do double damage, 10 instead of 5. So by putting a spirit onto him, I am sacrificing a potential blocker, but I am also increasing the amount of damage that I am able to throw out in a round. I have a decent amount of armor, and there is not a huge... I do not have any more will. Okay. Okay. Because I used the will before to move her the hell out of the way. No regrets. Here we go. Alright, so you are just going to be adding... This one is just going to be adding 10 armor. Oh, 8 damage and... Yeah, will not be adding any armor. So it's just 8 damage coming up top. This is 5 damage to the row. Let's keep working on him. And I'm still trying to conserve the very small amount of charge that I have. My existing armor will withstand this, no problem. Let's go ahead and get rid of the absence, and let's get a nice sized hit on you. Will that kill you? Nope, but it will come pretty close. It'll come kind of close. Yeah, no. I'm very grateful to him for making that move. Thank you very much. You are a good man, Charlie Brown. You unbelievable dumbass. Well done. I could have really just pretended that I meant to do that, and I was paying attention to the movements that they were going to be making, and I saw that he had 7 cripple on him, and that is actually kind of that's a lot of cripple to have on for a character that I know does a lot of moving around. But instead, I chose to go a different route. The route of, I have no idea what I'm doing ever. We're taking that refresh for obvious reasons, and we are not taking either of these. Winged Mace is not a bad weapon. It can do up to 16 damage base if the target has any armor. However, it's not as good as the quarterstaff in terms of... It's as good as the quarterstaff in terms of weapon damage. It's not as good as the quarterstaff in terms of utility at this point. And Halberd, I'm going to point out Halberd for a second. I believe that Halberd is a little bit of a trap. It is on paper, it is a very powerful card. 12 damage to a rank, so that is, if there is someone in each, if there's a dude in each row of that rank, it is 36 damage for 4 stamina, plus also it applies to bleed, and 2 bleed is worth 3 damage. 2 damage, 1 damage, and then it goes away. If the opponent already has bleed, then we also, in addition, apply 6 crippled, which does damage if they move. This, on paper, seems like it's doing an awful lot. The problem, and also it's 12 weapon damage, that's great. It is, however, 4 stamina. If you throw this card, unless you're operating off of a vigor, that's really going to be the only thing that this dude does for this round. And frankly, I don't think that the 12 damage and the 2 bleed are enough for stamina. Moving along. Okay, we're not going to bother doing this. Using decoys on crossroads can make the individual decks go a little screwy, so we're just going to avoid it. It was at, it had ticked down to 9, we ticked down to 10. We already know that Crossroads was 9, so there was not another card underneath that decoy. We're going to go for the slightly more dangerous combat. We seem to be doing, he said immediately tempting fate. Shit. This is a lot. Let's see what we got. All right, looks like everything's coming down on Iris. This Enforcer, I need to kill him first. I want him to be a dead bear. Reason why I want this bear in particular to be dead is because I know that this particular kind of mob will occasionally throw out an attack that if the target has too much armor, it will apply 4 bleed. All of my characters are load bearing. I cannot afford to take any more damage than I'm already taking with the fucking absence. And okay, I'm going to hold off on that. I have one more spirit and one more will. I'm going to hold off on actually using it. We're going to move the enforcer to the back to spin out, delay his activities, his actions. I am not in dire straits in terms of the attrition that absence is doing to me. All the same. I sure would like to get the hell rid of it. Good. Okay, so now I have this for 4 rounds instead of just the 3. That is good. Let's. No, I'm saving this. Who's hitting what? Okay, you're still both hitting the dude. That's great. I'm all right with it. Okay. Both of these two dudes, the top and bottom, these two, the malicious spearmen, you notice that their weapon, that their attack is also doing bleeds, but it's much smaller amounts of bleeds. 4 bleed is actually, not actually, 4 bleed is a lot at this stage in the game. That is 4 damage plus 3 damage plus 2 plus 1. It is a huge amount of damage over time, and it's going to have the time to tick because everyone has twice as much health. Alright, let's just deal with you then, shall we? Good. Okay, so what I can do right now, I can resolve one small problem. I know that this will put the damage... Okay, so once again, Invigorating Blow is a card that I will gravitate towards a lot. It is one of the more efficient damaging cards that are out there. It is 8 damage, which is great, especially for 0 cost. And also it has a very powerful secondary effect. If the final damage that is dealt is 13 or greater, that means if I can add at least 5 damage to this attack, I'll gain 2 stamina and also 4 restoration. It is, once I have red powder in my deck, if I can manage to get red powder into my deck, 1 shot of red powder will clear that additional 5 damage. And also, because with this one, I had the extra 9 strength, so I was able to, I was able to get to that point. So Terrowin will now be ticking up for a bit, and that's good. And I need to do the same thing. Actually, I think I am clear with the bear and that bunny gone. I only now have 3 dudes, 3 actions potentially coming in, and it's 1 and 2. So like I can deal with this. Terrowin is doing great with armor. Iris is doing great with armor. So I'm putting, and Terrowin is steadily ticking up with his health. I'm putting this dude, the Healy dude, onto Iris, because this one, at this stage, it is when possessed character deals vitality damage, they restore 2 vitality. In the later iterations of this, when it scales upwards, it will the bursts of damage that it restores will also cost its own lifespan. But at this part in the game, it doesn't. It is essentially free. I just need to keep hitting. Okay, so what I want to do then... First of all, I want to get rid of that absence. What I want to do then is do as much vitality damage with her as I can in tiny little chunks so that I can get her health back up to max 32. That is all I have for this round, but that's fine because all of these guys are... Everyone seems to really hate the hair clot. They are, which is, I mean, like I get it. He's really freaky. But also, I mean, like, you know, There are, just saying, there are possibly more dangerous targets on the field. The ones who are, actually hitting you, my guys. I mean, like, give me 1 second. We are adopting a new kitten. My wife runs a shop downtown. I'm actually, I have to keep myself from gushing about it because I don't want to dox myself, but I do want to brag about my wife's shop. My wife runs a shop downtown. It has actually been her dream to have a shop, and she now owns her own shop, and she's had it for, like, she's run this shop for now, good Lord, 4 or 5 years, and it is going really, really great. It is actually quite successful. I am extremely proud of my wife. And her shop has been fostering kittens for our city's animal shelter. So they've had, recently, for the past couple of weeks, they've had 5 kittens running around. And one of them, whose name is Emma, has been one hell of a foster failure. She has fully imprinted upon my wife and will follow her around, demand to be picked up, basically live on her shoulder or in her pocket. So we are going to be adopting a new baby girl. Her name is Emma, and my wife's favorite pastime right now is to send me pictures of Emma doing ridiculously goddamn cute things. And Iris is now up to 32. Terrowin is up to 32. We are in good shape. I'm okay. I'm happy about this. This was actually not bad. Let's see. As long as I can keep discarding that absence. Okay, this is honestly like just... So let's see how we can kill all 3 of these guys in one round. All right, I've only got 2 damaging attacks, but I've also got a kick, and this dude both have cripples. So here's what we're going to do. First, we are going to smack this dude. Then she is going to kick this dude, which will kill him from his crippled, and Terrowin will eager strike, and they are now level 3. Good. Don't want a running on fumes. I feel like I should take the momentum for the ability to discard additional cards, because, I mean, I have a lot of cards that I might want to discard. I am going to reroll and see if our refresh is much better. Okie dokie. This longbow is nice, and I want it. And this round shield is also quite nice. Longbow is nice because its secondary effect, if the opponent already has vulnerable, it'll deal double damage. This round shield is it's one of the best, if not the best, shields in this game. It is extremely cheap. One stamina will get you a total of 15 base armor, and also it spawns a talent. The shield spawns a talent, not an additional weapon card, because take cover, that is a talent. So various passives that trigger off of talents will trigger off of take cover. But also at the same time, I don't think that I want to clutter up. I don't think that I want to clutter up my deck by putting things into my stash currently. I do want to keep this longbow for the moment, see if I can do anything with it, because I do have I have at least 1 recruitment event coming up. Oh. Whammies. So practiced is fine. I'll take practiced. It means that I will have at the very least 3 additional cards pulled per combat. It's not amazing. There are much better ones that I wish that she had gotten. Especially, there are quite a few that are Iris specific that would have been really, really nice. Oh God, Terrowin. Wow. Okay, so it's Beatriks Terrowin, and that is possibly my favorite ridiculous way of spelling Beatriks. If if the font is too small for you, this is spelled Beatriks. So that is some real, like, that's some real Braden, Graydon, and O'Caden territory there. Beatriks Terrowin. Her mom wanted her to be special. And you know something, Beatrix? I take it all back. You are extremely special. Look at your amazing, adorable little face. I just want to pinch your fucking cheeks. But I won't, because you'll straight up murder me. Ah, yes. Ah, ah, oh, all is forgiven. Beatriks, I take back everything I even insinuated about your name being spelled funny. You are my new best friend, and I fucking love you. Beatriks is now putting all of her points into stamina, and I am going to be Nope, not the fight or flight. Not the fight or flight. Not yet. I don't think I'm tough enough for that. I don't think I'm tough enough for the fight or flight because there are going to be some. Hey, buddy, how you doing? There are going to be some second street encounters potentially in fight or flight, and that means some of them with twice as much health can be like 80 to 120 health. I don't want to deal with that just yet. We're going to go with the doggedness. Don't need the plague doctor. I am still avoiding that fight or flight, taking the loot. Hey, buddy. Yes, okay, come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. So here's what we're going to do. This is Smudge. Everybody say hi, Smudge. Hello, Smudge. All right, so Terrowin currently is only equipped with a medium armor. Medium armor is 14 armor, and the superior light is 10. He's only taking a hit of 4 armor by putting on something that has the secondary effect of gaining additional 1 stamina every round. And I want Terrowin to do everything. I also, from this point forward, I am going to start collecting cards that have status effects. Okay, it occurs to me that I should explain to you why I just apparently had a fucking orgasm on my microphone as soon as I saw this thing. Opportunist is arguably one of the single most powerful passives in this game. If you want to see how strong this passive can be in a good context, one of my videos is called Trestlefort, Destroyer of Worlds, and it was I lucked out and got a mouse with Opportunist on a Powder Master run. Powder Master is the DLC hero that revolves around various different kinds of powders. Every powder has status effects. And Opportunist, whenever this character applies a status effect to an opponent, deal 2 damage for every stack applied. So let's take a look at what that means. So let's take a look at this rush. Okay, that is 3 times. It's 3 times 1, so it hits 3 times. Okay, and then also each time it hits, it's going to apply 3 stacks of crippled. Each of those 3 stacks of crippled is then going to trigger Opportunist, which would be an additional 6 damage. So this is now a base 21 damage card. It's 666 is 18 damage plus 3. I am so fucking bad at even simple math. I apologize. It's going to be a lot of damage. This is going to resolve a lot of problems for me. And having spent this much time talking about it, I almost guarantee that I am just going to crash and burn within the next couple of streets. I have already jinxed myself. Let's see what we can do. How are we on experience? We have literally just hit level 3. So we're going to go after the merchant in trouble because I want the extra money. You see a merchant during a shakedown with some thugs. There doesn't seem to be any guards around, so we are going to go ahead and take some goods while they're distracted. Give me the money. You quickly slip as much gold into your pockets before ducking back into the shadows. We're lawful good. My dumb silliness here is just basically all about we're not actually potentially lawful good at all here. We are very, very easily on the very south of lawful category. Like, just so we are all clear, we are potentially just assassins and thugs. And we've just robbed this merchant and left him to his fate. We are great people. It's also possible for this to trigger a combat. Modify nope, don't need to modify my deck, but I am going to take that combat. All right, let's see. So 20 coming in on the top, bottom. All right, so we're going to throw armor up on the top. You are going to boot this buddy to the back. I'm very satisfied with the amount of stamina she is starting with Terrowin. Let's start at the top. 10 damage a pop is really, really nice for a 1 stamina card. It's the reason why I keep on making sure that I have at least 1 spirit possessed. So I am giving up my ability to I'm giving up at least 1 of my blockers in exchange for better combat ability. Okay. Well, all right. So let's talk about what this actually does. So rush, 1 times 3 damage. Yeah, it's a lot. It is potentially an awful lot of damage. We're not going to do this interminable for right now because she's not adjacent to my armor spirit, so that's not really going to do really anything much. So that's 1 down. I'm quite satisfied with the shape that I am currently in. We are doing. We have some very, very strong damage options. We have in fact managed to pull in all of the first street potential spirits. We're not guaranteed to see. We're not guaranteed. Let me try this again. We are not guaranteed to see both of these 2 spirits on the first street. And in fact, I have had runs where this spirit, the armor spirit, does not show up until the 3rd street for some reason. It does seem to be fully randomized, though it does also seem as though these 2, health and armor, generally appear pretty often, pretty commonly, in the first street. The other ones coming up are much more powerful, and they tend to start, well, not necessarily much more powerful, the other ones tend to start appearing in the 2nd street, and the 2 big damaging ones, the one that duplicates damaging talents, and the one that deals damage for each time that I have played a card. Those 2 tend to only appear in the 3rd street. Anyway, I'm wasting time. Let's keep going. Okay, everybody's attacking the spirit. I am totally okay with all of that. You're good? By good, I mean I've killed him. He's going to die to his bleed. Okay. Yes, see, this is exactly the one that I am concerned about. Deal 6 damage if the opponent has more than 18 armor, and she does. Applies 4 bleed, which is potentially really, really rough. However, I think, yeah, okay, we can just kill him. That's good. We're good. And a quick hands. I'll take that quick hands. I need the card draw real bad. And I'll take that fucking altar too. That altar is, it's worth 15 max health. You're navigating some narrow shortcuts when you hear a crash behind you. One of your party has stumbled through a rotten wooden wall. You peer in and see a humble cedarwood shrine. It smells like home. There's no signs of inhabitants, and the candles are freshly lit. Who erected it? And we're going to be giving the 15 vitality to... Honestly, either of them could take the 15 extra vitality because they are both load-bearing. It is not only game over if just Iris dies. If anybody dies, we are fucked. Which means, by the way, that when we get to the prince, it is entirely possible that this entire run could just suddenly end. We are looking for a bear. We are looking for a beaver. Okay. I also would not say no to a rabbit. I have been trying to give them more of a chance lately, and I love taking wolves when I have an opportunity. Merwin Redmont, Aelith Trestlefort of the esteemed Trestlefort family, and Rowan Winsmead. Let's see what we have. Okay. That spear is nice, and I do like this false opening. This is quite a good talent because it's cheap, it applies a stack of anticipation, and then it banishes itself, so you don't have to deal with it. This arterial rupture would have been phenomenal if I had a weasel. I don't. I'm not satisfied with either the club or the flail, and I do not like heathen. I don't like the passives that basically incentivize you to ruin cards because, as I've said on many occasions, I don't particularly care for doing ruin runs or ruining my cards. The problem that I have with it is that I like things to be very predictable. And when you ruin a card, it becomes a random ruined card. Some of the ruined cards, some of the ruins are very powerful with significant downsides, and some of them are just fucking awful, like all downside. And I don't want to fuck up my deck. Give me a second. Oh God. So there's, I mean, like, I'm never going to have sponsors or anything. So if I'm especially never going to have, Prime Hydration, Prime as a sponsor. If you ever see Prime out in the world, it's this like 0-calorie hydration drink thing. Like it's disgusting. Like, I have tried now 2 different flavors, and they are both gross sweet. I don't know what the fuck. It's got like no sugar in it. I don't know how they make it this sweet without any sugar, but it is. Maybe it's just the flavor. This is Meta Moon flavor. I don't know what the fuck a Meta Moon is, but it tastes like shit. So, moving on. This, we're not taking this wolf, unfortunately. Fundamentalist is usually actually quite a good. It's a decent passive for the first street in particular, because it makes strikes and guards twice as effective. Strikes do 10 instead of 5 damage. Guards give 10 instead of 5 armor. However, our current deck, we've only got 2 strikes. So and no guards, and it's not possible to pick up more of either, so it would just be a waste. That round shield is quite nice. That this hatchet and round shield, this is literally what player 2 or player 1 rather starts with when you are running the base game. We are going to be taking Redmont with their spear and false opening, and I'm immediately going to be changing a couple things around. So let's change Spear to Terrowin and Quarterstaff. I'm putting the Spear on Terrowin because it's cheaper. Because it is cheaper. Should I put this on instead? 12 weapon damage is quite nice. And this is going to be 12. It's 10 weapon damage plus 1 plus the 2 damage from applying 1 stack of vulnerable. This is 8 plus 6 damage from applying 3 stacks of whatever. Maybe I should leave it on Terrowin for now. I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna get rid of the longbow for the moment. It's Redmont came with a decent enough weapon. I'm gonna keep them also with the spear because Terrowin actually has quite a lot of of stamina. Redmont, on the other hand, only has 3, and spear is a less expensive card. I'm gonna change some things around for visibility's sake. We're going to have. Again, see this not here matches with this not here. This is how you can tell the difference between these characters. So Redmont on top, Iris in the middle, Terrowin on the bottom. This is for visibility's sake. I like to keep and also for my own. Hey, buddy. Also for my own presence of mind, I like to keep my my beavers in the top row. I don't know why. It's just who I am. Moving along. So I am almost positive that the first boss is going to be Spitter, because Spitter would be potentially ruinous for us. Let's see if I'm right. Fuck you! God damn it, I told you! Look, do you see? Do you see how this game fucking fucks with you? Do you see what this game does to you? Unbelievable. Alright. Everybody. Yes! You are a heavy boy. Yes, heavy boy. Yes. Whoop, nope. Yes? Spooked you by saying heavy boy. Okay, sorry, buddy. So here's what we're gonna do. So first of all, oh, buddy, I love you too. All right. So first of all, we are going to put some armor out into the front. This armor in the front is going to be necessary. The way that Spitter works, this is. Oh, good God. This is honestly he is, in my opinion, the most dangerous of all of the street bosses, because he starts with giving everybody 1 stack of poison, and he starts behind a line of barricades. This means it takes this much more time to actually get to him to start whittling him down. He's got 160 health, and his bruisers have 80. Oh, I am scared. Oh shit. Okay. So poison ticks up. It checks against armor first, so we want to get as much armor as we possibly can, but it ticks up. So the fact that this fight is going to take longer than normal is working very much against us, because Spitter, you need to be able to kill him very quickly, because he throws a lot of poison. He's a prick, and I don't like him. He's a very well designed fight, and I hate him. Let's That's what I want. Good, good. Almost all the way through your armor. Armor on you. And also some momentum. A little bit of charge. So, this is actually going to be quite... this is going to be one hell of an acid test. This is going to determine... Oh, shit. Okay. We could suddenly just die right now. That is entirely possible. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pull Spitter into the front row. So these two guys now can be targeted. Okay, so this has since ticked up at the start of your turn. Apply, when I say ticked up, it's scaled up, and I think it is because I hit level 3. I think it's because I hit level 3. This is now doing the upgraded version the first time. Each turn, the first time the possessed character reaches 0 stamina, if there are none of their talents or weapons in hand, they gain 1 stack of preparation and an additional will, which is phenomenal. And this guy now is applying 10 armor to all allies on the rear ranks, so I'm hoping that he just takes lots and lots of damage. Every time this dude takes a hit, it's going to put 10 more armor on my back row, which we need very badly. We also need this fucker dead ASAP. We're doing quite well on that front, though. He's already down to almost half of his health. That is going to shit 20 more armor on my back. I am not happy that this guy is going to go away before I was able to get the thing that would have doubled his lifespan, but it is what it is. Let's see if we can actually get it up. We can. All right, so at the very least, we can get one more round with this guy. Okay, good. Also opening in a quick hands, get some good card draw. You are going to be, what are you doing? Huh, interesting. But irrelevant, because he's going to be ignoring the attack and dealing 15 damage. Nice. 15 damage, so what he just did was he put on 1 stack of Anticipation and 15 stacks of Retaliate, which is Thorns. So Spitter firing directly at him, the action will be ignored, and also Spitter will be taking an additional 15 damage, which is, is nice. That is less than nice. I don't like this, but it is what it is. Okay. What are you doing? Everybody's hitting my fucking beaver. All right, so this is the reason why I was happy to get a beaver now when I don't want to put a spirit into position. Oh, hey. Okay. Thank you. Cool. It's difficult for me to express how much that means to me. Thank you. Because, this isn't the most... I love this game. It isn't the most popular. And, I know that some people are actually still watching these videos. And I appreciate that very much, because I don't know if you've noticed this. I love the sound of my own voice. So any opportunity to put more of it out into the world... Thank you very much. I appreciate you very much. All right, so moving on. Just as you have arrived late, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's going on here. We are running a sudden death challenge. So, if it's an Iris run, the reason why I'm doing this is because when I did I recorded an Iris run, and it was I talk a good game like I'm in danger most of the time, but the truth of the matter was that I coasted the fuck through that. Warden and the Prince did not actually do any vitality damage to any of my characters, so I ended up in a great spot. So why not make everything a lot harder? So the 3 mods that I'm using, there's Hero's Destiny is an automatic mod because I've got Iris. which is the death of my hero will end my campaign. She is load-bearing. We also have Blood Pact and Timid. Blood Pact, any character's death ends the game. It is sudden death. If I lose any dude, that's it, we're done. Timid, I appreciate you, man. Stop, you're making me blush. Anyway, Timid, Timid is... anytime any of my dudes, it's if you're going for score, it's a good idea to pair Timid up with Blood Pact because Timid, it further penalizes you for losing a guy, but you're already like in sudden death if anyone dies, so you know. And Steelman, all enemies start with double normal vitality. Everybody in this game, Prince included, will have twice as much health. This can either be this can go catastrophically wrong very easily because every single fight is taking a lot longer than it otherwise would. I do have in my favor, I have the fact that Terrowin, my mouse, the first passive I was able to get for her is Opportunist, which is one of the more powerful passives in the game. So I am happy about that, and I'll show you exactly what Opportunist does. So Rush is 1 by 3 damage. I have put an upgrade on it that increases that every time it hits, it'll do an additional stack of 3 Crippled. Crippled is not the most powerful of the status effects, but that doesn't matter because Terrowin has Opportunist. So what happens is it hits 3 times, and then it hits an additional 3 times, 6 damage for each stack of 3 Crippled that I'm putting on. You see how this can snowball. I need to kill Spitter as quickly as possible because Spitter, in the best of circumstances, is a Spitter in the best of circumstances is a DPS race. The first thing he does is throw poison on everybody in my party, and that is going to steadily tick up over the course of the game. And Spitter himself and everyone else with him is actually quite tanky, and in fact also behind barricades. So it's bad. This is potentially very, very dangerous for me. But I think I'm in pretty okay shape. Anyway, away we go. So, alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna grab, you. This is going to kill him. Because of the crippled. That's good. Okay. Let's see. Alright. So we're also doing a lot of this time around is we're going to be using spirits as blockers because this spirit will stay. This will be an invulnerable wall for 3 rounds. There's a couple effects I can do that will increase their lifespan. I believe that I have. I don't pay attention to things apparently. I believe that I have exhausted all of them for at the very least this combat, but I do have ways of increasing their lifespan. So now these guys, these dudes who sweep rows, if they are anyway, yeah, you get it. And moving on, I'm just battling. So let's get this out of the way and let us start. Okay, nope, that is not going to work. I don't have enough stamina for you. Okay. And actually, we are pretty stable. Pretty stable, although that's about to change. We need to kill these gang bruisers very, very fast. We need to kill them very fast. So, 6 of you. Quarterstaff to the front, so you take the extra damage from the crippled. And then, let's boot him back into the back row, so he takes another 12 damage. And double damage because this dude has crippled on him. And the one that is currently on the mouse is willpower gain, yes, but I'm mostly using it. You're absolutely correct. Okay. Each of the spirit. Oh goodness gracious. Each of the spirits has their function. There are some spirits that are just crazy overpowered that I'm not going to see for a couple more streets. The spirits that I currently have are I've got these 3. This one is burned out, so his space is just a silhouette. So I've got this dude is going to give me will if I can empty out my stamina. Excuse me, if I can empty out my stamina with no talents or weapons in hand, that's the one that's currently on my mouse. and that will give a shot of it'll give a shot of preparation, which is card draw, and also replenish some will, which is less valuable for Terrowin. As Terrowin has Opportunist, I'm not going to be triggering her racial ability because it doesn't interact very well with Opportunist. This one, the one that is currently sitting in front of everybody, I don't know what the fuck this is. I think it's either a rabbit or a mosquito or something. I don't know. It's gross. I love it. It's really, really cool looking, but it is gross. And this one is going to be this is health oriented, and then the last one that I have that is burned out is armor oriented, and that is actually at this stage of the game the most useful one that I have. We're just going to. What are we just going to? I'm getting sidetracked. Don't mind me. Shoot. So here's my concern. My poison is now up to 7 stacks, and I no longer have any means of gaining. I no longer have any means of pulling additional armor onto my guys en masse. That spirit is burned out, so I need to kill these guys basically right now. Forgive me for suddenly getting very scattered. It's very nice to hear. No, it's just perfectly fine. Like, no, don't worry about interrupting my train of thought. You will find that that's just going to happen anyway. Oh, jeez. See, this is what I was concerned about. Now Redmont and Terrowin are both taking red damage. 8 damage per round. This guy needs to die this round. He needs to die literally right now. Which is going to happen, but still, like, that's how bad that could have gone. None of these, and I've been toying with the idea of taking Absolution. Transform all ruin cards in your draw and discard piles into random skills. Totally random. And because of the nature of Iris's kit, my deck is going to be filled with ruins. But Absolution is also a colossally expensive card. This would resolve my absence. I'm going to take it. I'm going to try it out. At the very least, it's fodder to discard or banish. I'll grab the heavy armor. Don't need the medium. It's too early for Redmont to have heavy armor just yet. He's only got 3 stamina, so I'm going to need him to have a little bit more before I upgrade his armor. All right, so let's see what we've got. Halfway to 4, just turn 2. Let's give an extra level to Redmont. Okay, so now, before I take this, let's see what our passive is. Big money, no whammies. Yes! Okay, we are in lovely shape. Die Hard would be amazing. Born Leader would be amazing. We are taking Gambler, because Gambler very specifically is Gambler is card draw, but it also will resolve a lot of problems of pulling Absence into my hand. I'm going to go with an extra stamina this time, and next level up I'm going to give Redmont 1 additional will, and that'll probably be it for Redmont's will gain. I don't know if I'm going to be giving Terrowin any additional will. It depends entirely on the cards we get this street. If I can pick up a lot more cards that throw status effects around, which means that I will be leaning very heavily into the effects of... See, look at that. That's great. I'll be leaning very heavily into the effects of Opportunist. Anyway, moving on. So all damage is coming in to the top. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our armor, spirit, put it in the top. I've got 1 attack, 2 attack, 3 times 3 attacks. So that is 5 attacks coming in on this guy. When he is untethered out on the street, every time he takes a hit, he will poop out 10 armor for everybody behind him at the beginning of my turn. So this is going to be worth 50 armor on all of my guys. So that's it's going to be keeping us alive. I am not actually going to be booting anyone back. I want all of those. I want all these actions coming in. So we're not actually going to be booting this. Get rid of withdraw. And okay. All right, so 9 stacks of crippled. This deals double damage to crippled. I don't have any vulnerable, and I don't have any overwhelm, and I need both. That is my next big thing. I am in fairly desperate need of more effects, really. That is unfortunate. Okay. To explain what the hell is going on in my brain right now, Interminable doubles the lifespan of all adjacent spirits, but I put my armor guy not into a not adjacent spot, so he will not be taking the extra benefit. And I already got rid of my one card that would allow me to swap spaces with Redmont and throw Interminable on him. At the same time, I am overthinking it. It's not really necessary to. It is not really going to be necessary to. It's not really going to be necessary to micromanage that much. Give me just 1 second. So we're going to give Iris an extra stamina. We're going to use that stamina for absolution, and that is going to turn all ruins into something completely random. So I got an experience strike. I don't know what the other one is. Let's see. Oh, I got an extra rush. Good. Okay, cool. And that is what happened to my injury and my absence. So that's honestly really, really nice. I'm also going to take this untethered, put it onto untethered. This spirit is now on the spirit that is on my beaver right now is going to be replenishing vitality every time he lands red damage. And now I'm going to be doubling the lifespan of the adjacent spirits, because every time this dude gives Redmont some health back, he's going to lose one lifespan. So I now have six separate bursts of 6 health apiece. Redmont is at 26 of 48, and that is going to change right now. Well, it would have changed a lot more if I had a lot more attack cards. Anyway, but I did say I was going to try to not talk quite so much over literally every single card that comes up. Let's get rid of the strike. So I think this experience strike could potentially become something fun. Probably not. I don't think I have enough. I almost never take experience strike. On paper, it's an excellent card. It's 5 damage, and then every time you play the card, it increases in damage by 5, which is lovely. But by the end of the game, your deck is going to be so large just because of every time you add a new Angry Furry to your party, you're adding their weapon cards, you're adding their talent cards. It's very difficult to keep your deck size under control. And Redmont is now back up to full health. And I have one big hit coming in down below. 70 armor. This hit, what it's going to do is, if the opponent has more than 18 armor, it'll apply 4 bleed. That's bad. He's got 70 armor, so it will apply the bleed. So we throw the barricade in front. Where did you get an extra shot of will? Are you giving will to everybody? Huh. Okay, I'm wondering exactly how this works. This is a 2-man operation. Montebello is 2 people. And let's just kill you. There's no reason not to. I wonder. I mean, sometimes some of the effects don't really work as intended, and there are in fact there's some bugs. It seems as though this character may be giving free will to everybody. Is this character giving free will to everybody? This character may be giving free will to everybody. Extra will on a mouse is ridiculous. Also, with that in mind, I honestly do not need to increase. I don't need to increase Terrowin's will at all, as I have that spirit. So yeah, moving along. All right. Okay, so we're fine. We're fine. Let's us. We don't need the armor. I want to try to wipe these dudes out. I'm done with them continuing to exist. second. Actually, though, that card might be pretty good. The Experience Strike might be pretty good for this particular set of challenges, because each of these combats is going to be a lot longer than they otherwise would. So I will have a lot more opportunity to see that card. It might be in my best interest to actually just take a real copy of that card, because I will see it often. We'll see. We'll see if it becomes available. We'll think about it. I don't need any of these. I don't need to discard anything. We are done, really. So let's have you boot, and then you throw you to the back. Oh, I should have. Oh, right. That was my my fake version of Rush that does not have the cripple on it. All right, moving on. Okay. Well, let's at least get rid of you, because you can't be cast this round. So we've started we are now at the beginning of the second street. We're actually quite stable, he said, tempting fate. All of my guys are more or less at full health, and they are all on their way towards level 4. I want to hit 5 as quickly as possible, because 5 is my next passive. And that's it. Okay, cool. Don't need any of these, and So what I'm looking at is Akimbo and Running on Fumes. Running on Fumes would be great if I had a bear. I don't have a bear, so I'm probably not taking Running on Fumes. Akimbo, on the other hand, is weapon damage, and if I am dual wielding, it deals weapon damage 3 times. This is not the wording is not the best for Akimbo. For Akimbo specifically, you in order to deal weapon damage 3 times, you can be holding a shield in the offhand. As long as you are holding something in each hand, it will deal weapon damage 3 times. But I don't have anyone who's doing that currently. I have 2 guys with 2-handed weapons, so I can take this, but it's not a whole lot of damage just currently. It's not a whole lot of damage just currently. I don't have anyone who could really make use of it, and I don't want it to be I don't want it to just sit and goop up my deck. Vagrant is just extra cards. I do not need Quick Round. Let's see what the priest has for us. The wolf's voice commands a quiet respect from the crowd, all absorbed in reverence, but he pauses as you approach, fixing you with a knowing, sympathetic stare. We have all known hurt, brothers, he says in a low voice, moving to embrace you, but we might aim to live as the patriarchs did, burning bright in Tenfear's wake. He lightly presses the palm of his paw to your forehead. Again, point of order. We can very clearly see they have hands, not paws. So we got some choices. I have plenty of money. We can remove a card from our deck. Okay, we can gain high spirits, which is not what we're doing. That is just 1 shot of vigor for everybody for the next combat. Or we can spend $250 on gaining bless, which is actually going to be, we're not getting a card that says bless. What we're getting is an upgrade token that will increase the cost of 1 card by 3, and playing that card will then spawn a bless, which is 10 strength. It is a very strong card. It's also a colossally expensive card, and I need to be able to make as many actions each round as possible, because everyone has so much health that I have to burn through. So while the extra 10 damage would make certain individual cards very, very powerful, it's at the cost of one dude not being able to play any of them. Or I can remove a card from my deck. It just says remove a card from my deck, so I could get rid of this absence completely. I could get rid of this absence just completely. I would like to do that. I would like to get rid of this absence just completely. That'd be nice. I just never have to worry about it again. Okay. Okay, so, I haven't I haven't taken Exquisite Weapon in literally years. I have not taken this event in a very long time. It used to be that this event was always just an Exquisite Sword, which is it's a pretty good weapon. You know, I think it's 2 stamina for a multi-strike that is 5 times 3. The problem is with the multi-strike weapons, its weapon damage is 5. High Spirits we're not taking. We are obviously going to the Crypt. What I could have done was take High Spirits for the extra shot of vigor and then go in a very strong state to the crypt. However, there might have been something more valuable than the High Spirits underneath the High Spirits. I'll show you what I mean later. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Don't worry, friend, the wolf remarks as he flashes you a Blackfoot brooch. I was sent as part of the advance party. Then we got wind of some catacombs under the city leading straight to the keep. When we stumbled upon this, I figured this had to lead to those tunnels, but the others weren't so sure. What do you say? It's worth a shot. The wolf nods excitedly before hurrying down the stone tunnel. The walls are lined with statues of wolves in rugged cloaks, their hands clasped in various deliberate poses. You turn a corner and find yourself presented with a large stone chamber. Several statues encircle the space, the rough walls lined with a thick, dark moss. At its center sits a stone table illuminated by a stray shaft of light. Stepping towards the table with interest, you note a crude dagger sits at its center, carved from dark glass. The stone around it is stained, though not by water or blood. The wolf reaches for the dagger when suddenly an onyx cloud erupts from the table, enveloping him as a ghastly howl reverberates around you. The wolf falls to the floor. His flaming torch Good God. Try that one more time. The wolf falls to the floor. His flaming torch is sent sprawling across the floor, casting a multitude of dancing shadows across the stone faces surrounding you, until it withers, dying in a burst of embers. Twin blue flames erupt at the center of the black cloud, blazing like a pair of demonic eyes. A voice emanates from its center. Vengeance blazes within you, the voice booms, consumed by it. The dagger begins to hover above the table. One becomes blind to the collateral in seeking their goal. A tendril of smoke lifts the dagger and carries it towards you, its whittled surface dancing in the blue light. But that fury brings with it a great power. Let it burn, sister. Trade Iris's dagger for a cursed blade and acquire a spirit. This is good for 2 different things. First of all, it means that her 5 weapon damage now is 8. It is bad because I am now losing the extra 3 bleed, but we'll deal without it. It also it's the weapon. It is the weapon itself is 8 damage plus the lifespan of the spirit possessing you, and you lose 1 vitality. That 1 vitality is going to tick down the lifespan of the spirit on you. The spirit that I'm going to be receiving, however, is one of the most powerful. It is the one that, for every card I played that turn, attack a random target for 2 damage. I did not ever showcase that. There is a particular passive that makes that very powerful, but the reason why I never showcased that was because possessing a character, the first time the possessed character deals vitality damage to a new target each turn, draw a card. It is raw card draw. When it upgrades to its final form, that will be every time I deal at least 5 vitality damage, I will draw another card. You feel the blade burn in your hand as the smoke howls towards you, winding up your arm until you feel its presence raging in your chest. The blade turns cold. Whole again, the spirit muses, the growling overtones of its voice echoing around you. That poor wolf! What'd that wolf do? Man, poor buddy. I feel bad for him, or her, or them. I don't know. Moving on. We are now in the stage where things are starting to get a bit serious. This dude has 144 health this early on in the damn game. Unbelievable. All right, so we're going to start off with throwing armor right in front because all of these actions are coming in on the armor, or coming in on this guy. Remember, every time he takes a hit, he will store that up and then poop that out as armor on everybody behind him. We are going to have armor pooped all over us. I am not going to stop using that particular way of describing what happens here. I appreciate you asking me not to, Captain Nobody, who hasn't actually asked me not to. But no, it's I'm just going to keep on referring to it as him pooping armor on you because, I mean, like, it seems to be what's happening. Moving on. So, let's get card draw on Terrowin. And You know what? We're gonna put extra. We're gonna put the will and preparation onto my beaver, and you will double everybody's lifespan. So this guy will now be out for 6 rounds. This guy will. Well, the rest of these 2 guys are not. They'll only tick down if. Our dudes take vitality damage. And is that what this dude has looked like this whole time? Look how fucking cool that looks. Look at all his little eyes. Have I just never noticed? Unbelievable. All right, moving on. Okay. Do I have any means of... Nope, I don't. Okay, that's fine. He said just talking to himself. Okay. Let's see if I can have... Can I have you... So what I'm going to try to do is get as much card draw per round as I possibly can. Which means I'm going to try to knock off their armor so my mouse over here can actually do vitality damage. But it looks like it's not enough. That's fine. Okay, nobody has anything. Let's move on. Okay. We'll toss out the withdraw. And this is what I like to see. I like that when it says your hand is full, you may not draw you may not draw more cards. That's not a downside for me. I like being able to get to that point of card draw, passive card draw at the beginning of the round. That is what I want. Yeah, no, I agree. One of the issues, I think, with the way that Iris works is that she doesn't actually... There's nothing in the game that actually tells you that the spirits are going to be scaling with your level. It tells you what this does, and if you're getting it at a very early level, when you first get this dude, what he says is applies 5 armor per... let me try that again. Applies 5 armor at the beginning of the start of each turn to everybody on the back rank, which is lovely early in the game. But in late game, that's useless. In late game, however, the game doesn't actually point out that he has become remarkably more powerful. Armor Spirit is amazing. He is, yes, big. He's art. I don't want to do a tier list of each of the spirits because each of them has their own function, and each of them is very, very good at that function. The end result is Iris is a very powerful character. She has a steep learning curve that is not helped by the fact that, again, I mean, all love to Montebello, they don't always do a very good job of explaining to you what it is that you're looking at and what you can expect. A lot of this really does come from experience and obsessively rereading absolutely everything you're seeing on the screen, which is the reason why I started doing this. I noticed, it was impossible not to notice that a lot of the criticisms of the games and the complaints that I'd seen, the reviews, both on Steam and also professional reviews, mostly revolved around complaints about how difficult later game was because enemies start becoming huge fucking meat sponges. Everyone gets ridiculously tanky, and the game really does not do a very good job of explaining itself on how you can get around that. So I started doing this because, you know, I have played this game enough to get over quite a bit of that learning curve, and I'd like to pass my hard work on to you guys so that, you know, you too can try to enjoy this very, very good game. Anyway, moving on. When left to my own devices, I'm just gonna talk forever. Let's get rid of the withdraw. I'm not comfortable with getting rid of the absolution completely just yet. Okay. It is the absolution is less. It is overall it is less valuable to me because I have gotten rid of that absence. But again, every time Iris levels up, she's going to be adding another injury to the game. So this absolution actually is going to be the absolution is going to be very useful in late game, I believe. But to be fair, the whole reason why I did pick it up was entirely because of wanting to deal with that absence. Damage. Okay. And we're not going to bother booting anybody because they're not acting, and I'm okay with that. When I first purchased the Iris DLC and when I first played as her, I was not impressed with her immediately. I did not take the time to really understand how her spirits work. So for a long time, I just basically didn't bother playing around with her, and just I continued to operate off of incomplete information based off of my misunderstanding of how certain vital elements of her toolkit work. And then after I actually took the time to figure out how the fuck she does stuff, how the fuck she just works, yeah, she is crazy powerful. I was saying before that I do not know if I would go so far as to say that she is more... Well, I mean, it's difficult to say if she is more powerful than the Powder Master, because the Powder Master was literally designed to go solo. So Powder Master is an all-in-one powerhouse. By the end of Powder Master's run, he can have tremendous armor generation. He can have tremendous damage output. At the cost of potentially, not having a very large amount of buddies. His team is generally going to be pretty small. Iris, on the other hand, is very, very strong support and also very strong damage support. The biggest problem that I have with Iris, honestly, is that she kind of makes Moonstone a little redundant. Because she serves the same... She fills basically the same kind of role as Moonstone, which is support with some damage capacity. Moonstone, however, is very fragile and is heavily incentivized to only build will, not will and stamina. So she needs a team to support her. Whereas Iris makes her team, in my opinion, Iris potentially can make her team a lot more powerful than Moonstone can make her team. Also because Iris's effects are very predictable. Moonstone, it is a literal dice roll every time you hit will. Ooh, pink powder. We are going to be picking up any powder that we find. Any powder. Any powder is good powder right now because... Ooh, yes. Okay, interesting. So, hold on. I'll get to this in just 1 second. Because of Opportunist, we are going to be picking up literally any powder. Because now, yellow powder, which normally is, it's the most mid of the powders, now it is going to be worth a tremendous amount of additional damage because of that Opportunist. So, Scruples will give us a combat encounter. Sparring Partner can potentially give us an extra permanent stamina, which is what I'm leaning towards. And I do have plenty of time before the next recruitment event. I'm going to go with the Sparring Partner. As you approach, the wolf sizes you up with a quick glance and selects a sparring sword from a nearby rack. What are you looking to train, friend? Oh, she asks. Oh, goodness. Let me try that again. What are you looking to train, friend? She asks in a strict but pleasant manner. You look experienced, but there's always room to improve. Max Vitality we won't take. We will take the extra stamina, and we will give it to... I'm going to give it to Terrowin. Because he potentially, with Opportunist, he stands to be my big killer. So I want Terrowin. She stands to be my big killer. I want her to have the most amount of opportunities to throw cards every round. We're going to go for a Talisman. And, aye, friend, that's what you think it... Oh my god, that is a terrible accent, and I'm going to stop myself right then. Aye, friend, that's what you... That's even worse. I'm going to insult the hell out of someone if I try to do an Irish or Scottish accent. So why don't I pretend instead that this old hare is a pirate? Aye, friend, that's what you think it is, the old hare whispers. I think I'll probably stand to insult way less people this way. Genuine hornbeam, ironwood, Blackchurch iron. After a brief pause, he continues, It ain't right what happened there to your people. He points to the brooch. Friend of mine gave me that half a lifetime ago. He met his end, same as the tree that bore this, I expect, in flames. After a longer pensive pause, Take it. It should be with its own. Never did know how to wear it proper anyway. Yeah, but we're not actually going to be taking the brooch. The brooch that he's offering will give us a temporary buff opportunity. Sinister brooch is awful. Do not. I mean, like, I don't understand. I understand why you might want to take this, but it is a bad idea. Opponents in your next 3 combats start with 30% vitality, but you earn no gold or experience. Dude, the reason why we are going after these combats is experience and gold. So this is just basically making my next 3 combats literally worthless. The Dexter brooch is basically the right hand or the left hand brooch. I believe Dexter is right hand, Sinister is left hand, I think. Brooch starts your next combats with 3 restoration, so yeah, everybody gets some shots of heal, and that's great if we're doing poorly. But what we're gonna do is hand him an extra $150 and get an upgrade token. The hare seems surprised, but gladly takes your coin. Also a fine choice. He bids you farewell. Okay, so the very first talent decision that I made for my mouse was between Eager Strike, which is 6x2, and another ally gains 1 stamina. The other option that I had was a card called Windmill, or Whirlwind. Whirlwind deals weapon damage 3 times, but it costs 1 will. If I had taken that card, this upgrade is now -1 will cost. This, on that card, would have made it a free card. I tried to say card and cast at the same time, and it came out as a free cast. So I do regret making the decision that I made, but also at the same time, I think that at the time I made that decision, it was the correct decision, even though in retrospect, I do very much wish that I had taken the other one. Doors slam shut as you step down the street, which recedes into total darkness and silence. All of a sudden, you hear a familiar whistling hurtling towards your party. You and your companions disperse in the street, narrowly avoiding a barrage of missiles that surely would have ended your mission. They have the clear advantage on you. There's only 2 choices available to you here. Turn back and get caught in the open, or press onwards and take the fight to them. We're not fleeing. We came here to fight. Hot damn, that is a hell of a fight. Okay, shit. All right. Damn. Okay, so Ender Clippers are the biggest problem because their actions are going to be delayed by a bit. First thing they're going to do is jump into the back, and then they're going to buff themselves with something called Miasma, which will make that every time they attack one of my guys, they also leave behind 1 stack of poison. They are also going to apply to themselves a thorns that anytime I hit them, I'll get a stack of poison. And poison, remember, ticks up. These dudes in the back just do damage, but when they are in the front row, they do a lot less. These 2 Clippers jumping into the back row are going to be nerfing the Ender Crossbowmen in the top and the bottom. So let's see what we got. Okay. I am not going to put out my... Maybe I really should. Okay, let's stop talking to myself for just 1 second, and let's delay some reactions. First, we're going to have you in the back. This dude now in the front row will only do 5 damage. He deals an additional 15 damage to the characters in the back rank. He is not, so he's not dangerous. He is, however, aiming directly at a specific character, so I will not be able to hide him behind anything. Let's start handing... We're going to hand some... Okay, good. Okay, you know what? fuck the dumb shit. We are, forget what I said a second ago, we are going to put the armor guy out because now we have Interminable in hand. We will be doubling everybody's lifespan. I feel much better about that. So, I need to make sure that Redmont empties out his stamina as much as possible because I want him to have a steady supply of will. That steady supply of will become a steady supply of barricades, which will be knocked to pieces in this combat, I'm sure. So, let's see where we are. Kick is not super useful to me right now. Okay, good. All right. Something to banish to get the extra card draw. Let's see. Spear deals double damage to dudes with crippled on them. Quick Hands is lovely to have, especially this early on. And okay. Alright, I feel pretty good about all of this. You also do have your, so he's getting his will in, so I'm just gonna go ahead and throw up some barricades. And there's nothing else we can do, so let's move on. By the way, excuse me, does not change anything. I'll point him out in a second. This dude here, his first action is still going to be to swap ranks. Now, I'm going to try to focus on this Clipper while he does not have his retaliation up just yet. Let's banish the withdraw and get some more card draw. Okay. Alright, you can just die. That's good. Have you already done damage to you? Can I get... Nope, cannot get card draw off of you, I guess. Because I've already done damage to you. Alright then. What about you? Yeah, it's sometimes really difficult to tell how these things are. I mean, the first time the possessed character deals vitality damage to a new target each turn, draw a card. But I mean, like, that was a new target, and I did not draw the card. Again, Montebello is a two-man operation, and considering that, the level of detail, particularly in terms of the art, just the art alone, that is incredibly impressive. Also, this game, in my opinion, is the only one that has managed to capture what team-based deck builder roguelike should feel like. I love a lot of the nuance in the difficulty in the game, the mechanics, what you need to pay attention to. It appeals to me very, very much. That being said, also, there are some bug. There is bug. So I am not going to push this dude back. I want to empty out his stamina so that I can get the extra will and the extra shot of preparation. That is the reason why I threw that kick. And I don't want this guy in the back rank because he's more dangerous in the back rank and he would also act. So, you know, I threw it on someone who would not be affected. I just got rid of the card. You see how much armor that adds up to, especially when you're facing characters that have multi-strike. Throwing the armor guy out onto the row, I feel that he is much more valuable in an actual rank, but you know, in a untethered rather, as opposed to possessing. And the first time I broadcast myself running one of these runs, I put this armor character as a possession. I put him on directly on frontline guys every single time, and did not really make great use of his like fucking legit power. So let's what shall we do? Okay. So what I want to do, I want to take care of this Clipper. I'm going to be pulling a lot of poison onto myself in doing so. Yikes. A lot of poison onto myself. Why did he get armor from moving? Every time this character moves, they gain 15 armor. Got it. My fault for not seeing that before. Okay. I've spread the armor around. I've spread the poison around a little bit. It still sucks that he especially has 8 fucking poison. That's just going to keep ticking up. That's bad. And I may have caused myself some problems by not paying closer attention to that. I need to focus on making sure that his armor stays up, or I'm just going to be fucked. Because he's taking 8 armor damage now every round. Next round it's going to be 9, then 10. On the plus side, I can also very reliably get barricades up, and this guy is still going to be pooping. Letting the beaver take the armor spirit's position of 1 or 2 lifetime points. It's not a bad idea, but it's a lot more difficult to pull off than you think. I could actually, now that I'm saying this, I could just use, where the hell is the thing? I may have already banished it. I might be able to use, I believe that I can use withdraw to swap a character onto a spirit, and that actually would be the best idea. You're absolutely correct. But I prevented myself from doing that by banishing the withdraw early on and not really thinking about it. It is a good idea, though, and that is something that I wish that I actually had done. Whoops. All right, in the meantime, what I need to do is hurry. I need to hurry. Oops, did not need to do that. So let's just focus on getting you a bunch of armor. You should be okay. Should be okay. Let's see. I am by no means an expert. I would say, I'd say I'm pretty experienced. I've been playing it for goddamn 5 years. I've been playing it for goddamn 5 years. But also, I misplay all the goddamn time. All right. I think we should be okay. I'm reasonably certain that I will be able to end this combat. Made a mistake. Should have had that coming off of my mouse. Didn't. Dumb. All right, let's see. Good. Okay. All right. I'm no longer concerned. Let's go ahead and turn my we're going to go ahead and turn my injuries into regular skills, so I don't have to worry about them anymore. Okay, I will be able to kill this guy before that poison actually breaks through my armor, so it's okay. We're gonna have you shoot back. I moved him over here, and then the push so that I could get a little bit more value out of the crippled. There. This is what I had meant to do. And we're all set. Good! Good God. Each combat is actually pretty tense because everyone can just die. This would be pretty interesting because I do have I have an upgrade gem that will reduce all cost that reduces will cost by 1. So this can just be a 0 cost card that gives everybody vitality, and I do have plenty of means of getting bleed damage all over everybody. No, not going to do it. I'm going to take that calculating strike, however. That looks great. Survivalist gear is not bad, and I'm going to actually put that survivalist gear onto Redmont. This I don't need. And I'm getting rid of the medium armor. Survivalist gear is good, but it takes a long time to rev up to speed. At the start of every turn, it gains 2 stacks of restoration, 2 stacks of bolster. Restoration is healing regeneration, health regeneration rather. Bolster is armor generation. So after a couple of rounds, this starts to be significant health and armor gains. But the first couple of rounds of each combat, it is not. So he's weak in the first couple of rounds of combat, and then once he has revved up, he is very tanky. He can become very tanky. Okay, so fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. I'm going to stick this. We're going to get one more will because I am anticipating getting at least one more spirit fairly soon, and I think I already have 4 spirits. So okay, here's our big money no whammies. Yeah, you know what? Not bad. Either of these is pretty good. Shift, swap, move, or swap a spirit to a new position. This would allow me to. Expand the lifespan of that armor spirit for a bit, or I could just reactivate all perished spirit slots, but that would require the additional will expenditure of sending them out. I'm going to try shift for now. We'll see how this goes. Okay, now what I would love to see is whirlwind. If I get whirlwind, I'm going to make very happy noises into the camera. So here we go. Oh, Terrowin, I fucking love you. Oh my goodness, look at you. What a wonderful little, adorable little, colossally dangerous monster woman you are. Her name is Beatriks, spelt the weirdest I've ever seen Beatriks spelled. Don't care. Not making fun of her. She is this is my lady. Ride or fucking die. I am in your corner, Beatriks Terrowin. Keep being awesome, please, please. All right. I don't need the extra will. We're going to give it into the stamina, and what we're going to do right away is, all right. So we're going to take this here, -1 will cost. We're going to find that whirlwind, and we're going to put it right there. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take this spear, 12 weapon damage, and trade it for this quarterstaff, 8 weapon damage. So now Terrowin has a 0-cost card that does 12 damage 3 times. A terrible fight, but you miraculously pull through against the odds. Surely Tenfear is watching over you. Yes, yes, Tenfear is surely fucking watching over us. Terrowin, my goodness. My goodness. Okay. I am torn on going to the docks. Sometimes the docks are really, really good. Sometimes the docks fucking suck. Redmont, how close are you to leveling up? Not super close. So what happens is when I click the docks, it's going to throw 3 encounters into my face. It's going to replace. It's going to show me three specific encounters that will have their own tick down rates and whatever. Sometimes what I'm saying is that it's not like an ambush where you have to pick one and all of them go away. So it's actually going to be adding 3 cards to all 3 of my event decks. That is important. Most of those things are not amazing. They're not. I mean, like some of them are some of the potential events on the docks are really, really strong. Some of them kind of suck, and I don't know if I want to roll the dice on whether or not it sucks. One of them is really cool. It will increase Iris's max health to 150, with the caveat that she always needs to have a spirit out, or she will she'll bleed out, I think 6 or 8 health per round. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this more dangerous combat, and depending on what is underneath this more shit. Okay, give me a moment. I'm plotting. Let me tell you a little bit about what I'm looking at here. The Blast Forgers are this encounter. Was added with the Powder Master DLC. This encounter specifically is what you will see when you are doing the event that upgrades the Powder Master's armor. Okay, I'm going to take a drink of this, and then I'm going to explain what it is that we are looking at. Remember, your mantra for playing this game is, if you see literally fucking anything that you do not immediately recognize, you mouse over it, and you find out what the fuck it is. So, let's do that. First of all, these guys fucking suck. Oh, God, that is so nasty. Do not buy Prime Hydration Drink Metamoon. Oh, Christ, who the fuck is that for? Jesus. Anyway, it's fine. I'm never getting any sponsors anyway. So, all right, so let's see what we got. First of all, these guys, their actions are actually pretty simple. They're just going to do swipe after swipe after swipe. They're going to hit an entire row. So by throwing my armor guy in the front, that is going to take up a lot of my. It's going to resolve a lot of immediate concerns about incoming damage. So this is what they do. First of all, they have Fury. That means that every single round they're going to be a little bit stronger than they were the round before. Next, Shield Wall. Incoming damage to this character is divided by the number of targets on their rank. If I hit this guy when he is with his two buddies, he will take 1/3. He'll take 2/3 less damage, or 1/3 of the total damage. That applies to all incoming damage, including bleeds. So I need to keep them apart as much as I can. When they are not in a phalanx, when they're not in all three on the same rank, they're going to use their turn to try to become on the same rank. Other point, by the way, I just want to point out how fucking good these character designs are. Montebello is a two-person team. It is one guy does from the best of my understanding, one guy does the coding and the other guy does the art. And the guy who does the art, who I think is Alec, is so fucking good. The amount of detail and character into these fucking evil blacksmith beavers. Anyway, moving on. So let's see what we can do. I want to keep these guys. He does not like being... What did you do? When moved by an opponent, this character gains 1 rage, but loses 10 armor. Rage is dangerous. Whenever this character deals damage, that damage is doubled. And remember, these guys do sweeps. So it is a lot of damage, but he's only going to be hitting my armor spirit. So I'm okay with that. Let's put card draw on you and... will on you. Let's get some shit out of the way. There's no one on his rank, so he is taking full damage. If I can burn through 102 damage this round, I don't know that that's possible. We'll see. I might be able to. You feeling up to it, Terrowin? You think you could do this? You think you can fuck him up in 1 round? Come on, girl. You got it. Ah. Look at my Terrowin go. Oh, you're so fucking good. Look at that shit. Ah, it's so good. What's going to happen is this Blast Forger is going to jump to the back row. He does have 12 vitality and also 12 stacks of cripple. However, when he moves to the back row, that is when the damage from crippled is going to resolve. So he will not take all 12 damage. I believe he will take 3 or 4. I'm very, very bad at math. And I'll discard the ship. There's no reason. There's no reason to move anything around. We're okay as we are. Yes, he took 4 damage. Now, this is where things potentially can be a little, start getting a little dangerous. But they're not going to, because this armor spirit is going to do a lot of blocking for us. Oh, you're gonna do work for me, buddy. Well, first, so we're gonna start off. Eager Strike. This should kill you. Good. Let's double everybody's lifespan so you continue to be awesome for me. And now, he's only going to be taking, what is it, a third less damage? A third less damage, I think. divided by the number of targets on the rank, so maybe 50% damage? Let's see, so that should be 12 times 3, 9 3 times, so a third less damage, I guess. I am bad at math, and I think that this game is also bad at math. I don't know. That was 10, it got... Okay, yes, it's half damage. It was half damage. And there's really nothing else I can do this round. No sense not. It does not change the injury in my hand, by the way, into a skill. Only things that are in my discard or draw pile. And there are other injuries in my discard and draw. They are going to wail on my armor spirit, who will continue pooping armor out onto my back rank. That's so damn good. Okay. That shouldn't have happened. Oh, it must have been the same... Was that the... Yes, that must have been the same one that I just discarded. Okay, cool. What I am really looking forward to now... What I am really looking forward to now is I need to get another... I need to get this quarterstaff out of my draw. As soon as I get that quarterstaff out of my draw, I can yank one of these guys out of place and just fucking wail on them. Assuming I have the damage in hand. I need a lot more... I want more powders. I want a lot more powders. I am looking forward to seeing a powder smugglers event. Because as long as I don't get... Black powder is the only one that I do not want out of that encounter, only because black powder permanently ruins itself after use. I got a lot of exchange out of that. That's nice. But even getting 3 yellow powders would be very, very strong because of because of how that works. So here's what we do. We grab this fucker, we move him over here. He's very angry about being moved. Oh no, how terrible for you. Then we just fucking unload on him. Excellent. Terrowin, I love you. I'm concerned about how attached I am getting to Terrowin and how much praise I am lavishing upon Terrowin. Because I feel like this means I am setting myself up for her to be very, very suddenly obliterated right at the worst possible moment. But, she isn't dead yet. All right. Okay, good. Still don't want that akimbo. Still do not want the akimbo. Maybe. Nope. All right, so let me explain why my nopes. So the halberd, as I explained before, is not... It's not really that great of a card. It has good weapon damage and it has interesting effects, but it's way too expensive. And as for Warbow, it is a very strong card. It is 10 damage and then deals an additional 8 damage for every rank between this character and an opponent. So if if my dude equipped with this is in the back rank, firing at someone in their back rank, it is doing, I believe, 8 times 3 additional damage for that attack. But the regular weapon damage is still just 10, and it is a very expensive card. I'm not going with it. I'm not going to take it. Okay, so let's check out the docs. Let's see what you got for me. Palestone, Penitence. Either of these is very good, and they are I am going to be able to take 2 of these. Taking Palestone, then I'm taking Penitence. I'll show you what those are. Palestone, a gang of Seaguard thugs squabble over some kind of pale stone. The largest of the gang snatches the pale stone from another of the group, viciously hissing in their face as they try to reclaim it. He spends a moment turning it over in his hand, admiring its pearly luster. Seeing you approach, he quickly stuffs the stone into a pocket. "You lost?" he barks. "This ain't a safe place to be this time of night, friend." The rest of the gang begin to encircle you. "Now, you didn't see nothing, did you?" "No, we saw something. We saw that pale stone. I want you to put it into my hand, and I'm going to take it off of your cold, dead body." Salters! All right, so not too... Let's get rid of the eager strike then. Okay, that's fine. First thing is first. Armor in the front. Oh, these fuckers. Okay, so What these guys are going to do is throw a net on Redmont, Terrowin, and also, hilariously, my spirit. That net is going to prevent them from moving, and it is also going to be a part. It is an interesting kind of CC. The damage, all of my outgoing damage, will be checked against the health span of the net before it can go out onto its target. So I'll need to clear 30 damage before I'll be able to start doing damage again, and also it will be sapping my armor at a rate of 10 per round. I am not afraid of this. This is not going to be a problem for us. And also, you see, I want to point out the icon. Notice of the red arrow that is pointing, and there's that the crosshairs icon. What that literally means is that this is aiming directly at this person. Even if they move to a different spot, they will still be aiming at that person, and they will hit them. So that hit is coming, whether we want it, no matter what we do, it is coming. All right, so let's see what we got. Get rid of some of these injuries. All right. Build up a little bit of strength. And, not a whole lot of damage in my hand for round 1. It's not the end of the world if Redmont gets that. Oh, it did do actual damage, didn't it? Okay, we'll do something about this. I apologize. I understand that what I'm saying right now are mostly incomplete thoughts. Ooh, it did not come through, huh? The damage from Opportunist did not hit the net. That sucks from me. But I'm just gonna have to deal with it. Finally out of the net. Okay. What are you doing? Okay, good. 10 damage, and if the opponent has net on him, he no longer has net on him. Okay, we're good. I'm going to let him take the two vitality damage, and Redmont will creep back up to full health all on his own because of the armor that he's using. Whereas Terrowin, I am going to, for Terrowin, I'm going to put the healing dude right up in front of him so that Terrowin will start getting some health back because this dude is going to smack him. And when the spirit is attacked, 8 vitality restorations randomly split between adjacent allies, which is Terrowin. Now, the damage will not go through the net, but the ability to move him to a different spot will. Battering Ram is an interesting card that I literally never take. Okay. I actually should have let that guy stay where he was. He was going to hit my my health spirit. Yeah, he was going to hit my health spirit. Now he ain't. All right, well, that's fine. I'll kill. Nope, it will not kill you. This will. Okay, so I'm putting the, I'm swapping the positions of these two spirits. I guess this is a wolf, is now untethered and will be throwing a lot of damage out for every card that I played, and now I have Terrowin has his the healing spirit directly on him. So this whirlwind will kill the Seaguard Salter and heal him to full. I will take another refresh. 3 refreshes is a little crazy. The leader of the gang falls to the floor with a heavy thud. As he hits the wet cobbles, the stone tumbles out of his pocket, but stops just short of falling into the edge of the lake. You take up the stone in your hand. You can't help but admire it, just as the otter who now lies at your feet had before you. Icy cold to the touch, it quickly numbs your paw. Hand! You feel the void of sensation creeping up your forearm. See, it's a forearm, not a forelimb or foreleg. I'm sorry. I appreciate the furry aesthetic, but those are hands. They are not paws. Paw is a thing. It is not a paw. Anyway, whatever. You feel the void of sensation creeping up your forearm, yet it brings with it a hardened, if brittle, sense of strength. You could get used to this feeling. All right, so Iris's max health is now base 150. It has been set to 150. All of the other health gains that we've had up to this point are irrelevant. Now, she starts at 150 vitality. I do, however, need to make sure that at the beginning of every turn, there needs to be except for the first turn, which does not count, she needs to have a spirit out at all times, or she will lose 10 vitality. Ooh. And we're going to take this penitence. As you draw near, you hear the wolf singing to himself as if in a trance, his voice trembling at the edge of his register. Suspended upon a silver chain, his outstretched arm dangles an ivory wood charm over the surface of the lake. He notices you in his peripherals, breaking him out of his melancholic gaze. He clutches the pendant tight to his chest. Stay back, he snaps, afraid. You needn't be witness to this. The wolf staggers back a pace, almost losing his footing on the dock's edge as he recognizes you. You were there, he mutters, his voice small and hollow. With Morgrim, you led the charge. His eyes search yours. I see we have both suffered as a consequence. Refute. We only have one choice. We dare not claim to have suffered. We incurred a debt against our souls. It must be paid. The wolf bows his head in shameful agreement. He turns his hand out from his chest, displaying the pendant resting on his palm. I took this that night. His eyes closed tightly, wincing. Drove a sword into her chest before I snatched it from her neck. Nothing's been the same since, he continues. I can still taste the ash in my lungs. Taints the food I eat, the breath I draw. Saps the color from the world. He turns his gaze to the horizon, staring pensively for a moment. Such is the price of our sin. So, we now have a choice of getting one of 2 very interesting, very powerful ruins. The one that we're going to take is Release, which is a little hardcore. So the first one that we can get is we'll carry the burden for him. We will take the pendant, and we'll carry the burden of his sin. He murdered a woman for her pendant, drove a sword into her chest before I snatched it from her neck. So at least he didn't stab her in the back. Remember, I and all of my former companions, we were part of the strike team that was sent by the prince into the Black Church to burn it to the ground and murder a whole lot of people. Every single one of these spirits, they're basically the restless spirits of the damned that Iris killed. And by Iris, I mean us. And by us, I mean me. So, Chaos, lose 3 vitality, reduce the stamina cost of a random card in your hand to 0 this turn. If it's unplayed at the end of your turn, ruin it. That can potentially be very strong, and it is possible to direct which card this aims at by simply making sure that the most expensive card is the only one left in your hand when you cast it. That being said, the one that we will actually be taking is this, Corruption. Move the next 3 ruins in your draw pile to the top and then draw them. +1 to the spirit, +1 lifetime to the spirit possessing this character for each card drawn. So this is going to be a not cheap, it is a 3 stamina cost. It is going to be a not cheap means of expanding the lifespan of spirits possessing our characters. And then, for example, I have that thing that I have this card, Shift, so I can shift the armor spirit or any other spirit. I can shift a spirit onto a character to possess them. I can then cast this. I can then cast Corruption and replenish up to 3 lifespan to that particular spirit, and then later, once that card comes back up, I can swap it back out onto the streets. So you can free him of his sin, murder the wolf. I'm not going to say he doesn't deserve it, but this is a little cold-blooded. You step towards the wolf and drive your blade into his back. Oh, yes, that thing that I just said. Oh, it's at least he didn't stab the woman in the back. Okay, then. He gasps as the air escapes his chest. With his last whispers of energy, he turns back towards you, eyes alight with relief before his body falls limp into the waters below. We're pretty fucking hardcore, is what I'm saying. We could go after the merchant in trouble, which is guaranteed 250 money and possibly a combat. I am, however, going to go after the combat because Merwin... Oh, they're both. All 3 of them are ladies. Merwin, Redmont, Beatriks Terrowin, and Iris doesn't have a last name. We're going to be going after the combat because I want Redmont to gain her 4th level. Let's see what we got. Yeah, okay, I'm all right with tossing this for right now. So, oh, this damage is going to be all over the place, isn't it? All right, well, so in that case, let's get armor in the middle. Let's get card draw on Terrowin, and I'll get this back on you. Okay, good. So, and hey, look at that, interminable. Good. So we're in pretty good shape already. So let's see. This 12 damage coming in on top. I do not have enough armor on the top row to actually to take this damage, so I'm putting the barricade in the top row. Terrowin can just... There you go. We're good. Now his armor will take that 12 damage hit. So, let's get rid of the injury. Let's get rid of the other injury. Okay, let's see what we got. So, card draw early on. God damn, I have so many fucking refreshes. That's nuts. Okay, so. Do I have any means of getting... Nope, I do not have any means of getting... Okay, cool. That's fine. I think I've actually already, banished most of the injuries in my deck, so, it's fine. Alright. Okay. Very good turn run. Let's move on. Okay. Yeah, I don't actually have any more. I don't actually have any more ruins, so we can go ahead and discard the corruption. Please take note: you do not actually need to discard. You do not need to discard when you are. Let me try that again. You do not need to discard when you have Gambler. You will have the option of discarding. If you just hit confirm without having chosen a card, it'll move on. You will not discard anything. You also won't draw anything. So, yeah. I'm going to try to practice what I actively preach, which is, if you have the opportunity to kill a mob or spread some damage around, even if killing the mob might be a waste of some of the damage. Like it's the card is going to do about 30 damage, and they only have 5 damage. They only have 5 health left. You should still use that card, reduce permanently the number of incoming actions. That is absolutely the single most powerful. It's the single most important thing for you to be doing is reducing permanently the number of incoming actions. If you have the opportunity to kill a guy, you should kill the guy. No need to push, no need to swap. We're all set. We are guaranteed to run into at least one hunter, and I really hope that the hunter is Caster, because he has a 20 damage crossbow, and that 20 damage crossbow with Terrowin's free whirlwind is, I mean, like, It would be asking too much. It would, in fact, be asking too much. I want to acknowledge that I am fully aware that I have already. This game has been very kind to me already, so I do not actually need. Let's go ahead and throw up a barricade in front of you too. There's no reason not to. I've got plenty of will. Okay. Okay, that's fine. By the time he made that swap, you're going to notice Redmont is now gaining 5 health and 5 armor every round, and every round this ticks down by 1 but up by 2. So he is now he's in no danger being in the front row, is what I'm saying. So let's get you also in the front row. Let's get you some pink powder all over everybody. A little bit of strength and a lot of bit of whirlwind. So good. All right. It does mean. I can't help but notice that the spirit that was in this position was destroyed when the barricade was forced onto its position. That spirit still had 6 lifespan. I know that spirits cannot occupy the same spaces as barricades, so it looks like that by swapping positions with the barricade, when the barricade occupied the same position as that spirit, the spirit was destroyed, and that is something that I'm going to need to pay much closer attention to moving forward. Hello. If you were just joining us, so the specific challenge that I've set myself for this one is we are sudden death and everything has twice as much health. If any party member death will end this game, and all enemies have double health. So every single encounter is going to go on a lot longer than I am otherwise comfortable with it going. So yes. And I think this should just kill you. But that being said, we have been... Oh, I'll take that flurry. We have been very, very lucky. We've been very lucky. Terrowin has been, so far, a near-perfect mouse. Near perfect. Free Whirlwind is phenomenal, and also starting with Opportunist this early on is great. That is a lot of additional damage. I don't need to ever really give Merwin more will, because I am regularly putting the will generation onto her. I'll take You Shall Not Pass because it self-banishes. It's not great. It's alright. And one last combat before we hit our second crossroads. Or rather, our first crossroads of the second street is what I should say. Okay, let's take a look. So, what are you all doing? He's putting up Fortress on himself. Everybody's trying to punch Terrowin in the face. So let's get armor right in front of Terrowin for right now. I do have the ability to move that someplace else if I have to. Not on the board with me, but not currently in my hand, but that option does exist. Let's also get some card draw on you and some card draw and will gain on you. Okay. Okay. Great. That's it. That's actually, you know what? I no regrets that You Shall Not Pass. That's great for my back rank. I take back my feelings of unease at having that be one of my choices, and honestly the only good choice. Yeah, okay. Are you just about dead? You are just about dead. Fantastic. Okay. So incoming actions reduced by 2 in turn 1. I'm happy about it. We'll go ahead and get rid of the momentum. Flurry is one of my very favorite cards. It is it's pretty much around about on the same sort of tier as Invigorating Blow because it is very low cost with very high potential functionality. It is a weapon damage card, and it applies at least 1 stack of Overwhelm. So this is 12 damage, the 1 Overwhelm, and then the additional 2 damage from the Opportunist. What are you doing? Nothing special. Okay. It is another. I would not say that there is no limit to the number of flurries that you can have in your hand, but also, I mean, like, it's okay to have like 2 of those. They're a pretty good card. So let's see. Nothing else. Nothing else. Okay. So what I want to cast is Interminable because I want this armor, but I want this Armor Spirit in front of her. I don't have the card that will. Of course, it's right there. Well, let's see if I can get some card draw. Nope. Give me 1 second. I will be right back. Hold on. Nope, I guess not. Okay. I don't want to waste this. I may be overthinking it also. I honestly don't think that I have... I don't think that like, I'm not hurting. This I have quite a bit of armor on my back rank. It's not going to kill me if this dissipates. Awesome. All that armor. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, no regrets. When that spirit dissipates, it will. Oh, hey, look at that! I can just save it right now. Okay, so let's move you over onto me, and let's put some barricades up in the front rank. All right, so we can preserve this. We can preserve this this spirit for a bit, but not if I use Cursed Blade, because that will deal 1 damage to myself, and that will reduce the that'll reduce the lifespan by 1. So we're not going to do that. Okay. Wait 1 moment. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit him here. He's going to die from being pushed because he's got 12 stacks of crippled and only 7 health. So I'm going to swap him with this guy. So this guy doesn't get to move, and also I get to throw pink powder all over him. I want red powder. I want red powder very, very badly. But I'm not going to push my luck and ask for... Like, I'm not going to continue to ask for more things and more things and more things. This game has been very kind to me already. And now, actually, you know what? No, it's not really worth it. I was going to, it would have been a 9 damage hit, and then I would have lost my, oh, hey, look at that. Oh, hey, look at that. The reason why I suddenly have Colossal Smash in my hand, again, is because I used a, where is it? This card that transforms all of my ruins in draw and discard piles into random skills. I don't normally have Colossal Smash. But, hey, look what happens when I have Colossal Smash. Colossal Smash is remove all armor and deal damage equal to the amount lost. So, bye. Let's see. All right. I have not really been triggering Terrowin's racial all that often. There is a reason why I don't really want to go too deeply into it. Opportunist and strength do not interact the way that you want. They don't interact the way that you really probably prefer them to. The first hit of Opportunist's damage will consume all strength. So if I trigger it, I'll show you exactly what I mean. Hold on. So what should happen at the end of this, I'm going to hit this dude 3 times, and I should get 9 strength. What's going to happen is I'm going to hit him once, then it's going to stack 3. It's going to stack 3. I'm going to hit him once. It's going to give me 3 3 strength. Then it's going to stack 3 cripple, and then it's going to deal 6 damage from that 3, and that 6 damage is going to be modified by the strength that I've just gained, and then that's it. The effect will be over. See? And then I don't actually end up gaining. So, like, when your mouse has opportunities, just be very, very careful about when you are triggering their racial ability. Your racial ability is going to suddenly become a lot less valuable than without it. Anyway, moving on. Brace is not a bad idea. I'm going to take that brace. Okay. First crossroads of the second street, and we're in very good shape. We don't need shift this early on. And you're spreading your shit all over the place. Where are you aiming? So this is 3 hits coming in the bottom row, so I'm going to put my... I'm putting my armor guy in the bottom row because his armor pooping is based directly on how many times he's hit. It's going to be 3. So we'll also have you give everybody 25 armor, so I don't really need to worry about any of you guys. I want... I could... Let's get this guy into the front rank. You know, for no reason. It's not like he's less dangerous in the front rank, but I want to I wanted to roll the dice and see if he would if he might also aim at the spirit. He doesn't, so we're just going to focus on getting him down first. Armor gen, excuse me. Will gen. And you're not going to take that actual hit. You're going... Okay, you know what? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to put a barricade in front so that it soaks up this 12-point hit, so she's not taking 22 damage. She's only going to be taking 10. And you... I'm going to get rid of the Cursed Blade. I don't like the constantly ticking her own health down bit of it all. Okay. Okay. Decent enough round 1. Did not reduce the number of incoming actions, but yeah, that's a good start. That armor gen is fantastic. Okay, so don't need that absolution currently. Well, actually, I do need the absolution currently. Okay, that's good. So I got 2 actions, 2 attacks coming on this guy, and that is going to get more armor gen. This guy is just going to be hitting my barricade. We're all set. I'm going to work on the front row still. I'm just going to throw it. I don't... Excuse me. After this round, my armor gen is no longer really going to be all that pressing. Because I'm doing pretty good on it. I'm sure you'll agree. Alright. Okay, so... Oops. Who are you hitting? Okay, he's just going to knock down this barricade, and I have plenty of will to get another one right back up if I cannot kill him this round, which I can. Yeah, there we go. Bye! I'm not going to cast this refresh because the only person who really has any stamina left is Iris. I've only got 5 potential stamina to work with, and one of my dudes only has one, so yeah, I'll let it ride. I'm not in bad shape. I'll be fine. Let's get rid of the corruption. Let's also, you know what? We're gonna put the healing spirit directly onto Iris. I'm sick of her not being at full health. Okay, so there she is, back to full health. All right. Anything? I don't know what is happening that is causing this, like the 10 lifespan. I don't know how that is happening. There's still so much I do not understand about how this game functions. For example, my last recording, I said specifically that I thought that the experience was being modified by something that I did not fully understand, and I postulated that it might have been from various challenge mods, or possibly the max health of the guys that I am fighting. Having played with it for a while, I think that was wrong. I think that I just don't know. I was wrong. It is clearly not being modified by that, because I put on a number of I doubled everyone's health, and I also put on a number of very high score modifying challenge mods on a run with Moonstone, and I took 2 dudes along with her, and she was still only level 2 by the time we hit the first boss. So I don't know. I do not know. Okay, so. All of that, so it's got 6. Okay, so it's 12 damage coming into my barricade. That is fine. I'm alright with all of that. Let's get rid of this footman, because he does have the ability to spread some bleed around. I want to point out that the bursts of damage from Opportunist are being modified by Overwhelm and Vulnerable. That is very, very important about this character's potential damage. Like, the things that Terrowin are going to be able to do are only going to become more and more impressive as we add better and better cards, presuming we can find better and better cards. By the way, the ability to have a 0-cost 3-hit weapon damage card on a character is just flat out broken. That's just crazy. Only mice have that ability. It is just like, mice are a little hardcore. They are a bit hardcore. So we're just gonna brute force this man down. I'm not gonna try to do anything fancy. I'm just gonna murder. Like we did to that wolf. Stabbed him right in the back. We're bad people. Possibly. Potentially. Okay. Digging Deep is a good card normally for Iris. Regain 2 stamina. So it's a 3-cost card that regains 2 stamina. So as long as you have 3 stamina, this card only costs 1. Discard up to 4 cards, then draw that many. So when I am at the point where this is... You know what? I think I am going to take this. I think I am going to take this, because I'm going to have... My deck is going to be cluttered with a tremendous amount of those... Ooh, falchion. Okay, I'm going to keep the falchion just for right now, because it is the highest regular single-hand weapon damage. When I say regular, what I mean is there are some events that will give you single-handed cards that can potentially be more damage. But falchion is the only common weapon, the only one that you'll see without having to actually run into it in an event. So I'm going to keep this around in case my next recruited character has one-handed cards, and this will make it useful for me to have a Kimbo if I see a Kimbo again. Not going to the Fortune Teller. The Fortune Teller is a completely randomized thing. Some of the things that she does are pretty cool. Some of the things that she does are fucking awful. And the fucking awful things that I could potentially be saddling my team with are bad enough that I'm not even going to bother going after it. So Redmond is going to take 10 damage and get 1 permanent max stamina. That's good. Redmont exhaustively bludgeons the lock with their weapon until it finally thunders open. Quick, get in! As Redmont begins to heave the doors shut, a deft arrow finds its mark in their shoulder. You disappear into the shadows. Okay. I don't really need better loot, but that hidden gem might be super interesting. Hey, look at this. Another crippled. So what I'm going to put this on is... Where's my pink powder? Did I go right past it? I sure did. So that means that pink powder is going to... Ooh, hey, great. We're taking this intelligence, but I'm just... 1 second. So this pink powder, because of Terrowin's Opportunist, pink powder is going to be doing 5 damage, then 3 stacks of vulnerable, and then 6 damage for each stack of for each 3 stacks of vulnerable, and then an additional 3 crippled, and then an additional 6 damage. So things are starting to add up. Modify talents might not be the worst idea, but we are absolutely going for the thing that is going to level up all 3 of my guys. All 3 of my guys are getting a level right now. That's very good. And it's an important level because this is a passive. All right, everybody, fingers crossed. Big money, no whammies, and whammies. Okay. Well, that sucks. I'll take Toxic as it's the only one that is... honestly even slightly useful for me, but I don't want really her taking damage. She's not going to be front line, so slightly disappointing. Not the end of the world. All right, Terrowin, what do you got for me? Motherfucker. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Improvise is an excellent card. Whenever this character plays a weapon card, I will spawn Improvise. Savvy is a great mouse-only thing. Also, Blessed is not too bad. It is an extra +2 will. I'm going to be taking Savvy to get to assist in getting the right card into my hand. I will take... an extra point of stamina or an extra point of will? I'm going to take an extra point of stamina. The will really hasn't been doing too much good for me because of the Opportunist, because I've been leaning very heavily into the Opportunist. I am going to be taking 1 extra point of will on Redmont as an emergency measure, just in case. And Redmont is letting me down. Okay. Well, whenever this character takes damage from bleed, they gain a point of will. Nope. All bleed applied to this character is converted to poison instead. That's not terrible. The reason why you would take this is because poison deals damage to armor first, and then only after you have no armor left does it start dealing damage to your vitality, whereas bleed just deals vitality damage. It is not difficult for me to get will onto my beaver. Whenever an ally dies, you shall not... If an ally dies, the game is over, so that's useless. Okay, I'll show it to you in just 1 second. Absolutely. We're going to be taking Noxious as it is literally the only one that is at all useful. So, Savvy. Whenever this character plays a weapon card, spawn Improvise. So every single time Terrowin uses their spear, an additional card will pop into existence, and the card is Improvise. Improvise is a single. It is 1 stamina cost. Pick any card from your draw pile and place it at the top of the pile. That means the next time I draw a card, that is the card I'm going to be drawing. It's an excellent talent that revolves entirely around making sure I have the right card in my hand. I also happen to have a lot of card draw in my hand. I've got Digging Deep. I have 3 instances of fucking Refresh. I've got Second Wind, and I also have where are you? Quick Hand. So I have a lot of ways of drawing cards. Plus, also, Iris has one of her spirits. It'll allow me to determine when I'm drawing my next card. So Savvy, as soon as I get a spear into my hand, it will allow me to create into existence a self-banishing card, because it'll go away as soon as I use it, that will allow me to determine what the next card I pull is. It is also, because this activates off of playing a weapon card, it also means that the next time I shuffle around my inventory, I'm going to be making sure that Terrowin has. It is an incentive for me to have Terrowin have a dual wielding, basically using a weapon in each hand, so that I have more opportunities to spawn improvise. At the same time, though, with Whirlwind, if I can manage to get a big heavy hitting card, Whirlwind is going to be a lot more valuable potentially. Anyway, we'll see. But that's what this does. Is every time I play a weapon card, I will spawn into my hand a card that will allow me to determine what the next card I pull is. I don't need health. I don't need to modify my deck. I'm going straight after the prisoners. You burst into the prison to find several heavy cell doors flanking the far wall. As you approach, you notice a crude pair of crow's foots carved into the center two doors. Yeah, 20 damage crossbow is what I'm hoping to see. I won't necessarily see it, but I'm hoping to see it. As you approach, you notice a crude pair of crow's foots carved into the center two doors, your targets. As you lower yourself to the heavy iron padlock, you hear the clamoring of guards echo down a nearby hallway. You suspect even more are on their way as they call for help. We're going to go ahead and pick the lock on the first cell. We're springing out first the informant's wife, and then the informant's child. We don't need shift in hand. Let's get rid of the injury, though, as a just in case. So what are you hitting? All right, you know what? So we're just going to... I'm not going to get my my armor gen out onto the field just yet. I'm going to delay that for a moment. Instead, card gen and will gen. So, spear. So, my improvise spawned out of nothing. I play this, and now it tells me, so, what do you want to pull? And what I think I want to pull is going to be... normally, pink powder, red powder would be a great idea. What I'm actually going to do this time is interminable. I'm going to show off for a second. There's really no reason for me to show off. This is not a super difficult fight, although I have just noticed that because everyone has double health, it's 128 health on each of these Paddleford mercenaries. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw my armor spirit out front, second wind, and now double everybody's lifespan. Good. So now that's it allows me to more adequately. It allows me to more adequately plan my moves. Give me 1 second. Okay, give me just 1 second, please. Give me one. So what's happening is I'm talking to my wife. I'm just going to keep on repeating, give me 1 second, please, over and over again until I realize I'm doing it. Hang on a second. All right, so put damage top and bottom. Okay, yeah, all right. I don't need this corruption, I don't think. Let's just move you to the back, shall we? Okay. Yeah, there's really nothing I can do. I don't mean that as like a resign. There's no further actions that would be relevant for me to cast right now. Okay. That's everything. That's everything I can do. I still, as much card draw as I have, I'm always going to want more card draw, and I really, really, really want red powder. But I have not seen any Kilderkin yet. But then again, I mean, I'm already seeing. Okay, cool. So digging deep. This is a card that I got as a reward from a particular challenge. This is what this does. So it costs 3. I immediately gain back 2. I'm going to get rid of the cards in hand that I don't really think I need too much. And they'll cycle out for potentially better ones. This Paddleford mercenary gets to fucking die. I'm done with him. And let's boot this guy into the back also. And address you. I should have done that first for the extra overwhelm. Whatever. There we are. Good. Let's see what you got. You got nothing. What you have is nothing. I'm still taking this seriously because it's worth it's always worth taking the game seriously. But we're in no danger. We are legitimately just in no danger. Let's get that flurry back in. Second wind draws a card. There's the flurry. Don't want Wild Brawl. Wild Brawl is a very interesting card. So is Distraction. I do actually quite like Distraction, and I do have a lot of different ways of discarding. So that might not be a bad idea. It might not be a bad idea. So Distraction is an unplayable card. What it does, it only triggers its effects when it is discarded. When it is discarded, you can either apply 18 armor to an ally or remove 18 armor from an enemy. And I have Gambler, so I am always discarding at least one card. And I've got a couple of other things that are discarding, but I don't know if I don't really think it's the most important to, clutter up my deck a little bit. Wild Brawl is it's an AoE card that it costs 1 stamina to cast it, and it will then attempt to draw 1 stamina from each of your available characters. If it was able to take a stamina from that character, it will add 6 damage to the pool of damage it is doing to a rank. It's a pretty cool card. It especially works best with larger parties. I don't have an especially large party right now, so I'm not going to be taking it. Swiftly after the last body hits the ground, you haul the door open and the informant's wife timidly clambers out. You guide her into the corner as you hear a second group of footsteps hurrying down the corridor. Open the second cell. More guards are hot on your heels. Same exact combat. It's not super dangerous. What is dangerous about it is that everyone has twice as much health. That's a nice start. What are you starting with? All right, then. It'd be nice if they were, both attacking the same spots. I'd have, something to throw my armor gen against. But it is what it is. That is card gain. That is will gain. And this. Good God, I love having this many refreshes in hand. By the way. All right, so let's see. Get rid of you, and both of you. Okay. Okay. You already have. I just played a weapon card. Why didn't I spawn my improvise? Something happened there. Unfortunate. Maybe something happened that I was not paying attention to. Maybe it was a bug. Whatever it was is irrelevant. It did not spawn the improvised card that it should have. And that's fine. I can do without it. Alright, so I'm going to do a specific thing. I mean, it's not the most intelligent thing, but I'm going to be doing it. So I'm going to boot this dude into the back, so that now I have 3 incoming actions. The only one that is potentially dangerous is this one, 20 damage onto Iris, but Iris has enough armor to withstand it. The reason why I'm doing this is because I want everyone to get pink powder. And also, there we go. It will not soak this because he's got a ranged weapon. He's aiming directly at Iris. Actually, you know what? In that case, let's put you directly on you. So when the armor spirit is directly on a character, what happens is the first time the possessed character takes damage each turn, split a percentage. First I think it's just like 8 armor, and then it is half of the damage randomly as armor gains between all allies on the rank, including herself, and then in its final form, it is the full damage is split as armor gains. Coming up, Nemo. Good boy. That's my buddy. Yes, good boy. So I don't think that this will mitigate it, but it will. The damage will be done, and then she'll get a bunch of armor back from it. Yes, good buddy. Oh, I should be hitting this guy up here because he is already almost dead. There's one down. And this should be potentially 2. It is. Okay, good. Yes. I love you too, baby. Good boy. So I have my very, very, very spoiled cat has come to drape himself across me because I'm not paying enough attention to him, and that is a crime. Isn't that a crime? What a terrible person I am. I love you too, buddy. Good boy. Let's get rid of you, you, and you. In case it isn't clear, I'm not the biggest fan of actually casting Cursed Blade because it deals self-damage, and in doing so, it does tick down the lifespan of the spirit that is on me. I respect the purpose of I respect the risk versus reward nature of the weapon, but it's not my favorite one to cast. I'm not going to be taking Experience Strike. I know what I said earlier, but I don't think I need it. I think I'm doing fine in terms of damage. You burst the second door open and a young wolf rushes out and over to their mother. You explain to the informant's wife the plan of their escape and where they must hurry in secret to meet with her husband. Urgently hurrying the two down a narrow alley, you bid them farewell as you scurry back to the bustling street. Okay. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Well, we're going after the revolutionaries no matter what, because it's going to be all right, so let me explain what this event is. You approach the group to discover they recognize you. Ah, so you're one of these Blackfoots we all been hearing about. You notice them haul a heavy bag off the wall. Large metal spikes protrude out of it. Another one chirps in. I say you're doing good work, friend. We don't want that damn prince nor our city. He spits on the ground. The more different voices I try to do, the more they all end up just sounding like weird garbled mishmash of sort of American South and also everybody's gravelly, because that is literally the only thing. It's the only trick I know. So we have 3 choices. We can either do nothing, which is always a possibility, or we can fight one of 3 special encounters. We can either fight 2 random combats in a row and gain extra money generation until I reach the warden, which is very, very good. I can fight 1 random combat, and until I reach the warden, any vacant positions on the opponent's side will start filled with traps. Or, and this is the one that we are going to be doing, until you reach the warden, any vacant positions on your front rank will start filled with barricades. They will not be the same as the barricades that my beaver throws down. They will start with 15 armor instead of 25, which does matter. It also means I will not be able to put my armor gen spirit out into the front row. If I do this, I'll need to basically change about the way that I'm doing. However, it is an opportunity to fight a hunter, and that hunter is worth money, he is worth experience, and he is potentially worth... Okay, It's not Caster, but it is Fenra. Fenra is dangerous. First of all, Fenra is crazy dangerous. Let's start off like this. She is... So this is what Fenra do. Again, if you ever see any icon that you do not immediately recognize, or any mob type that you do not immediately recognize, mouse the fuck over it and figure out what the hell's going on. Every time I draw a skill, this character will increase her attack damage by 1. Literally everything Fenra does is multi-strike, and she also applies stacks of bleed. And this does not go down. It doesn't reset at any point. It just constantly ramps upwards. Every time I draw a skill, she gets a little bit stronger in her multi-strike attack. So right now she is at 9 by 3. Let's get some stuff out of the way. This 3 hits are going to be hitting him, which is going to be pooping a whole bunch of armor out onto my back. So we're fine right there to start off with. However, well, let me see if I can actually draw 10 by 3. Okay, good. So let's get some. Oh, good. We've got a fucking kick. Fantastic. We need to be delaying her 12 by 3. It's just going to keep getting worse. So basically, we need to burn her down. We need to absolutely and completely burn her to the ground, or she is just going to start popping our guys. Two calculating strikes? Oh yes, of course, because of the absolution. All right. So you still aiming at the same guy? You are. Good. Okay. Why is this not spawning? I'm using weapon cards. Why is, whenever this character plays a weapon card, spawn improvise? Why am I not spawning improvise? Is it because there's a spirit on me? Seems like there might have been some oversight with the way that this was developed. It may mean that Savvy doesn't actually do anything for me because he did before. 25 by 3, by the way. Luckily, it's all going into my armor, my armor spirit. 28 by 3, 31 by 3. I got 3 red powder of that somehow. It's not going to stick in my deck, but at least for that one. So we are now going to be taking Fenrir's rapier. So I don't actually think I need spear anymore. So falchion in the main hand, Fenrir's rapier in the offhand. That means that Whirlwind is now doing 11 damage times 3, but I do have potentially 2. First of all, Fenrir's rapier is a very, very strong card, so I'm okay with carrying that around. It's not what I wanted. Impressive you guys are. Oh, should that be like Yoda? Impressive you guys are. No, absolutely not. No, not doing that again. Remarks one of the rebels studying the damage. We got your back. You can count on us. After a sincere farewell, the group scurry off into the night, lumbering their equipment behind them. I do not know what is happening, why my improvise is not... Oh, hey, look at that. Hello, the Hunter caster. Ooh, boy. All right. So, first of all, this is exactly the man I was hoping to see. I want his crossbow, and I want it on Terrowin. I'm going to be putting Fenrir's rapier into storage for the moment, and I'm going to be probably putting the rapier and the falchion on whoever I pick up in the next recruitment event, which is in just a couple of cards. Yeah. It's this is actually going to be a thing, and I'll explain what this is in 1 second. So, as you approach the palisades, the beaver cocks the fanged crossbow with a wicked grin. The closer you got, the more that jangling of your belts and buckles started to sound like bags of gold dancing towards me. I'm sure you got a heart of gold doing what you're doing for good reasons, but I don't care, friend. I'm gonna tear that gold from your chest. He thinks that we think that we've got a heart of gold when we've just been murdering people and robbing and also haunted by the angry ghosts that we have of innocents that we have killed. You best try and keep that heart in your chest. I think that Caster has grievously misunderstood what is happening here. Okay, starting off with that quarterstaff is everything in the whole fucking planet to me. Okay, so here's what's going on. Caster is going to constantly do slightly more damage. Every round, every time he shoots, his damage will be increased by 5. What is more important than that is Caster's damage is always to vitality. Always to vitality. Armor will do us no goddamn good. And also, because it is a ranged, he's using a ranged weapon, he's aiming directly at Terrowin. If I move Terrowin to a different space, he won't be aiming at that space. He'll still be aiming at Terrowin. So all of our armor is useless right now. Also, these barricades, they all have entrench, which means they cannot be moved while they exist. However, he can be moved. So, we are going to do what we can to try to prevent this man from doing anything. One thing that is important is that flurry, if you are dual wielding, as in specifically if I'm holding a weapon in each hand, not a weapon and a shield, a weapon in each hand, it will be 2 stacks of overwhelm. Oh, wait. Almost forgot. You notice I got 3 barricades in the front row. I'm not going to be able to do any silly armor tricks until one of those barricades get knocked down, and because he will never be going after barricades, that will not be this combat. So let's just everybody lots of lifespan. Okay, good. So, what I've just thrown on is anticipation. The next incoming action is just nullified. So, caster, if he's still aiming at me, he's not still aiming at my mouse. He changed his targets. What a prick. What a prick. But, luckily, we got a kick. So he still doesn't get to fucking do anything. I'm casting this shoot you shall not pass, even though he fully ignores armor, because it banishes itself. It's now out of my hand. This now is actually very much worth throwing. 8 damage plus the lifespan of the spirit possessing me, which is 6. So that is actually a decent amount of damage. There's my improvise. Where the fuck have you been, buddy? Let's get that Fenris Rapier up on the top. I want that right now. And there's my improvise again. I don't know what the hell was happening before, but it isn't happening anymore. Okay, so that was crazy easy. We were able to fully dominate caster, and nothing more about it really needs to be said. I'm taking the akimbo, and I'm also taking this here caster's crossbow, and both of these items, both of them. Okay, so good. I like conduit. I'm taking that. Yes, taking conduit. And I'm also going to get one more shot of will. For you. Oh, I know exactly what I'm doing with you. I know exactly what I'm doing with you. I'm taking barricade. Excuse me, barricade. I'm taking barrage. But there's something else that I'm doing with this. I'll show you what I'm doing with barrage in just 1 second. All right, so let me get over into the screen. This is my my upgrades. These are my current upgrades, okay? I got Rush, I've got Pink Powder, both of which have apply 3 stacks of Crippled. So what I'm going to do is put this onto my barricade, so that onto my barrage, so that now this is 2 damage 4 times, and each of those 4 times it's going to be stacking 3 hits of cripple, which are then an additional 6 damage. So this is now a very damaging card. I don't have any visible combats. Brawlers are going to do me too much good. Let's see what you got. Rearguard is not bad. Rearguard is not bad at all, and I am going to take it. And that is the end of Street 2. Let's take a look at what we have available in the tavern. Okay, so Jaren Durwater, Winifred Kesselmead, and Simon Irwing. Garbage. Absolute trash. Not a goddamn chance. No. I do like Strength of Will, but these 2 passives are just trash garbage. For me, at least. For my current needs, and for the fact that, I mean, first of all, they do not work. Every single time, these two, I'm going to rant for a second. So, every single time a character levels up, you make 2 choices. First, you choose to put a point into Will or into Stamina. Stamina for regular cards. Will mostly for your racial passives, but some special cards. Racial passives, racial abilities, but some special cards. Okay. You also, every other level, you either get a choice between 3 talent cards or 3 passive cards. Every single choice the computer makes is a chance for the computer to make a shitty fucking choice. If you want to see what a shitty fucking choice looks like, look no further than these passives right here. So, whenever this character takes damage from bleed, they gain 1 will, which is, it's not terrible. It's all right, especially because wolves have an excellent racial ability. They can use their will to play other guys' cards to make sure that they are played, to make sure that you don't miss out on powerful effects. Wolves are also able to spend will to play weapon cards directly out of your stash. Really, really good shit. Okay. Except that he also has Noxious. All bleed applied to this character is converted to poison instead. So, the bleed applied to the character immediately turns into poison, and Fnatic doesn't do a fucking thing. So this is what happens when you allow a computer to make your goddamn choices. It makes random choices, and the choices that it make are gonna fucking just bad choices. This, on the other hand, is pretty good. That's not bad on several counts. First of all, Diversion is an interesting card to have. It is unplayable, and while it is in my hand, cards that are banished are instead discarded. I have several effects that banish cards. Sulfuric Bomb is a very good way of getting a huge amount of poison out into the world, and Lore Master in particular is an excellent card for stamina regeneration, just in combat stamina regeneration. In addition, he's got both Sharp and Born Leader. Sharp is a good passive. If you look at, oh my god, okay, so one of my runs on my YouTube channel, I have titled it, I call this one Pump Weasel. It details how you can basically arrange a bunch of weasels behind one weasel with Sharp to have all of them pump damage into him. It's a fun way of playing the game. It is not a very efficient way of playing the game. You will run out of steam on the Prince. I believe that I have gotten Pump Weasel. I'm going to keep calling it Pump Weasel. I know what it sounds like. I know, and I don't care. It's called Pump Weasel. I have cleared the Prince using a Pump Weasel build, which is to say one weasel with Sharp and several other weasels supporting that weasel with Sharp, but it's very difficult and honestly not worth it. However, him having Sharp just for himself is not a bad idea. And he's got Born Leader, which is a great card for him. It's a great passive. It is excellent. Just, what's the word I'm looking for? Incidental card draw. And then finally, okay, so Bloodthirsty is excellent. In every time this guy kills someone, their maximum vitality will be increased by 3. However, my big killer is a mouse. So while Simon Irwing will be getting some benefit from this, it's not going to be the most amount of benefit. And as for this, whenever you draw 8 or more additional cards in a turn, you may put a random card from your banished pile into your hand. That is both positive and negative, because what's going to be in my banished pile are going to be my refreshes, but also the cards that I banished with refresh, which can be ruins. So, like, it can potentially be excellent and could potentially be crap. I'm going to take Winifred Kesselmead. And I'm also going to regret having gotten rid of that heavy armor from before. All right, let's see what we got. So first of all, we're going to swap all of your shit out. Completely all of your shit out. Come on. There we go. There you are. All right. So, you are starting with regular medium armor, and you're going to be starting in the front row, because I think that's my only option for you. I could start Redmont in the... No, he doesn't really have any better armor. I need to get someone with... I need to pick up some heavy armor. I need some heavy armor, and I need to put that on whoever ends up in the front row. I can... This is potentially quite dangerous, because if any of these guys dies, the game is over. And I don't have any good armor for a front... None of these guys are honestly perfect for a front row. The best one, frankly, would be Iris. And I don't know that I want Iris in the front row. Iris actually might not be a bad idea for the front row, because she's got 166 vitality. And she's the only one that has that much vitality. And it's not like she is especially load-bearing. She is going to die. The game is over if any of these people die. Not the most thrilled. We're going to try it this way. Oh God, this might actually immediately blow up in my face. This might immediately blow up in my face. If I lose, it's because of this choice. So let's see who our boss is, and it is Grit Salt. Grit Salt actually is pretty dangerous, potentially. Grit Salt is going to deal... so what Grit Salt is going to do is he's going to throw injuries into my deck. And when he throws... he's going to throw injuries into my deck, and then he is going to deal vitality damage to one guy based on the number of injury cards in my deck. When I say injury cards, I mean this card specifically that says injury. I've already got a bunch of those in my deck. So if Grit Salt is permitted to act, he is going to just fucking wreck my guys. He's going to... This could very well be where my game ends. I'm going to put armor generation on her in the front rank. Ooh, boy. All right, let's see. I need better armor. I need better armor right away. I'm not going to use this absolution just yet, because I'm going to wait for him to throw some shit into my... I'm going to wait for Grit Salt to throw some more ruins into my deck before I throw absolution. In the meantime... Okay, let's just start. Alright, let's get Lore Master in. No? Maybe Lore Master? Is that a good idea? What do I want in next? Flurry? Yeah, let's get Flurry. Do I have the ability? I do have the ability. Look at that. Alright, so I'm talking to myself. I apologize. I promise you all this stuff makes sense to me. Let's get rid of you, you, and you. There's that Flurry. Two stacks of Overwhelm is nice. And also, let's knock you into the back row. So, 2 incoming... Oh, God. And 2 bits of incoming damage, and they're both hitting her in the face. That's okay, though. I have some decent regular armor generation, and that first hit will be completely ignored by the anticipation. I am not going to use Cursed Blade. In fact, I'm going to get rid of it, because I believe that the damage from Cursed Blade will, in fact, consume that stack of anticipation. So now I've got You Shall Not Pass in my back row. Okay. It's the reason why I want this beaver in the front row, so that he can throw that You Shall Not Pass on the actual barricades. That's useless. Okay, so these guys are now in their final forms. Let's see what you are doing. Each possessing a character each turn. The first time the possessing character reaches 0 stamina, if there are none of their talents or weapons in hand, they gain 1 will and 1 preparation, which is the same. Otherwise, draw a card. Okay, so the difference is that if he does still have talents or weapons in hand, he will just draw a card, which is nice. Okay, I am now at the point. I am now at the point. This spirit in its final form is breathtakingly overpowered. Every time Terrowin does at least 5 vitality damage, 5 red damage, she will draw an additional card. Injuries. What are you doing? So, Grit deals 24 damage, shuffles 3 injury into your draw pile, is going to be hitting Kesselmead. Kesselmead has 39 armor, and it's not the vitality damage yet, so for the moment, we are okay. That does not mean, however, that I'm not going to focus all my shit directly on you. Okay, so Rear Guard. Rear Guard is worth, I would say, probably having. You can, up to maybe 2 instances if you do have a strong front line. What it does is it deals a small amount of damage, but it also, the front rank gains 6 armor for every character in the back rank. I got 3 guys in the back rank, which means everyone in the front rank is now going to get 18 armor. So this is fun. Barrage. Deal 2x4 damage after playing. This shuffles back into your draw pile. So once you see Barrage, you're going to keep seeing Barrage. And like I mentioned before, yeah, crazy. Really, really good. Because every single time, every one of those hits is going to be also going to be layering 3 stacks of cripple. That 3 stacks of cripple through opportunist are worth 6 damage. 6 vitality damage gives me a card. So that card means I get to draw a lot of cards. Yeah, I guess so. Why not? Oh, good. Okay, so weapon damage 20 times 3. So stupid. Okay. So we are through Grit Salt. I'm comfortable in saying this is now done. He'll die to his bleed. So let's start working on his friends. Or, I don't know, co-workers. I have no idea if they are actually friends. So dumb. The usefulness of it's very strong. And again, because once you start seeing Barrage, you will keep seeing Barrage. The amount of card draw that this is affording me is, frankly, should not actually be legal. Like this, at this point, we are staring at something that is, let's face it, a little broken. This is a little broken. It's the reason why I'm not going to complain too much about how the improvise was not spawning into my hand. Whatever was happening there is something, I don't know what the hell it was. Whatever the hell it was, it doesn't matter, because I know this game has got my back. So this is now, this man is dead, and now this man is dead. Well, that went really well. 3 rounds and everyone has double health. It's pretty fucking good, actually. None of these. And for equipment... Oh, hey! I was literally just talking about this. All right, so let's make some immediate changes. I am going to give Redmont... I'm going to give Kesselmead Steadfast, and I'm going to give Redmont Superior Heavy. And I'm going to keep the Survivalist gear in reserve in case I need to slowly nurse someone back up to health. And I'm going to make some changes right away. Hold on just a second. I cannot change Iris's armor. So armor gets to go... armor. Iris gets to go back in the back. That is Kesselmead. This is Redmont. So Kesselmead on the top, Iris in the middle, Terrowin on the bottom, and that is Redmont. Redmont is now wearing superior heavy armor, starts with 38 armor, and will gain 10 armor and 2 winded every round. So Redmont's total amount of stamina is lower, but that's okay, because I'm still going to put... Actually, maybe I should put the will generation on Kesselmead. I'll play around with some things. If I may put the will generation on Kesselmead, because Kesselmead is able to convert 1 will into 9 bleed and 6 damage. Leveling up a character, it is going to be Kesselmead. We've just added him, so they have the lowest amount of experience. Kesselmead is now level 7 and is gaining their 3rd passive. Fingers crossed. Big money. No whammies. And, yeah, actually, yes. Holy shit. Great. Good. Good God. Okay. I have some choices. Unholy is amazing. Unholy immediately converts... Unholy, at the start of the turn, all stacks of bleed on this character are converted into vitality and removed. This effect triggers before the damage of bleed. So if you have Unholy on a character, that character is functionally immune to bleed. And I have a lot of injury cards in my deck that throw a lot of bleed around. So this Unholy would in fact actually end up being... all of those injury cards become health potions for him. Just the same way that they're going to become health potions eventually for Iris when I get to that encounter. The other option that I have is Weapon Belt. Whenever I draw this character's weapon card, spawn a Concealed Blade to hand. Now this character is using 2 weapon cards. I'm going to give another will. This character is currently using 2 weapon cards, which means this character would potentially spawn a one cost, not a free, concealed blade to hand. Two opportunities to do so. Now, why this is important is because this character has bleed. Every time you spawn a concealed blade, sharp gains 1 stack. All concealed blades deal additional damage equal to stacks of sharp. So this would guarantee that I would still get benefit from sharp even after I no longer have any will, and I think that's the direction that I'm going to be going. Okay. I'm not going to be taking chains. I don't think it's necessary. I'll point out what chains are for later on. We'll get to it. We'll always get to it. What are you doing? Let's get rid of the momentum. Whenever a ruin card is drawn, applies 3... Okay, I see. So whenever... Again, if you ever see an icon that you do not recognize, you mouse the fuck over it and you figure out what the hell is going on. So what he's going to be doing is... This seems like I've seen this guy before, and he's kind of like he is kind of like an untagged mini-boss. You note he has he has 272 health, which means that even in normal circumstances, he's got about like 130 some odd, 136 health just as a baseline, which is huge for any basic characters that are not named elites. Let's throw some shit around. Give me 1 second. So I'm going to put card draw on you. I'm going to put will generation, I believe, on you. I'm going to put extra armor on you. That'll do. That'll do. I'm also going to get a shot of Vigor and use that Vigor to throw Interminable so that it is a free cast. And now just these two. Maybe I might end up moving Redmont directly in front of Iris to make sure that he can get the benefit of that also. But that'll come some other time. Let us see. So first of all, so what he's going to try to do is he's going to draw a card, then draws a card, then restores vitality for 5 times the stamina cost of that card that was drawn. Aha! That is it's a dirty trick that he's not going to get to do. I actually probably should have done that first, so he got the damage from the crippled damage when I kicked him. I'm going to hold off on this whirlwind for just a second. I want to point something out very quickly. Again, you see an icon you don't recognize, you mouse over it. What this dude does is every time I draw a ruin card, and there are a lot of ruin cards in my deck, every time I draw a ruin card, he's going to put 3 stacks of Panicked onto a character. Pay attention to this icon whenever you see it. It is 3 red exclamation marks. What it does is every time that character plays a card, it'll tick down by 1. When it hits 0, the first time it hits 0, it will apply 1 stack of Pacified. Pacified means this dude does nothing else this round, nothing else. So he got the 3 stacks of Panicked. This is now going to be his last action this round. He now has Pacified. He cannot play turn, cannot play cards. Full stop. So let's see. That's so dumb. Is legitimately so stupid how powerful that is. So the card was drawn. Did that actually tick that up? It seems to have, yes. Every time you spawn a concealed blade, sharp gains 1 stack, and it's at 5 stacks. Okay, so it definitely did. I'm just gonna get rid of that completely, shall we? And there's really nothing else I can do. Yeah, there's nothing else I can do. Oh, that was turn 1. Never mind. I'm acting like he's about to do something crazy, and what he's about to do is start the game. You? Question mark? Okay, so. Lore Master, excellent card, by the way. Pay attention, rear guard. On him, everybody gets 18 armor. Very, very nice. Very nice. So this is normally This is normally 2 damage, apply 3 bleed, and then it banishes itself. He has 6 stacks of sharp, so that suddenly becomes actually a 15. It becomes well, it's 15 damage because of the 2 stacks of overwhelm and the 1 stack of the vulnerable. So this leaning into this very hard can make especially the first and second streets, and to a lesser degree the third streets, a lot easier because you are able to pump out a large amount of damage very, very quickly. But by the time you get to the Prince, you're just not able to generate. It's the increased stamina cost of literally everything stymies this build and makes it much, much less. I do not recommend going with it, although it is very fun. Just keep in mind, do not do what I have done on more than one occasion and just lean into it completely and just keep on stacking more weasels in there so that you have more and more and more concealed blades to be generated. It's not a good idea. It doesn't end well. I want another quick hands. I don't think I need another quick hands. And I'm at 47. I'm at 47 deck size already. So that gambler might allow me to swap. I don't remember specifically what he does. Let's see what my he lets me do some stuff with talents. So shift has not really been super valuable to me. Interminable and conduit both have. I like all of his things. I would be willing to give up eager strike for a rivalry much later on. False opening is fine. Thou shall not pass is fine. Sulfuric bomb is fine. Diversion is fine. Lore master is fine. Frankly, everything he's got is fine. Let me check one last thing. I apologize. So, almost at level 6. Okay, we're going to take the combat so that we can possibly push Redmont over the top and get her. I'm pretty sure Redmont is her to level 6. Okay, so away we go. I want to point out one thing, because I always point this out, because it's important. These spearmen, right here, these guys will kill your mice. They will put onto themselves an infinitely stacking buff that constantly increases their retaliation for every time they take a hit. I want to point out that I'm going to be extremely cavalier about this with my own mouse, because my own mouse is equipped with a crossbow, and all ranged weapons are immune to retaliation. Terrowin cannot take damage from the Ender Spearman's nasty bullshit. I am, however, very irritated that this is a bad starting hand. Let's see if we can do actually better. Let's see if we can do better. A little better? Much better. All right. Okay, you know what? I'll fucking take it. So first thing we're gonna be doing. These guys, their round 1 attack is only defense damage. It will only be dealing damage to armor, and also you can turn it off completely by making sure that they are not next to anyone. You notice that now, top and bottom, they are now doing nothing this round. There's no sense. I don't need to draw the corruptions. I don't need to spin. Actually, you know what? Let's do that. Yeah. Okay. Especially. Just get it out of the way and get this up to 6 stacks of lifespan. That's fine. And as for you, I can... Look at that. Okay, good enough. So we are going to start... How about with you? That's fine. That's fine. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to cycle some cards out of our hand. I've just gotten a shot of Vigor, so this will be a... Here's what's going to happen. This is going to be fun. So this is stupid card tricks. I have a shot of Vigor. The next time this character loses stamina, it is refunded and Vigor is removed. Digging Deep costs 3, but refunds 2. I'm going to play this card. It's not going to cost me anything, and I'm going to gain 2 stamina. Watch this go up to 7. I'm going to get rid of you, and you, and you. So that has now been a net gain in terms of usable stamina. Also, speaking of net gains, this is not speaking nothing of net gains. I'm just going to murder these people. Let's actually get your shit out of me. hand so that I have room to draw more cards. Okay. Let's see. Okay. We'll start working on you then. Damn it. Made a mistake there. So, excuse me. Pushing that will button, I'm sorry, a bit too loud. Pushing that will button will, it'll spawn 3 of his concealed blades, his shivs, into his hand. If he doesn't have room, one of those, it won't go into the discard, it just won't spawn. So you'll be spending 1 will for 2 or 1 or no concealed blades. Be cognizant of how much, around about how much space you have left in your deck. In your hand, I mean. Can I just fucking kill this guy? I can just fucking kill this guy. Jesus Christ, Terrowin. If you existed, I would kiss you. That's a very, very strong first round. This is still round 1. This is still round 1. This is still round 1, and all these guys have double health. I'm in a very good place, is what I am saying. I'm doing good. Actually, no, I'm doing very chaotic good at best. At best, what I am is chaotic good. But more likely, I am chaotic neutral or true neutral. All right, shall not pass. Okay, there's no. I'm not going to be. There's no sense in being fancy about this. This man has no chance. I'm just going to wreck him. There we go. Don't need another calculating strike. I'd like another quick hands, but I don't need it. I have plenty of ways of getting card draw into my hand. Oh, hey, look at you. It's possible that there might be something more interesting than a Drunken Guards underneath this Drunken Guards. I still have not seen Kilderkin or Powder Smugglers. I don't think I'm going to see Powder Smugglers. It's too late in the game for it. But I might still see Kilderkin. Shards of Glass, I am definitely taking because it is another spirit. As you stand over the glass, you notice the absence of your reflection. Instead, the glass only reflects the moonlight and the black of night behind it. You lift up the largest shard. A ribbon of pale, ashen smoke slowly travels across its surface. Behind it, a darker space through the glass is revealed to you. Something emerges from the deep. A dark, slithering form twists in the black void. Its thin, clawed limbs guide it through the mist. A pair of large, disc-like eyes cut through the fog. Its black tongue slicks and lashes across its quivering maw. Is it a snake? It might be a snake. I feel it, the creature snarls. The rage, the burning. It glides closer to you. We who seek vengeance are drawn together. It grins, bearing a wide array of dagger-like ivory teeth. Bind me with your blood. We're going to go ahead and bind the spirit to Iris. Iris will lose 10 max vitality. That is not too scary because her max vitality is 166, and we will acquire, whenever you play a talent, attack a random opponent for 8 damage, and whenever the possessed character attacks an opponent using a talent, deal the same damage to them, then lose 4 lifetime. This spirit is crazy powerful and also will destroy itself very, very fast. Like it's, I'm not going to have spare room to put him out into a rank because, at least not until I hit the warden, because those spaces are going to be automatically filled with barricades. However, well, you'll see. We'll make good use of it. We just won't always have him out. You use the edge of the glass to draw blood from your palm. The spirit swims and swirls in the mist before the glass cracks violently. Fractures sprawl out from the contact with your palm. The spirit's talons break through its surface, clawing and scraping at the silvered surface. The shard breaks in 2. Tendrils of black smoke rise out from the rift, slowly taking shape in front of you. The creature writhes and twists before wrapping itself around your torso. You feel its wrath, its fury, its pain. It burns at the nape of your neck. Make haste, it growls from behind you. We're gonna go fuck some guys up. Here we go. So, okay. I'm ready for more Grim. Okay. Do I want to do the Army Reserve first? I have, you know what? Never mind. There's plenty of this. Army reserves is going to be around for 2 more. Let's grab Morgrim now, because if we're gonna have an acid test, we may as well have it now. The wolf. So Morgrim is Iris's racial boss. Morgrim is a serious fucking fight, and I say this a lot, and then I end up doing pretty okay. I am not guaranteed to win this game, and this is one of the points where I can potentially just die. The wolf strides towards you until he stands only a few feet away. Towering over you, you note the last remnants of Ender insignia embossed in his rusting armor. I confess, I never thought you a defector, he barks. He notes the rage burning in your eyes. Such hatred you have for me, sister, he continues. Do you forget? The city is not sacked alone. He begins to circle you slowly, axe held low to the floor. It was my house's sigil you flew under that night. You flew under that night? It was my house's sigil you flew under that night. By what right would you light a torch and then flee from its fire? His lip, I'm not doing a great job with him this time. I'm sorry. I can do his voice better, I'm sure, but he's a big guy, and I'm not that big of a guy. I'm not that big. His lip curls in a brief snarl. Yet now you would try the same against those who bore the weight of your consequence. Once past is not a costume. Let me try that again. Yet now you would try the same against those who bore the weight of your consequence. Once past is not a costume one wears. A conscience is not as easily cleared as one apparently trades cloaks. It's burn. It's a burn. It's a solid burn right there. He stops gripping his axe wide across his immense chest as he fixes you with a penetrating stare. You claim to burn with guilt. How do you know that? Yet would once more commit the same sin. He shakes his head. You shall not bring ruin twice upon a great house, sister. A black dawn shall be visited upon this city. We're going to fuck this guy up. So, a couple things real quick. I'm going to go over what is happening in this fight. I'm going to, first, we are going to, 1 second. We're going to keep diversion in our hands so that the lore master does not banish, and we have an opportunity potentially to cast it more than once. Let's take a look at who is in this fight. Morgrim himself we'll deal with in a second. These two halberdiers are dangerous because they hit multiples. These guys both, you notice their first attack, they're going to be hitting front and back ranks. They always hit, not always, they often hit multiples. Either they'll sweep a full lane, or they'll sweep a full rank, or they'll hit a full row. Whatever they're doing, they'll do it. Right. So they are dangerous. They are also very high damage. 20 is a lot. In the back row, the Ender Knight himself is not. The Ender Knight is not the most terrifying. His biggest issue is that he's very tanky, and we cannot put bleeds on him until his armor is less than 60. Ender Clippers, you recognize. We've dealt with them before. Morgrim himself. This guy fucking sucks. So first of all, I'm going to need to be very careful about getting any bleed on him. He has Unholy, and any bleed I put on him will be converted into Vitality. It's just a straight heal for him. It'll be converted into Vitality before it does any damage, so I need to be real careful about that. Second, 10 times 6. 10 damage for each position not occupied by a spirit. So what I need to do is spread some spirits around. But there's one other thing I need to be super fucking careful about, and that is this. Damage you deal to this character is reduced to 0 while total lifetime, that is, the lifespan of all spirits out in the world, is 10 or more. Damage dealt to this character at any time by spirits is halved. Halved. Also, he cannot be moved at all. We cannot delay him by shifting him around. We just need to fucking kill him. And we need to kill him a lot. Normally what I would like to be able to do is have this armor gen in the front rank, so that he hits it a bunch of times, and then my back rank gets a whole bunch of armor. We're not going to be able to do that right now. I'm not super scared about my center row. I'm not because Iris has got 14 armor, so she's only going to be taking 6 from the halberdier. But she's got 156 health, so she's okay. Redmont, on the other hand, is about to take 40 damage from Morgrim and another 20 from this guy. There's no bueno. It's not great. But, and I know something they don't know. I'm just getting rid of all of my, all of my ruins in my deck right now. Fuck it, do it.
should have kept it around for this conduit, although had I done this, had I thrown the conduit, it could potentially... Let me gather my thoughts for a second. Iris has a lot of abilities that can increase the lifespan of her spirits, and you need to be very cognizant of all of them and keep track of them, because if the total lifespan of all spirits out on the board increases greater than 10, is it 10 or greater? 10 or more, yeah. At 10, if it is more than 9 is the total amount of spirit lifetime I can have before he just stops taking damage. He is crazy fucking dangerous. So let's do everything we can to wreck this man's entire shit while we have that opportunity. You Shall Not Pass is delightful to see right now. That's great. That is fucking great. So, 63 armor on him. I'm no longer scared. We're fine. We're doing okay. I am not going to be throwing any of his... I'm not going to be throwing any of his bleeds onto Morgrim, but I am going to start stacking that onto the Halberdiers, who are, by the way, also very, very dangerous. Good. This is excellent. Okay. So, rear guard, that's even more armor for my front rank. Doesn't help my back rank, but it is more armor for my front rank. And Kesselmead is constantly gaining... Kesselmead is gaining 8 armor per round. So she is... I need to double check this. Ooh, that's quite cool. So, just to explain what has happened. Absolution transforms all my ruins, all ruin cards in draw and discard piles into random skills. I've said this like 30 times so far. One of those injuries turned into a salve. So this card reduces its healing value by 2 every time it is played. So it's 10 vitality, then 8, then 6. You understand how math works. However, I can use this with impunity because it's just, it's just going to go away at the end of this combat anyway. Just, throwing that out there. I wish that I had... Okay, good. Let's get rid of the withdraw. He's got a shot of vigor, so I'll use this off of him. And let's get rid of the withdraw completely. Only 3 stacks of bleed is not the end of the world. So he will gain 3 health back. We are in excellent shape. If I can get Morgrim dead on round 1, I will be very... It's not going to happen. It's absolutely not going to happen. So here's what Nope. Yes, I can. Okay, so we're going to be putting a stack of Anticipation onto Kesselmead. Kesselmead now will be ignoring that first hit going in. Redmont has more than enough armor to withstand all incoming damage. Iris is going to take it a very, very tiny amount in a bit of her pants. Just the tiniest bit of pants she is going to be taking. But other than that, she should be okay. Because she's got a lot of health. She's got a lot of health. So, him having this armor guy is now in his final form. Ooh. Ah, yes, that's the other thing this fucker does. He's going to throw a new absence into my draw pile every round. No, excuse me, not into my draw pile, directly into my hand. Which is fine, because I can just constantly... the first thing I do is discard 1 card. So I can deal with that, but it is a pain in the dick. So, final form of the armor guy when he's possessing a character. Anytime the possessed character takes damage, split half of the damage randomly as armor gains between all allies on their rank. You notice my barricades are now up to lots and lots of armor. So that's quite nice. I am okay with all of that. I'm still going to focus on Morgrim. Okay, that's pretty good. Good. And let's get a barrage. Absolutely. So, first of all, thank you very much for coming along. I really, really appreciate it. And you. You know where my YouTube channel is. This will be up on that channel sometime tomorrow, because it takes forever for these things to upload. And I usually play on Saturday afternoons, starting at around about 11 to 12 Eastern Standard Time. Thank you very much for coming along, and I truly appreciate you. don't really need the kick. It's not worth it casting this Interminable just yet. It is not worth it casting the Interminable just yet. Neither is it worth it to... Well, I can... It might not be too bad to switch these two guys' position. I'm not delaying shit, because the only person that I'd be able to pull into the back row... I can't pull Morgrim. I can pull a Halberdier, and I don't want to pull a fucking Halberdier into the back row and allow him to go again. Awesome. Yeah, I know. The bleed, I literally just said, but he's going to die before that happens. We're just going to kill him right now. Good. So, done. This is now a much easier fight. And it's still a very difficult fight, because these fucking halberdiers are serious business. The clippers are much less so, because I do have... Terrowin now has ranged. Ranged is immune to... Range is immune to retaliation. I am, however, going to start work on the halberdiers. That's so fucking broken. It is so dumb how fucking broken that is. That is crazy. Oh, let's actually, now that I have the ability of doing so, let's go ahead and get the rest of my fuckers out, shall I? Nice. And let's increase their lifespan. Why not? I'm going to get rid of this salve. I do not need it. Okay. Concealed Blade I can't cast because he's out of stamina. Good. Reload, move this character's primary weapon card from anywhere to the top of my draw pile, which means the next time I deal damage greater than 5 vitality, I'm going to get that back into my fucking hand. Thank you very much. Fucking lol. And let's make sure that Barrage is the next thing that comes up, shall we? Welcome back, Barrage. Let's start work on one of these clippers. Because this guy is just going to die from his bleed next round. We are set. It's so shitty. This guy is potentially very, very powerful when he is possessing a character. He will duplicate the damage of any talent, but unfortunately, that includes Concealed Blades. So, like, it's possible, and in fact very likely, to just accidentally completely waste all of that, all of his shit. It can be colossally powerful, or he can be just sort of like, no, not really do too much. Either way, it's not the end of the world. But it is, it's something to pay attention to. So, do you have... Miasma is out, but he does not have... So let's move you over here so that you don't start throwing poisons around, because go fuck yourself. And I don't need this shift. I will be happy for this. It would be nice if Terrowin had gotten... If Terrowin had gotten that Bloodthirsty, it would have been fucking great. But, it is what it is. Okay, so... Fucking broken. Fucking broken, look at this. My deck is just going to remain... My hand is going to remain full. Forever. Let's make some room. Alright, look at that. Barrage is back again. The reason why Barrage keeps coming back into my hand, again, after playing it, this shuffles back into your draw pile. So once you see this card, you're going to keep seeing it. And if you have a setup that has a ton of card draw, and by the way, you should endeavor to have a setup that does a ton of card draw, you will find that the Barrage just keeps coming back into your hand over and over and over again. Like, you've noticed, like, this is now the third time I have cast this card this round alone. And I'm reasonably certain I probably can get it into my hand one more time at least. Maybe. I don't need to do this. He's already going to die from his bleed. We are all set. This is going to give him more stacks of vulnerable because he has not battlefield authority, magnificent plate. He cannot bleed until his armor is less than 60. We're now going to do conduit. Everybody gets a little bit more lifespan and redraw. Okay, give me 1 second. I cannot cast Lore Master a third time, but I've already got it twice. You notice, by the way, the amount of just the sheer volume of stamina going around from this card. I'm in high spirits. I'm very confident that we will be able to clear Prince. I am confident that we will be able to clear Prince. He said directly, jinxing himself. Let's get some shit out of the way. So first of all, discard you. We can 16 stamina. 16 stamina. Because this drew. I don't know, man. 16 stamina. It's nuts. Lore Master is very strong. Lore Master by itself is very strong. Lore Master plus Diversion is ridiculous. Or any other ability that would allow you to draw your to replenish banished cards. Okay, so we're going to do off of him because he's dual wielding, which will give the second stack of Overwhelm, so that this will do just slightly more damage. It's not Caster's crossbow anymore. It's mine. It's ridiculous. Getting this to this state is not. It's not simple. And in fact, with the specific array of mods that I have chosen, because a single party death, any character death ends the game, and everything has twice as much health. It means that the early game is very, very, very rough. But not taking a second to Kimbo, don't need it. But, Soldier's Heirloom, maybe for Terrowin for later. Maybe. Possibly also Survivalist gear. But I've already got a Survivalist gear. So we'll just keep this in reserve for right now. Redmont has reached level 6. I want to just double check Iris the Fox. I know that it is Beatriks Terrowin, Merwin Redmont. Okay, so it is a she, and Winifred Kesselmead. Every single one of my party is ladies. Cool. All right, so more will. I don't really think I need a second You Shall Not Pass. Nefarious would be nice, but I am not hurting for card draw. The 5 bleed is fine. It's fine. But like I'm not leading very heavily into a bleed build. The dash would be interesting to have around, to just have that flexibility. I think I'm going to take the You Shall Not Pass just because it banishes out of his hand. It's a huge chunk of armor and then it goes away. And I should still have at least one opportunity to swap out potentially, if I see the exotic merchant. Morgrim. The wolf looks. Let's see if I can remember what voice I was using for him. The wolf looks up at you from the ground, slumped on the corpses of his brethren, as he draws his last breaths. Vengeance will not buy you your salvation, sister, he chokes, blood sputtering from his jaw. We unleashed a storm upon the world. The winds have scarcely started changing. Remorse weighs heavily on his eyes as he utters his final words. Who knows what the final toll shall be? Oh, look at you waxing philosophic, you big fucker. His cloak possesses a great power, one of the spirits remarks. It seeks a new host. We're going to go ahead and trade Iris's armor for Unholy. Now, just to point something out, Iris's armor is nothing special. She is much like all of the other DLC heroes. Iris's equipment is nailed to her back. Hers is not great. It's basic. It is basic bitch medium armor, which means she starts each round with 14 armor, but it's still starting her with some armor. This will be trading that out completely in exchange for Unholy. So now she has Unholy. All bleed will be converted into okay. Yes. I'm going to do Armory Reserves, and I'm going to do the Elite Combat from the Armory Reserves, and then I'm going to go to the Raven Tree. Totally lost track of whatever the fuck I was talking about. You approach the reserves, finding untidy stacks of weapon crates on the left and some chests of armor on the right. As you begin to inspect them, you hear the heavy footsteps of some guards returning from a patrol. You'll only have time to look at one set before they return. No, we're going to look at everything. We're just going to look at everything. We don't even need everything. We're going to look at it anyway. We do not need Agile. We do not need Survival's gear. We do not need Adventurer's gear. We do not need them. Nope, we don't. The Fenrir's Rapier is better because it increases in damage every time we draw it. And Falchion is going to remain in the first hand, so we're just going to move forward. We looked at all the stuff for nothing because we wanted to meet you guys. We wanted to see you. We were really, really pleased. Look at this big fat fatty and his buddies, the fucking halberdiers. So let's see what you're doing. So top and mid, and you are going to be... Yeah, okay. This one is going to try to push this barricade to a different position. So let's begin with some card draw right away. And let's also get some armor gen on you. Question mark? Okay. Do I have any way of getting figure into my hand? Nope, I don't. Okay. So, one thing to understand about this big fat fatty right here, this is a bear underneath that helmet. When we get to the prince, assuming, of course, that we get to the prince, when we get to the prince, Obelisk's moveset is based off of this guy. What he's going to do is he's going to do a lot of swapping people around. He's going to hit this barricade, and then he's going to swap that barricade to a random position. Because all of my positions are filled, this could very potentially bring someone from the back row into the front row. So, got to be careful about that. Also, it's possible that he could just swap these two positions right here. It's not likely. And then deals 10 damage. Okay, so let's see what we can do. This is going to this card, Sulfuric Bomb. So very interesting. It's a delayed reaction. You see this? This will break apart at the beginning of their next round. Yeah, at the beginning of this guy's next turn, this will break into 10 poison each. So it's a delayed response. It's not going to actually deal the 10 damage on their next round. The one after it will. Anyway. So let's shuffle some shit around, shall we? Let's don't need you, and I'm gonna get rid of you too. Wow, not a whole lot. Okay. Okay. Kesselmead. So we've got 20 damage coming in on Kesselmead. Kesselmead can withstand that. Redmond can withstand it, no problem. This Ender Halberdier will be destroying this barricade and also hitting Iris for 20. So nothing I can do about that right now. Basically, I just need to be able to bust through somebody's armor. Hey, what are you doing? Okay. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put that injury on... Hey, that's right. I forgot he had fucking Born Leader. Nice. So I'm going to put this this injury onto Iris. We're going to do something. Health on you. Let's get Will on you. And let's also... Okay, so this 20 bleed will convert directly into health at the beginning of her next round. So she's going to take 20 damage, and then she's going to get 20 damage right back. Let's also do what we can to try to prevent that from happening. There we are. Okay, so... Brace, she will now ignore that hit. Fine, she's doing great. I'm gonna get rid of this shift. I don't really need it right now. And this special barrier I don't really need right now. And Even more armor in the front row, and also even more armor on the front row. Okay. And also we're going to discard what is left of my hand, draw 3 new cards. Turn everything in my draw pile from a ruin into not a ruin, which isn't necessary right now. And I'm going to probably want to get rid of Absolution later on, because those bleeds are actually worth direct health for Iris, but at the same time, I mean, I am turning them into new and interesting cards that I do not otherwise have. So there's that. Okay. Good round 1. Not perfect, but pretty good. Right. Get rid of the strike. Because everyone is sitting on top of a spirit, which means everyone is doing 10 damage from these shadow stabs. So I can stand to get rid of those strikes completely, but the shadow stabs now are going to be pretty valuable to us. Let's just kill off this fucker, because he just doesn't need to be. I'm going to start on this other halberdier as well. What did this fucker even do? He hit some... I guess maybe the barricades, maybe they shuffled positions. I was not paying attention. That's my bad. So, speaking of not paying attention, we're going to boot you to the rear, and we're also going to quarterstaff you to the rear, so we don't have to pay attention to you at all this round. And also, let's just fucking wreck your shit. This is so dumb. Oh my god, it's so good. More armor on the front row. A little bit more card draw. And let's just murder some people. Actually, I meant to hit the halberdier. I misclicked. Only 2. I get this wrong every damn time. Alright. I don't need the Cursed Blade, frankly. I like the idea. I mean, like, I like that it is in my deck, and I very much love the spirit that I get for it. But the card itself is not really super exciting. This... Why didn't that work? Why didn't that give you... Did it... Let me try something. So, I'm going to hit this guy 3 times. It's not going to deal any damage because this guy has Juggernaut, which means it will ignore all damage equal to 5 or less. Will this only apply the 3 stacks of Crippled if it does damage? Yes, it will only apply the 3 stacks of Crippled if it does damage. Good to know. Oh, I didn't need to do that. He's going to die from his bleed. Oh, I should have kept it because he got that Lore Master bump. Okay. And again, I literally just said he's going to die from his bleed. I do not need to actually... Don't actually need to hit him with anything. You shall not pass. Because diversion, so it keeps on not being... The you shall not pass keeps on not being banished, which means that now my barricades are up to 151 fucking armor, and Redmont is at 194. That is crazy. Pincher. So let's get that to the top. Let's get you out of my hair. Oh, that's right. That doesn't fucking work, dumbass. Sorry about that. All right. Come to the front. And, yeah, why not? Just keep on... 11 stacks of restoration. So what happened was one of the ruins transformed into something called Well Rested. Remove all stacks of Winded. For every stack removed, gain 3 restoration. I've got a lot of extra will throwing around from my various spirits. So it costs a will, and he gains 2 stacks of wind at every round. So he just keeps on converting that into health, and now he's... I won't say he's functionally immortal, but I literally don't... I just said... I don't listen. I don't learn. Well, there's not a damn thing I can do about this. Okay, so reload, big hit, and we're done already. Don't need another rear guard, I don't think, and I really don't need a sharpened steel, so let's just keep moving. I'm doing fine on damage. I am doing very fine on damage. Okay, thank God. So Raven Tree and then the Exotic Merchant. Raven Tree and then the Exotic Merchant. Oh, I forgot I was reading these things. As you lean in closer, a thunderous primordial howl erupts from the tree. You stagger backwards as you realize you're no longer on the city street. You stand alone with the tree, enveloped in a deep abyss. The deafening chorus resonates through your entire being, penetrating the depths of your memory. Ash falls around you. The reverberating, bellowing tone remains unintelligible to your ear, yet words begin to take shape in your mind. It has been rekindled. The ancient tongue speaks. Ancient. Let me try that again. It has been rekindled. That's awful. The ancient tongue speaks. The flame. That's just, I mean, like, I have 2 voices. I have creaky old man and I have gravelly old man. I'm sorry. I'm not a voiceover actor. Let me try that again. It has been rekindled. The ancient tongue speaks. The flame that was stifled burns once again. A chilling wind brushes past you, through you, towards the tree. The flames upon it flash fiercely, as if drawing a breath. Events are in motion, it continues. A sin was made against creation. A sin that has awakened energies from an ancient slumber. The tree burns brighter once again, its quill-like leaves gleaming in the orange blaze. A cloud of smoke arises out of the tree, soon taking the form of a great beast, its eyes blazing like the tree behind it, channeling the voice from above. It continues. You must atone for that sin if you are to have my allegiance. Face the demons of your past, enter combat, acquire spirit. Okay. Fucking yeah, actually. Fucking yeah. Alright, so this is a rough goddamn fight. This is a rough fight because these guys fucking suck, frankly. These guys will attack directly. They're not doing vitality damage. They are doing regular damage. Okay. They're not doing vitality damage. They are doing regular damage. But what they're going to do is they will choose a target and then it'll count basically the same as them being ranged. I cannot block this with barricades. But what I can do is just fuck these grizzled gentlemen up. That's my plan. These grizzled gentlemen fucking. If this character dies from a damage that wasn't dealt by an attack, a torment will be permanently added to your deck. The reason why this works is, okay, so for deals 15 damage to a random character, plus 1 for every 5 vitality loss, so they become much more dangerous as they get weaker. Then this Wraith takes 10 damage, okay? So if this Wraith kills itself, it will permanently stick a really, really shitty ruin into my deck. So I need to be super, super deluxe careful about how I am damaging these fuckers. Oh, you idiot! I completely forgot to put down my fucking spirits. Well done. Well done, XV. Good. Great jorb. Great jorb. Let's put will generation on you. And I think that's fine for right now. Okay. All right. Front row is now pacified. There's not a damn else thing that he can do this round. However, now Terrowin is all powered up and ready to go. didn't add nothing to my deck, did you? You did not. We're good, we're good, we're good. We are good. Okay, so first of all, let's only deal with one of you at a time, shall we? And let's also throw a whole bunch of armor on the front row. I am... Ooh! Okay, I'm completely out of... I'm out of stamina. Never fucking mind. I was trying to trigger Born Leader, but I don't actually have enough stamina. So, we're just going to sit back. Castlemead is going to take 22 damage directly into the face, and that bothers me, but we will be able to recover from it. Ah, you fucker. What are you doing? Okay. 16 damage? 16 damage? 16 damage. Alright, well, let's focus on the front. We're going to focus on the front. Okay, that's 2 down. You hitting. You hitting you. 2 stacks of anticipation. You ain't doing shit. Don't need the curse blade. And also, you don't really need to be doing anything this round. You can just fucking chill. Okay. Don't need this, the shift. This is nice. And that actually should probably kill him. Yep, there we go. Easy fucking peasy. We're taking the pink powder, even though we don't normally need more than 1 pink powders. We're taking it because of Terrowin's... We're taking it because of Beatriks Terrowin's opportunist carrying us through this game. Good, the spirit remarks, but there is still much yet. Let me try that again. But there is much yet still to be done. The tree vanishes, the spirit along with it. You will return to the street, but feel the presence of the spirit still within you. The voice echoes in your mind. Now we shall have vengeance. Okay. I'm going to try to come up with some different voices to use for these guys. Okay. Shit. I'm going to tell you a thing, what I'm looking at right now. So this is the situation when I keep on saying things like, I will take this particular thing because the thing underneath this particular thing might be better. This is better. This is better. This is now the choices that I make when I pick the encounters that I pick are trying to prevent me from having to make too many difficult choices. This is a very difficult choice. Exotic Merchant is going to give me access to a card that cannot be an effect that cannot be received any other way. That is, the card is called Rivalry. I would be putting it most likely on Terrowin, and it would be taking the place of Eager Strike, which is not as strong as the Barrage or the Whirlwind currently. That being said, however, is that what I can also do is take Intelligence. Intelligence is worth a full level for all of my guys. That is, Iris. So Iris, Terrowin, and Redmont would all get their third passive. They would all get their third passive, and I cannot guarantee that I would get there otherwise, because experience can be very hard to come by sometimes. It is actually an extra level for absolutely everyone. But I would be passing up additional damage in exchange for... I'm going to take the intelligence. I'm going to take the intelligence. And I'm probably going to end up regretting it, but I will take the intelligence. Fingers crossed. Don't fucking let me down. Don't fucking let me down. You let me down. You didn't let me down. Energetic is fine. That's all right. I'll take the energetic. And I'll also give 1 more will, because now you have 1 will for each of your potential spirits. All right, Terrowin, you can do no wrong. And you are continuing to do no goddamn wrong. Holy shit, I love you. All right, so Steadfast is excellent. At the start of the turn, this character gains 8 armor. Steadfast means this character does not need to actually upgrade her armor. She could just stay with what she has. However, Hurricane, whenever this character breaks an opponent's armor, all enemies gain 3 vulnerable. And I believe that 3 vulnerable will be an extra 6 hits of damage from her opportunist. I don't know which of these 2 I want to take. Either of these would be phenomenal. Steadfast would alleviate a lot of issues that I might otherwise have with survivability, whereas Hurricane is a great way of spreading vulnerability around, and also its damage. I'm gonna come back to that. I'm gonna come back to that. Okay, absolute unit. All right. Okay, I'll take that absolute unit probably, or cutthroat. Absolute unit, because it's a unique effect. Whenever this character is healed in combat, their vitality is also healed to maximum. So if this character takes a straight heal, what they will receive is they'll get back to full health. Please note that this is a direct heal, not a passive heal like Restoration. Restoration will not trigger absolute unit, I have noticed. But still, I have other effects that can potentially throw some heals around. And Kesselmead is now max rank. Do I really want to take a second Lore Master? I think I do want to take a second Lore Master and another will to make sure that I can use it. Now, back to you. I could take the safe way and go Steadfast, which is just, it's a small amount of armor every round. Or I could go the fun way, which is what I'm going to do, and pick up the Hurricane. I'm going to pick up that Hurricane. We'll see how this goes. I have made my bed. I'm prepared to lie in it. All right, let's get some shit moved around. So this is the new one that I've gotten. At the end of your turn, deals 15 damage to the rank with the most opponents if it is untethered. When it is possessing a character, at the end of your turn, deal 12 damage to the last target the possessed character attacked, plus 5 damage for each time they played a card that dealt damage this turn. This is a great card to put onto a Weasel, but I believe, you know what, I'm just going to put it on a Weasel. Why not? And I will put the Will Generation onto Iris, Card Generation onto Terrowin, and Armor onto Redmont. And let's give everyone a lot more lifespan. Throw some armor around, and let's begin. So, most dangerous are these Halberdiers. Let's start with them. Okay. All right. Okay, so here we go. Start with you in the back row. That huge, suddenly everyone taking 6 points of damage, that's because Terrowin fucking blew through this cunt's, this fucker's, is that better? I don't know, whatever. This jerk's armor, thus spreading 3 stacks of vulnerable on everybody, and now we're going to blow through his armor, and that's going to hit everybody again, and also be just a huge amount of card draw. We're just going to drown in cards, is the way that it is going. This is what's happening. We're just going to drown in cards. I want to try something out while I have a moment. So, let's get rid of the rapier, and let's see. So if I do, will you gain a will from this guy? You absolutely will. Okay, holy shit. So as long as he runs out of, even though he's not actually being possessed by this spirit, the spirit is actually giving him the effect. That's the reason why I've had so much extra will. Iris is potentially a little overpowered. And by a little, I mean kind of a lot, really. She's as soon as you have a decent hang of how her kit works. Look at this. I just filled my entire hand with one card. And not even that impactful of a card. Look at this. That's nuts. That's nuts. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's a lot. Let's do some shit. Okay. You're gonna die from your bleed, so let's work on you. Let's get another lore master, shall we? Okay. I'm feeling pretty mighty. This could very easily all fall apart. Very easily, this could all fall apart. But at least for the moment, for right now, I'm feeling pretty fucking mighty. All right. Where are we done? We're done. We're done. That's all we can do. All right. So. Oh, that was very necessary. Well done. Well done. I needed to do that. Good job. Sometimes I am a frustrating dumbass. I apologize for the times when I am a frustrating dumbass. I want to point out, by the way, 16 stamina. This is going to be, it is going to be exciting when I get to the prince. Okay, so I want to. I've just cast a whole bunch of damaging cards off of my weasel. What is your name? Kesselmead. Off of Kesselmead. Kesselmead is standing on, I guess, a boar of some kind. Which again, it deals 12 damage plus 5 for every damaging card that he played, which equals into 87 damage. It is a very, very good spirit to put onto a weasel because weasels, they have that they can spawn 3 damaging cards to throw around. Don't need any of this. And I don't need any of this. Okay, I will be right back in just 1 second. I need to grab something to eat. I am very hungry. I'm gonna grab a snack. Stub my toe. Snack got. All right, here we go. Thank you for your patience. Away we go. Okay, so a couple things to point out. Remember, if you ever see an icon you don't recognize, mouse over it. I will not be able to hit these halberdiers as long as there is a guardian in front of them, which, frankly, is, I mean, I've had a quarterstaff this whole game, so. Let's throw some feller around. I should make sure I always have the will gen out. Just in case. I should always make sure that I have that out. Alright, so... Good! Alright. Nice. So... First things first. Pardon me, speaking, I'm talking to while I'm eating. Okay. Ah, fuck it. There we are. That'll do. The reason why I've started to move on to someone else is because Kesselmead has thrown a lot of damaging cards into this guy. He's going to die from the spirit that is on Kesselmead right now. So I don't actually need to touch this man again. Let's see. This is still turn 1. Oh, I didn't need to do that. I literally just said I didn't need to do that. That's fine. I'm going to, because it'll attack the last person that Kesselmead attacked. So that's what we're going to do. I'm just going to make sure that, that there's someone around. Hey, buddy, come on up. I wonder if I knock this guy down. Hey, buddy. Little buddy. Yes, good boy. Good boy. Yes, I know. I know. I'm eating a snack and it's exciting. But it's my snack. You may not have. No, I know. The world isn't fair. I'm fully aware of that. Oh, my sweet good boy. Okay. There's a lot you can do to make sure... There's a lot of effects that you can use to make sure that you get just the right card into your hand. And I have been very, very lucky that I just keep finding those cards and those effects. It's quite nice. I like it. This has been a very good run. I don't know how many cards Kesselmead has thrown this round. But I kind of feel like stopping. I want to stop cold right now and see, because he's only got vulnerable on him. How much damage are you about to do to him, Kesselmead? Let's make sure. Whoops. Did you hit this guy last? I hope you hit this guy last. Let's find out. Yep, 62. It's not as much as I thought it was going to be. I was hoping it would clear the 100 he had left, but that's fine, because this will. All right, we're done. Don't need. Moving on. Okay. You know what? I'm going to go with the combat and then the Smithy's Apprentice if nothing better shows up. Because I think I can afford to get rid of the Absolution, frankly. Okay. Okay, so let's start spreading some spirit. I've got spirit. Yes, we do. We've got spirit. I'm done. I promise that will never happen again. I promise. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. Is there any way that I can get a... Nope, there is not. Okay, I was seeing if there's any way that I can get a Vigor on Iris. And there isn't. So let's get rid of you, and you. Okay. Okay. Oh, right. Ender armed crossbowmen need to die. They need to die quickly because they will punish me for card draw. Which, by the way, I have a stunning amount of card draw, and a lot of the card draw that I have is passive. So I need to kill these guys very quickly, and I should have been paying attention to that from the beginning. But I've been sort of. I mean, I've been feeling strong this game, so I may have been being a little bit lax on paying attention to the things I need to be paying attention to. So. Nothing more master, absolutely. Don't mind if I do. It's going to do nothing. That's fine. Basically, what I'm doing with this is I just want to. I want to utilize the will generation. I want to get more will into his hand, and that'll do it right here. Look at you, extra will. You know what? I could just fucking kill you, can't I? There we go. Now, what I want to do is wreck this motherfucker. I want him just dead. I think I can I just dead you? Can I just get you dead? I think that I can. Yes. Good. So, among the things that are happening here, because I have multiple copies, I have this. Kesselmead has multiple copies of Lore Master. Lore Master, every time any character draws a talent card, that wielder gains +1 stamina. I have multiple iterations of this, so there is a huge amount of stamina that is generating every time I pull a talent out of my deck, and I have a stupid amount of card draw. So I'm just constantly I am constantly drawing cards, and I'm also constantly putting on additional watch this. See, I'm back up to 9 already. More cards in hand. Every time any of these guys draws one of their cards, they just gain a little bit more of their stamina back. This is turn 1. I am feeling very strong. I am very, very confident about our ability to take on Prince. Due to Lore Master, he is now back up to 4 stamina. He's now back up to 6. I think that we might actually be able to do some very, very stupidly dirty things. They haven't gone yet. Good God. I'd be embarrassed. Okay, let's just dump the whole card. There we are. Nice, nice. For the record, there are a bunch of things that I can potentially do to that I could have done right there to, keep more cards being drawn, but I didn't really see the need to use that refresh just yet. So who are you? Well, it's one or the other. So in that case, nope, that's not going to work because of the Juggernaut. You dumbass. I don't know why I literally never remember this. All right, we should be set? Question mark. We're done. We're done. Okay, so this is now my second round. There's that distraction, and we're going to be using it to put 18 armor onto Iris, and we are also going to be just... Like, this is the end. They're just done. They're just done. Get that whirlwind back in the hand. There we are. I'll take a reserves. More card draw. Fatalism, not going to take. Brawlers, not going to take. I'm going to take the Smithy's Apprentice, and I think that what I am going to do... What skill? I think, actually, I take it back. I am going to keep the Absolution, because it does seem to be giving me some... I'm getting benefit from it. I'm getting cards that I otherwise would never have used. So let's get rid of the Withdraw. It's the one thing I literally have not cast in actual hours of gameplay. Don't need the High Spirits. Will take the Combat. I don't think I'm going to be able to hit level 8 on all of my guys before I hit the Prince, but I'm gonna try. These fuckers, look at you, Ender Drum Guards, these fat fatties. So, again, these are the characters, these are the archetypes that Obelisk seems to be based off of. They are going to do a lot of shuffling. A lot of shuffling. Excuse me. Every day. I was going to say every day they shuffling, and then I stopped myself because I realized I'm an old man, and that's very how do you do, fellow kids. Although I think every day I'm hustling is probably more likely to be closer to my generation than yours, frankly. All right. Now, one thing that we are going to be dealing with is that all of you. One thing we are going to be dealing with is that all of these guys have fucking Juggernaut on them, which means Terrowin's Opportunist is going to be not limited value, but less. Hey, buddy, you okay? Do you want back up? Or do you want me to let you outside? What's it like outside? I might need to step away for a moment to let my boy go out. Oh, that is the worst card I could have drawn. So dumb. I'm sorry. I don't always make the correct choices. Let's get that back to you. Did not mean to do that. Cool. All right. Don't know why that... Oh, yeah. Don't know why that suddenly worked, but I'm not going to... It's math, and I'm bad at it, so fuck it. Give me a minute. Oh, I see what happened. Every time this character receives damage, the attacker gains 1 stack of poison. She dealt damage to herself with her dagger, so that gave her 1 stack of poison. That's something... That's... Okay. Don't like that. It's alright. It's alright. We'll deal. We'll deal. But that is a pain in the ass. Not gonna need the shift again. And I am... Nope. Going to keep the Spectral Barrier. Because I do want... There we go. Yes. Okay. Okay. Nope. Of course not. Well, let's see. Is that it? That's my lot. Okay. So let's see how we shuffle. Okay. What makes these guys so dangerous is because they shuffle characters to random spots, it makes it so that you can no longer determine what damage is going to go where at a glance. That is a big deal. Because one of the single most important aspects of this game is how is your ability to always, essentially always, be able to predict what is going to happen at every turn. There are some effects. These are the effects that will, get in the way of that. The single most. Okay, looks like we did lose. We lost this guy. Let's give you a different guy. There. Okay, good. Oh, I see. Okay, so that's what I have to save that for. So the guy that I just cast onto Kesselmead, he tried to recreate the 60 or 75 damage that I put onto that drum guard that just died, but it killed him, so it didn't do anything and it just killed itself. These things happen. So here's a silly thing I'm going to do. I just cast those 3 concealed blades, then I threw my thing that causes me to discard, so I redraw. To get some cheap card draw. This barrage is not going to do me any good for the rest of this combat because this guy cannot take damage if it is less than 5. So I'm just going to get rid of it, even though it sucks to do so. Can you do anything? You cannot do anything. You can hit. It's going to just give you an extra hit of poison, though. It's fine. The amount of armor that she has, I'm not concerned about it. It just is a pain. You are the one who, however, is now drawing my cards. So draw some cards for me, baby. Yeah. All right, all set. Nothing and neither. Nope. Not interested. Did I already check this? I know that I did. Yes, I did. Okay, good. Okay. Ooh, kidoki. Called by the Cold I'm going to do. And also, this escape. Called by the Cold is okay, so the escape we need to do is the informant task. So whatever the fuck is underneath Called by the Cold, even if it is better than escape, even if it is Kilderkin, I have to give it up. You creep delicately into the center of the court, placing each foot with caution and purpose. You halt as you reach the court's center. A low, chilling wind whispers over the stone floor, stealing away the sound of the city in its wake. Unsettled, you turn to leave, but find your entrance to this space replaced by another stone wall. The same stone that now flanks you on all sides. A slow panic begins to consume you. It doesn't actually. An unearthly sound howls from the silence. Ribbons of twisting shadow emerge from each of the stone walls, curling with the wind, until their dreadful tendrils coalesce into 3 black, haunting specters bearing the faces of your past, of your brothers. As the cloaked revenants approach, the stone walls begin to close inwards, confining you to the horrid visions of your mind. We're going to fight our way through this because Petrified is god-awful. That is not even a ruin. That is a skill. Unplayable if drawn during your turn, active character gains Pacified. And we're just drawing cards constantly. That is just the end of the world. It's the exact same encounter that we had before. Without any variation, it is literally the exact same encounter. We're going to get rid of this rear guard for right now because the armor is not super important. And as it is the exact same encounter, it is equally scary. By which I mean to say, we're fine. We're fine. Let's get some spirits around before I forget. Yes, buddy. Good boy. Look at my good boy. Oh my god. Good boy, sweetie.
Nemo's the best cat that ever fucking existed. Just so that you all are aware of it. I fully accept that each of you may in fact know the best cat that has ever existed, but I also know the best cat that has ever existed, and his name is Nemo. The other best cat that has ever existed is his brother Smudgy, who is a weird little autistic mess. I adore him, and he is a weird little autistic mess. He's a very good boy, but he's very, very strange. Good boy, sweetie, good boy. All right, let's not deal with you this time, shall we? And let's also ignore one of those hits. At least one of those hits. Okay, good. So, all right. Give me a second. You are already pacified. He's pacified, so he is done for the day. Don't need that shift. This will do. Nice. For you maybe? Parvou? Let's see. I'm gonna have him start work on the back specifically because I want his his spirit to smack this fucker. And let's actually put a finer point on that by giving him some overwhelm as well. Yeah, we may just be done. Turn 1. This is a hell of a turn 1. I want to see... Nope, I don't. Why bother tempting fate? Don't show off XP. Just fuck him up. Just fuck him up. You're sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. I'm playing with his ears, and because I'm really into the game, I occasionally play with his ears a little bit too much, and he gets a little irritated with me. So, the last wraith vanishes with a ghoulish cry, and the cold air brings a sharp clarity to your senses. Find deliverance in the quiet. Gain salvation. This is one of the best cards in the game. When it's drawn, party heals 3 vitality. That 3 vitality heal will, in fact, trigger absolute unit on my beaver. When played, draw a card. What this is just free 3 vitality. That's it. That's all it is. It is 3 vitality for free. Good. Okay, so I'm glad it was just a regular combat. As you enter the chamber to find a narrow canal, the water a dirty green. The boat you sent bobs in the water as the informant and his family throw what few belongings they could carry onto it. The gate won't budge. I completely forgot what voice I was using for him. The informant yells, pointing to a hefty iron gate blocking passage to the river. We need more leverage. Help me haul it up with this. He holds up a length of iron chain out. He holds up a length of iron chain out to you, the other end affixed to the gate and dropped over an overhead beam. As you reach to take it, dozens of guards begin to flood out from a second entrance further down the chamber. You are drastically outnumbered, but the narrow platform stops them from surrounding you. We're going to take the chains, help the informant escape. This is really funny. If we said there's no way we're making it through this, and we just basically drop the chains and leave this man, his wife, and his child to their deaths. We could. That is an actual possibility. It is something that we could do. So, if you have not seen this encounter before, the way this works is, in my deck now are going to be 2 chains. Each of these chains, every time I play it, it will raise this figure here by 3. I need to play 5 cards named chains, or any card named chains 5 times, basically. Doing so, once I have done so, I will then need to make sure that the board is clear. There cannot be any living dudes out. If there are any, it'll keep going until they're dead. And until the gate is fully raised, a new one will spawn every round.
Oh wait, I totally forgot. Let's actually let's prep, shall we? Okay, got that out of the way. Let's go. Oh god damn it! Casting that off the wrong guy. Good. I don't like it when they hide behind these barricades, so I'm going to punish him for doing that. Because that's my trick. I'm the one who hides behind barricades. You fucking poser. You okay, guys? They're okay. The reason why I'm hesitating, if I actually have her hit this barricade with the cursed blade, she is going to poison herself. I do not know how long this combat is going to last from this point, and I'd rather not take a steady flow of incidental damage, so I just won't. Okay. No, I meant to throw that off of the fucking mouse. Sorry, Terrowin. I know you like to show off. So, what's going to happen is we are going to basically almost immediately get ourselves into a situation where there are no enemies on the board, and all we're really doing is just trying. Fine. I'm not going to cast anything else because what's left in my draw pile is there's no chains in my draw pile. I want to. I have certain specific effects. I want to get my chains back into my draw pile. Anyway. Hello, my boyos. How you doing, baby? Yeah, good boy. Alright, so, oh, it's already dead. I looked away for a second. Okay. Okay. Alright. Are all my chains in my discard? All my chains are in my discard. So my next thing that I need to do is just basically run through my entire deck. Basically, I'm just going to cast cards to try to discard and draw as quickly as possible so I can get my one. I need one more chain. One more chain. Okay. Still nothing, still nothing. I'm trying to play out my hand because my my weasel has Born Leader, and that's just a little bit of extra card draw. Just a little bit. Oh, hey. Reload and Caster's Crossbow at the same time, huh? Huh. That's not supposed to happen, but that's pretty funny. All right, so next card drawn will be my chains. Salvation draws the card. There we go. It's all the way up. We're fine. It's actually a pretty that's one of the quickest it's one of the quickest times I've actually done this encounter. This encounter can sometimes take just fucking forever. Excuse me. It used to be much worse. I won't go through it again. As the last guard falls, you just manage to heave the iron gate high enough for the informant to push the boat out of the mouth of the river. Your strength gives out just as they cross the threshold, and you release the chain with a mighty crash. I owe you my life, friend, the informant shouts as the boat drifts on. Rest assured, I will uphold our agreement. Make your way to the high gate at dawn. We'll have your vengeance. All right, tossing all the chains from my hand. My card is now at a very lean 52. Knife throwers, here we go. I am actually the knife throwers have a particular they've got a particular armor piece which I think I'm going to end up putting on Terrowin. I'm not going to put it on Redmond, and frankly, I'm happy with what Kesselmead has. So, oh right, I always forget. So the gimmick with these fuckers, they will punish us for using weapon cards. Every single time I throw a weapon card, they will throw knives equal to this number right here, this icon. That is 5 damage times 2. And if I potch this in the tuchus, it goes up to 3. So now this is 5 times 3. Every time you hit it, knife goes up by 1. So this is going to penalize us pretty severely for carelessly using weapon cards. So I do want to be aware of that, and I want to be a little bit careful at the very least. He says, as he, without any actual effort, just takes their entire team to pieces. Let's have you hit this guy in the back. What are you going to do? 25? 30? Nope, too much. Too much damage incoming. I'm not going to risk it. Okay. Let's get that over and done with, and you also over and done with, shall we? Not quite, but close enough. 1, 2. Whoops! Right, weapon card. Forgot. Although at this point, frankly, we are with the entire front row down. This encounter has lost its teeth. Although this, if I do not pay attention, this one can actually become quite dangerous because of the amount of times I am hitting. This one, for example, right now, 15 times 5 equals... No. Bad XP. Bad. Literally just fucking said that if I throw a weapon card, this could suddenly become really, really bad. Now it's fine. Now it's fine. He's only got 2. He's going to hit ahead twice. We are good to go. This is done. We're fine. I'll take another refresh. I will take a Sellsword's Garb. And I think I'll... Hold on. Sellswords. Yeah, okay. I'll put that onto Terrowin. Because it is passive armor regeneration. It is passive armor regeneration. So I have less gear, superior light, and soldiers. Yeah. Okay. That was my last mid-street crossroads. We're going to try to charge it for the end. I don't think I'm going to be able to hit max rank, max level for each of these guys. Wow, what a... Ooh. Okay. Front row entirely sucks. Back row entirely sucks. Everyone in this screen needs to die ASAP. And let's get some prep. Come on, boys. Spirits. Good. Okay. Okay, so okay, good amount of armor up on the front row only, though. And these guys do hit back ranks, and they're going to be. They are going to be. But I think that I might be able to whittle down this front row quite a bit before they have the opportunity to actually do anything scary to me. I'm not going to be using Cursed Blade. In fact, I will be dismissing it to make sure that I do not accidentally poison myself up. Oh, wrong. Whatever. I threw that off of the... I cast that off of the wrong guy. Okay. Okay, I want to get a little bit more draw. He suddenly has a huge burst of stamina because I have 2 stacks of Lore Master going. Uh-oh! Did not mean to actually do that. That was not my intention. Okay, but it happened, and it's not the end of the world. But, whoops. I thought that was a completely different card. Okay. Hey, buddy, what's up? Hello, sweet little fella. Come here, bud. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Yeah, I'll go ahead and banish these 2 out of my hand and do 20 damage to you. Okay. Good first round. And that's my lot for this round, in fact. Okay, here we go. Hello, Smudgy. You want to say hi to everybody, Smudge? You do not? No, that's okay. I don't blame you. Hmm. Okay, cool. So sweet buddy, what you doing? What you doing? I made a mistake just there. It was the wrong guy I cast that off of. Don't think it's going to make too much of a difference because these guys are probably not likely to live through this round. But I'm disappointed with how sloppy some of the plays I've made in this combat in particular have been. It hasn't. It has not. It hasn't hurt me. That's really not an excuse because it could have. Okay. There. Now they are all those ruins just turned back into skills. Okay. Okay. And we're done. All right. Nope. None of these. Or these. Let's see how we're doing in terms of... Oh, hey! You are very close. Very close to max level. Very close to max level. What does that amount to? Hold on one second. So it is... They are 100 and... They are 173 experience away from max rank. So we're going to start with assaulters because that is a big fight. One of the otters yells at an onlooking merchant. You square up to the bully and advise them to move on. Okay, we're just committing random acts of justice. You've got a lot of bottle, friend, the otter growls. His companions move to circle you in low, twisting movements. Twisting? They begin to wheel their famed nets around their hands as they look you up and down. You can smell the sea salt they throw into the air. Say, didn't we hear about some Blackfoots lurking about? They're paying a tidy price to find him. You sure look like you could be from that rancid old hovel. You clench your fists. Oh, yeah, my condolences. That smoldering old hovel. They're making fun of the fact that their bosses, the prince, burned down our home and murdered a lot of people. They are looking at us, who are just covered in bits and pieces of dozens of people. Like there is very little of our weapons left. It's just blood and fat and bits of people stuck to it. Like I can't imagine that our swords look like swords anymore. They just look like congealed masses of blood and bone, I have to assume. And this motherfucker looks us in the face and says, "You don't look like much." All right, buddy. Here we go. Sure. There are a lot of them. There are quite a few of them. These two in the back are the ones that are going to piss me off the most because they do throw those... they throw nets around, but I'm sure we'll cope. Okay. So, let's start with the guys in the back. Yeah. What was that about a smoldering hovel? You very stupid little prick.
Oops, I should have been throwing those off of you. A born leader, that's what I was waiting for. And here is an unreasonable amount of additional cards to play. And also because of, well, only one stack of Lore Master now, here is some additional stamina in order to do so. Are you guys still feeling good about taunting us for the deaths of our loved ones and relatives and shit? Like, are you still feeling okay with that particular choice that you made? Because I feel like if I was in your shoes, personally, I probably would be apologizing. But then again, I also probably would not have, left myself in a situation where I would need to apologize. I think that if I saw a former assassin haunted by the spirits of the damned, surrounded by 3 delightful young ladies that are literally wearing entire corpses as hats, I feel like I probably would take a step back and apologize. This all started because they were yelling at a merchant, I guess, and I feel like I would say, listen, I admit, maybe I was at fault. There was no reason for me to be yelling at this merchant. I'm sorry. You see how easy that is? I'm sorry. You. Okay. Actually gonna hit you. I want that spirit to hit this guy, because this guy is just about to die. Yep, he'll die from his bleed. And he theoretically should die from the spirit. Let's find out if that's what happens. Yeah, that's what happens. Sorry, guys. Mistakes were made by you. Deep Strike actually is not a bad idea for a card. It is a big, big hit, and I'm going to take it. Not going to take any of these. None of these are necessary. Okay, hidden gem. A little bit extra armor. Sure. Sure, why not? I'll take a little bit extra armor. We will put the little bit of extra armor onto Invigorating Blow instead of one of the actual armor cards, which I have been spending a lot of time getting rid of. I'm going to allow Hesitation to deal 5 damage to my party. I'm going to take the Black Market and also the Guarded Transport. The shady-looking bear looms in the shadows at the edge of the street, twirling a loose florin in his hand. You approach the bear, who greets you with an emotionless, gruff voice. You're buying or selling, he barks. Either way, be quick about it. And we will be buying. I want to point out one thing right here. So I've never actually gone to the wares part to see what the choice of 10 cards are, so I do not know what is on offer there. And I'm not going to do that this time either. We're going to be taking the 3 random upgrade tokens. Mutation, swap 2 characters' talents, is something that you should pay attention to, because there are some talents that do better on some characters than others. For example, there's a particular talent that deals 1 damage per stack of bleed on a target. Putting that onto a mouse is a boss killer. We are, however, going to be grabbing 3 random upgrade tokens, and they are okay. They're fine. This is fine. Okay, so we'll put the extra strength on you, and we'll put extra card draw on the powder. Why not?
You glance behind you to check for guards. On turning back to face the bear, you find he's already vanished into the night. Yeah, it's fine. We're doing okay. Oh, that's right, because it ticked down. It took the other thing with it. Well, that sucks. That's fine. It's fine, it's fine. I'm not too fussed. I got the thing I wanted. All right. All of these things are different kinds of card draw that were in my hand. So, like, I have a choice between getting rid of a variety of card draw. All right, so, just to say it again, all of these dudes, the reason why these individual encounters are lasting so much longer than they usually do is because all of my enemies have double health. So that means these fucking Ender armored crossbowmen of 160 health, the Ender drum guards, these big fat fatties. Are you okay, buddy? Oh, come on over here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to open up the window and let them rush out. I'll let them chill on the balcony for a bit. I'll be right back. Come on, boys. Come. Over here. This way. It's a lovely day, and they want to chill on the balcony. It is. It's not huge. It's a decent sized little space for them that we have encircled with an elegant arrangement of chicken wire to make sure that they cannot actually slip through any of the bars and accidentally fall off of the balcony. But they get to hang out. There's lots of Smudgy likes to stare at birds and then yell at them, and basically dare them to come over to him. And of course, the birds have no interest in doing that, which bothers him a lot. He wants them. I mean, like, he doesn't understand why the birds that he is challenging to fist fights never, ever, ever accept the challenge of fist fight. He's a good boy. I love him a lot. Let's see. So... kick, I don't think. This I am going to need. So, who is level 8? Which one of these is level 8? Iris is not level 8. Kesselmead might be level 8? Doesn't matter. There we go. Finally through somebody's armor. Now we can start drawing some cards. What are you going to be doing? You're going to be swapping... Ugh, more position swap. Fucker. Alright, so... Okay. Oh, well that was crap. Okay, that's better. Whoops. I meant to hit that. I meant to hit the clipper in the back, but this is also fine. I'll just start working on this crossbowman because I don't like this man. Good. Okay. That lore master is paying off fucking dividends. May as well. Okay, that's 2 down. Pretty good turn 1. I cannot get rid of the rest of the cards in my hand. That is fine. He's going to jump to the back and bring that crossbowman to the front, which means the crossbowman's turn will be the crossbowman's turn will be delayed, and the crossbowman is doing the shit that I truly hate. He's going to be tossing out Overwatch, which will punish me for drawing cards. And you may have noticed this, but my deck is basically just card draw. Like, it's really all I do is I am aggressively never running out of hand at these people. Can I just pull you forward? That's pretty cool. Ha. I've never used that card. I've never used that card before. So let's see. What am I gonna throw? Whirlwind is fine. Sure. Okay, that's just the end of you then? You're fine. Good. And goodbye. Alright, Clippers are down. No longer a problem. And you know what? I mean, I'm really tempted to use this Colossal Smash. Okay. As it stands, I have got entirely too much card in my hand. There's not a whole lot I can do with. Give me a second. Oh, right, the fucking Juggernaut. God damn it. All right. My bad. That's all I can do. That's it? Just gonna shuffle my barricades? Seems like a waste of time, dude, but, you know, you do you. Okay, you. Alright. So, Crossbowman I want to die next. Crossbowman is extremely dangerous. Again, for all the reasons I keep on mentioning. Whoops. That is not necessary. Let's get you into the back so I don't have to worry about you at all currently, and let's just keep on fucking you up. That is now three stacks of Lore Master. Ah. I don't need the diversion up right now because I do not. I'm okay with the concealed blade banishing. Oh, right. Boo. Boo his boo. $26 fucking stamina. We'll see if this continues through to the Prince. The Prince increasing the price of absolutely everything by 1 stamina is going to stand on top of my ability to just have infinite turns like this. So I mean, like, I'm not anticipating being able to do this exactly like this for the entirety of the rest of the game. I will be able to on the Warden. I will definitely be able to on the poor Spymaster. But 30, Jesus Christ. All right. Let's see how hard that hits, because that seemed to have gone on for a while. 92 damage. All right. Yeah, we're good. And we're done. Again, I don't want to take another quick hands. I am doing just fine. And we are now at level. We are now max level with everybody. And this, I'm actually going to forfeit. I'm not going to take any of those cards. None of them were going to help me. I don't need the will. I'll take the stamina. A second barrage. A second barrage. I could take a second barrage. I could take a second barrage, and I could also do this to my second barrage. I can go to my upgrades. I can find my... Where are you? Where are you? I could find my rush that is currently doing 1 damage 3 times and applying 3, and I can put that onto here so that now both of my barrages are functionally identical and are doing the same really obnoxious thing. And they'll just basically keep on drawing each other into my hand. And in doing so, I can potentially just keep on gaining stamina from Lore Master. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how this go. All right. I guess the diversion. Again, I did not have to discard anything. I could have just gone ahead. The reason why I did this, the reason why I am doing this particular run, which again, it is a sudden death run. If any of my guys die, the game is over. And also, all of their guys have twice as much health. The reason why I'm doing this was because, again, most times when I just do vanilla Iris runs, I end up being staggeringly overpowered because of all the reasons why I'm showing you right here. These spirits are crazy, crazy strong. So I thought, well, what if... Will I have the same result if I just be fucking goofy about it and just like make it artificially more difficult? Not the most difficult, but artificially more difficult. And the answer apparently is the end result is pretty much the same. This is more or less what the end result I was getting from just basic vanilla Iris runs. She is very, very strong. I want, at this point, now what I want is I want Lore Master in my hand. Now I can get Lore Master in my hand. There's my Lore Master. I also want to say that I have done trial runs. I'm getting rid of the Cursed Blade every time I can. I just don't ever fucking cast it. I've done trial runs of this, of exactly this setup a couple of times, just, for shits and giggles. And I actually have a pretty high failure rate with it, because if you make incorrect decisions in the first street, you pay for it. Horribly pay for it. So, I was not guaranteed to be this shockingly overpowered. It just sort of happened that way. All right. Okay. Good. Wow, that was a big hit. I don't need you. Good. Okay. What I'm trying to do is basically I'm spinning things out as long as I possibly can, because every single time I manage to draw a card and the card that is drawn is a talent, one of my guys suddenly gains the ability to start acting again. Which is it's pretty good. So I think we're done. This is a decent first round. I didn't even check to see what they were doing. I think what I'm going to need to do is my next whatever it is, I'm going to need to focus on getting some health back onto Kesselmead. I will focus on getting some health back onto Kesselmead. Okay, so first of all, Lore Master and armor on the front row. What are you doing? You I want to have dead. You need to die. Okay. $18 stamina. I believe I may be able to just. I'm reasonably certain that this fight is now over. Reasonably certain, he says. I've got 2 stacks of Lore Master. You, and you. I feel like this can't possibly have been intended. $60. That's going to be a substantial health boost. All right, so yeah, we're this is done. This is pretty kicked. Give me 1 second. I am getting texts. Okay. Yeah, this is just dumb. Like, I have actually managed. I don't need a 3rd pink powder. That would be ridiculous. I think that I've actually managed to discover infinites in this game. So is everyone level 8, 8, 8, 7, 8? Okay. Well, I don't want to go after that combat if I don't have to. So I'll go ahead and just level up. Who do I counsel? That will be Redmont, I believe. Yep, Redmont is the only one who can level up. Okay, so yeah, no, I'll forfeit. I don't really need any more armor for barricades. I'm doing quite well on those. And as for Master Blacksmith, this is an opportunity to spend a staggering amount of money to upgrade a weapon in a couple of pretty interesting ways, which I don't know if I am going to take. I want to be able to recruit at least 1 guy. So I'm not going to be doing this. Craft a copy of any weapon in your party or stash, excluding hero weapons. So I would be able to recreate. I would be able to recreate a falchion or a quarterstaff, but not caster's crossbow or Fenrir's rapier. Excluding hero weapons, does that mean Does that mean I actually would be able to craft a copy of caster's crossbow? Because that's not a hero weapon; it's a hunter weapon. Or the other thing that I can possibly do is reduce the stamina cost of a weapon by 1, but not less than 0, excluding hero weapons, which would be Iris's weapon. I guess maybe I've been looking at that wrong. I guess maybe this might actually be able to create a copy of one of the hunter weapons. Okay, it's a moot point because it would put me well below the monetary cost of recruiting another guy. So we were just browsing. We are now at the end of the game. And now we see if we actually are as powerful as we think we are. As I think we are. Okay. Let's see what we got. Maneuver I don't care about. Gambler I like. Nope. Notch sword is awful and all these are real bad. Sorry, Ronald. We are at capacity. Anver Winsmead, we've already established that Banish is not the biggest. It's not the most important. Eccentric is while it sounds like a great idea, I am not hurting for having banishable cards coming back to my hand, and also the rest of this pestilent and minimalist are not important to me. Battleforged diversion is nice, but I already have one. Battleforged and exploding trap are Battleforged is nice. Exploding Trap is not. Flail and Buckler are not amazing. And yeah, no, this is sorry, Anver. It's a no. And Jasmine Denver. Starting with an Oathkeeper is a sick joke. So what Oathkeeper is deal 6 damage and apply to whatever the next 4 times this card is played each combat. Damage increases by 2 permanently. So if you get this card very, very, very early on, then if you get this card very, very early on, then by this point in the game, it's possible for Oathkeeper to be just a colossal smash. That being said, because it's I've gotten it this late, it's not going to be a very big deal. The short bow was fine at the beginning of the game and right now is useless to me. Don't care about Minimalist. Fundamentalist is next to useless, and Energetic is unnecessary. Sorry, Jasmine. I had high hopes for you. We were all rooting for you. We were rooting for you, Jasmine. I thought that we could keep this. I thought we could keep this all ladies party going, and by adding the only lady available. And no, we're not going to. We're actually not going to be. We're not going to be adding any of these. Possibly, Idowick or Gambler, or a second instance of Gambler. There's no reason. Actually, no, I take it back. There is every reason not to add someone just to add them. I'm going to take it back. So what I usually say is that when you are at the very last recruitment event, because you can't gain any more experience and your party is going to look like this for the rest of the game, there's no reason not to recruit anyone you can just to fill out some numbers. However, there is a reason why we are not going to do that this time, and it is this: Blood Pact. Any party member death ends the game. Adding someone just to add them could end this run very, very quickly. So what we're going to do is thank them all for their time, and we will keep their resumes on file, and we will be in touch if anything opens up. Here we go. It's the Warden. The commander of the garrison stands before you. Flanked by his elite gold cloaks. There is little time left. Finish this fight. All right. Warden is, for the longest time, the Warden fight was so difficult that I was on the. I've been on the Banners of Ruin subreddit and listened to people's words, reviews of the game and the way that they've talked about the game. The Warden is the first, the Warden is. I'm gonna babble about this for just a second. I apologize. Skip ahead a couple of minutes if you don't want to listen to me babble about the Warden yet again. I'm not going to be talking about his storyline. I have a whole headcanon for him. I believe he's probably basically a paladin, and he's just a good man in a bad situation, and we are about to kill a legitimately good man, possibly. But this is a legitimately well-designed fight because everything that is in this combat is specifically intended to fuck up the way that you probably got here. Brand new players who are just getting the grips of what this game expects of them, by the time they get to this stage, what they're going to most likely have is a very strong front line with a lot of armor and a very lightly armored back line. You may even still have armors like superior light armor in your back row for the additional stamina per round. The first thing the Warden does is jump to the back rank. The second thing the Warden does is take your back rank and pull it to the front rank. And then these halberdiers carve your back rank into fucking nothing. They slice you to goddamn pieces. The halberdiers are by far the most dangerous things in this encounter. The Warden is going to play a lot of fucked up tricks. He's going to jump around a lot, and he will throw around a lot of debuffs. He will reset his own debuffs. So if you've been relying on large amounts of poison or bleed after a certain number of turns, he's just going to get rid of all of those. So he is specifically and deliberately designed to fuck up the way that to fuck up the tactics you have probably been using in order to get here. The Warden is the reason why, as of a roundabout, midway through the second street, you should start looking for better armors for your back rank. Do not leave them in light or superior light armor. It's a bad idea. You want them to have some kind of armor generation. Otherwise, they're just going to get fucked up in this encounter. There are some things that we can do to protect ourselves. A couple things there are some things we're going to do. I'll get to them in just one second. The other thing I want to point out, this Ender Bannerman, do not forget that this motherfucker exists. He does not ever attack. What he does, apart from he throws buffs around, but passively, every turn, the very first card you play will be banished. So make sure the first card you play is something you are okay with having banished. By which I mean, for example, something that banishes itself. So he will waste that charge of Demoralize, and now we are reasonably okay. We don't have to worry about it until next round. And we're going to have to worry about it next round. I'm glad we got this Lore Master this early on. Now, we can move the Warden. We cannot move him to the Bannerman's position because that will... he is immovable for everyone but the Warden. The Warden can move him around, but we can't. So we are actually going to allow the Ender Halberdier to come into the front row. He will be punching Iris in the face, but Iris has a stupid amount of health regen available to her with all of these injuries in my deck. Every single one of those is some health regen. So her, I am the least worried about. I am going to do a couple of things. First of all, I'm going to put healing on Kesselmead because he is looking a little bit hurt. He is down to 50% health. What did I just do? Oh, fuck. I put the wrong damn card. That's okay. I can swap cards around. That's fine. It's fine. So I made a dumb mistake. I wasn't paying attention because I was talking. So I put the card draw spirit directly on top of Iris when what I should have done was put it onto Terrowin. But I do still have... where the hell are you? Shift. I've got Shift in my deck somewhere. So Shift will be able to correct this particular mistake. Let's just clear a little bit of that shit out of my deck. I'm going to start working on this Bannerman because he sucks, and also the Warden. Okay. All right. Okay. Just making noises to myself. Don't mind me. Oh, there's one other thing to pay attention to about the Warden. Also, the other way that you might have been making your way through encounters is through overwhelming force. If you've been able to, or lucky enough to get multiple instances of red powder, we haven't even gotten one. If you've been able to get multiple instances of red powder, a perfectly cromulent way of getting through every encounter is you have your mouse set up gigantic strength bombs that take full benefit of huge amounts of stacks of overwhelm and just blow everything up. The Warden can only take 25 damage at a time. The Warden cannot take more than 25 damage. Any amount of damage over 25 will be converted directly into armor. Not paying attention to that is how the Warden suddenly balloons up to, not exaggerating, hundreds, literal hundreds of armor. I've busted through the armors, the Warden's armor. I have busted through the Warden's armor. Ah, right, because he does not have... Okay. That was a pretty unfortunate misplay, putting the wrong spirit onto him. That was a very unfortunate misplay, because now I'm not getting the card draw that I have been relying on throughout this whole experience. I think I will be mostly what I'm going to need to do is, make sure that I'm casting these cards off of Iris instead. It won't be that big of a deal. I'll get my shit out of my deck, and I will be able to recover. This won't be the end of the world. All right. So, what's the first incoming hit? First incoming hit is to you. Have I already used your Born Leader? I have. Okay, so that's my lot for turn 1, and let's get. Looks like I've already gotten all of the health I'm going to onto Kesselmead. He is up to 61 out of 88. That is nice. Okay, that's all we've got. So I've got 2 big swings coming in on Redmont, and one of them is going to be ignored. I've got a hit coming in on Iris that she is also going to ignore. I'm satisfied with my turn 1. Okay. Nope. Gotta be careful. Also, don't forget, this fucker is going to banish the first thing that you play. So don't, like I was about to do, don't start off by playing a valuable card that you don't want to see banished. Unless I already accidentally did it. It's entirely possible. Okay, so, this is going to go well over that 25%, so the 25 damage, so let's aim at somebody else. There we go. Okay, hold on. God damn it, misclicked. I misclicked. I clicked on the same button twice, and I could not tell which one I'd clicked on. It is a 2-person development team. Sometimes there are some weaknesses in the way. Like it doesn't indicate to me where. It doesn't indicate to me where I last clicked. So I'm gonna have to wait until Shift comes back up before I will be able to have that. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. It is a bit frustrating, and it was my own fault at the beginning. I can't really be too angry about this because it was my fault from the beginning for making that misplay. By the way, we've been nickel and diming the Warden down very, very efficiently, and now he is dead. He has not taken an action. So we're all right. The bottom has just dropped out of this encounter. Good. All right, so those are the most... except for this last halberdier, everyone dangerous is no longer a part of this fight. Okie dokie. So again, remember, this guy is still alive, so we do want to make sure that anything we play is something that will banish itself. Like this. Or something that we're okay with having banished. Now, Shift. Return this one. Make it to this one. All right, we're done. And now, we are back to being infinite. That's it for you? That's it for you. We're good. Oh shit, Terrowin is up to 21 Terrowin is up to 21 stamina, and that number is just going to keep on coming up because these 2 barrages keep on coming back into his hand. Because there's 2 stacks of Lore Master every time I get one of those barrages in my hand, Terrowin gets another 4 stamina. It is not simple to set shit like this up. It is much more simple to set shit like this up the more familiar you are with how the game works. This is how the game works. This is how you set up an infinite. This is the first time I have actually been able to get it to work just right. And I needed a couple of things. I needed multiple iterations of Lore Master and multiple iterations of Barrage. So it's not like you can just do this every day. What also was necessary was opportunist. So there was a lot, actually. There was a lot of there's a lot of factors in this. Okie dokie. You, and you. I have a lot of injuries. There's my born leader. Okay. Come on. So now all that I have left is Kesselmeat stuff, so I'm just throwing them all on this Ender Knight so that I can have that big hit. 62 is not bad. Good hit, Kesselmeat, and Kesselmeat's associated spirit. Yeah, okay. I wonder if this'll work. It actually does. Oh my god, I just bandaged up my barricade and took away all of his bleeding and turned it into armor. Fucking love this game. Alright, watch this. 18 stacks of restoration. So what happened was he is receiving, she is receiving 2 stacks of winded from her armor every single round. And I had her cast this spell, question mark? Well, running on fumes. So she drew through 3 cards and also gained an additional 4 stacks of winded. So I then, because one of the cards that I got for by converting on my ruins was well rested, remove all winded and replace it with 3 stacks of restoration each. So if Redmont was in trouble, which he is not, she is not, yeah, you understand. So 92, nice. We're good. We're just gonna fucking end this. We are doing fine. 9-round victory, and they didn't land a hit on any of us. I'm now going to sit back, shut up, and let you enjoy the closing cinematic.
The artwork in this game is just fucking gorgeous. This I believe it is Alec. There's two guys who do this game, Alec and Callum. I am not sure who does what. I think that Alec is responsible for the art, and Jesus fucking Christ, that man is amazing at this. Look how gorgeous. Look how gorgeous. The expression of it's a very poignant moment. I won't bother going into my headcanon about the Warden. It's really not necessary, but I have a whole headcanon about him. Anyway, moving on. So this is the Spymaster. Now I want you to notice that there is now a major change. All of a sudden, my these fuckers, my whatsits, my free barricades are gone. That is because the protection, it only lasts until the Warden. As soon as I get inside of the castle, the Spymaster and the Prince, they go away, which is fine. We are fine. What I'm going to be doing is I will be putting, as necessary, the armor pooping spirit into that place. I made a mistake right there. That's fine. I made a mistake right there. Not going to put anything else out. He doesn't need. He's going to be spawning a ticking bomb. We're just going to fuck this man up. This is. I am going to point out how unfortunate it is. The Spymaster is an excellent design. Look at his character design. Look at the fine detail in his clothing, in his cloak, in that sword, and the way that he's standing. He's got a very subtle expression. The artwork in this game is gorgeous, and the Spymaster himself does some really, really cool shit that we are not going to see because, unfortunately, the Spymaster is a bit undertuned. If you are strong enough to beat the Warden, you are strong enough to beat the Spymaster. Just full stop. There is not a goddamn thing this man can do to you. Which is it is a little unfortunate. Because he's really, really cool, and I want, even with 608 health, watch this. Okay, so that extra bit of stutter that you are noticing when it hits, and then there's like a boom, 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 boom. If you notice this, so I'm going to point at it without mousing over it. This icon right here. Remember, if you see an icon you don't recognize, you mouse the fuck over it. So this is what this guy does. Every time this character is attacked, anytime he takes any kind of hit, that is going to tick up by 2, and he will spawn Shadow Servants. Those Shadow Servants will increase. They will. Their attack damage will be modified by this number. So those shadows are going to be dealing 35 additional damage. They are potentially very, 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 very dangerous. However, because the Spymaster does not have anyone to run resistance for him, he is out there by himself. It's really only a matter of time before I get something in my hand that will push him into the back row. When we first saw him, he did in fact have entrenched on, which means that as long as he has armor, he cannot be moved. But I also have a 0-cost card that does 60 base damage, and he had 35 armor. So I mean, it was a nice thought. Even at 600, Montebello has done so much to try to retune this fight without over-tuning it. And I respect that they've been doing that. They've been doing very, very small tweaks. Spymaster used to have, his health is supposed to be, like normally it is base 304 health, which is
just about the highest health that you will have seen outside of any other major boss event. He has more than any of the street bosses. He has more than, well, as we'll see in a second, you'll see, but like he's got a huge amount of health, and he didn't used to. It used to be less, so they increased his health, and that really didn't do enough. So then they gave him a chunk of armor and entrenched to prevent him from being immediately pushed around. And again, like, we're still on turn 1. Granted, we are in exceptionally good shape, but it honestly doesn't matter. I have the only time I have ever been able to see the cool shit that the Spymaster does, and he does do a lot of cool shit, is by deliberately spinning out this combat and making the effort to not actually wreck him in 1 round, or push him into the back and then 2 rounds. But that is not to be. That is not going to happen right now. Sorry, buddy. And that is almost that. Almost. We're nearly. Are we nearly that? Hey, buddy, good boy. That's my sweetie. Done. 1 round. It's unfortunate because he's a really cool design and a really cool character, and I really wish there is going to be. I sent an email to Montebello to thank them for this game and to ask, what's on the horizon. They are going to be working on a new game, effective as soon as there's going to be apparently one last hurrah, one last big content update for the base game, a free update, and no more DLC, and then they are going to move on to their next big thing, which I cannot wait to give them my money. I really enjoy this company. I enjoy the fuck out of this game. I'm excited to see what they're going to do next. But I hope that with that last update, they have finally managed to figure out how to get the Spymaster right. So, the prince. He sits proudly on his stolen throne. He who betrayed his house, who murdered his father, who burned down the Black Church, deliver vengeance upon him. All right, the last fight of this game. Here we go. I'm going to try not to talk too much this time. I know, like we're probably already been here for 5 fucking hours, or 6 hours by this point. Jesus Christ. This is a particularly long one, I know. So, very quickly, in brief, the prince cannot die. He cannot go below. He cannot go below 30 health as long as any of the king's men exist. As long as they are still alive. Obelisk, Gladius, Endris. These 3 guys need to die first. In this order, Obelisk is the most dangerous. He needs to die first. I've mentioned this before. His kit is based off of the big fat fatties who shuffle all of us around because that's what he's going to do. If you die on the prince, it's because of Obelisk. He's going to be shuffling your guys around and making it impossible for you to tell where the damage is coming, so you will not be able to do a very good job of preparing for it. I'm not going to be throwing out. What am I not going to be throwing out? Let's see what I can do. Hang on 1 second. So 2 things, in addition to that, as long as any of these guys exist, they will also be increasing the cost of all of my cards by 1 stamina. That is important. Also important is, do you notice the red, this red bar thing here with the spikes on it? That is I usually refer to it as the action ribbon that lets you know which row is acting this round. As you've noticed, it's the front row, and then it's the back row, and then it's the front row, and then it's the back row. Not in this combat. In this fight, all rows. Everybody fights all the time. There are not 3 incoming actions, there are 6. Shit is about to get super chaotic. If I am going to very suddenly die, it is going to be within the next couple of turns. And I can actually just very suddenly die. This quarterstaff is no longer really useful because shifting dudes between rows no longer delays their actions. The prince himself is not super dangerous. Obelisk is crazy dangerous. Andrus is based off of Halberdier, so he does a lot of damage, and Gladius is based off of Guardsman, so he's going to be doing a lot of really obnoxious things. These two shadows, by the way, I want to continue to point out, based off of maned wolves, I believe, and they look so fucking cool. Look how fucking cool that shadow guy looks. Look at that motherfucker. The artwork in this game is great. I don't care if you I don't care what your feelings are about furries. You need to be able to recognize and acknowledge really impressive art when it is right in front of you. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's. Ooh. Good. Lore Master is already ticking. I'm going to put armor in front like this. Maybe bad idea. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. And 1. Start with Obelisk. Obelisk needs to die. Obelisk needs to die. I think, in my opinion, Obelisk dies first. And remember, any party death ends this game. So we are at the very. This is at the end of all things. I am going to utilize the Shadow's relatively low, not even relatively, the Shadow's low armor in order to try to get some important cards into my hand. Hold on. What else can I cast? What are you doing? Right, so let's have you protect yourself from the next incoming hit. Let's have you. I don't really care too much about this corruption. Hang on. Okay. All right. Obelisk's armor is off. For all the good it'll do. I was not able... Oh, Jesus. 416. I want to point out that the Spymaster had over 600 health, more than any individual person in this room, including the Prince. Okay, so what I need to do is try to trigger Lore Master as much as I possibly can. I don't need this quarterstaff. I'm okay with banishing it. Thank you for giving me luck. You are giving me very good luck. Nope. Nah, I didn't mean to do that. It's fine. Actually, worked out really, really well. That's a lot of Lore Master that has just been thrown around. A decent amount of okay, good. So what I'm looking for in my discard pile, did I just discard any of my barrages? No, I did not. Both of my barrages are still in my draw pile. That is exactly good. That's good. I've got two hits of Lore Master. 2 hits of Lore Master. Hey, buddy. I know. I'm almost done. I promise. I'm almost done. Okay. All right. Back up to 8. Back up to 8 stamina. Ooh, boy. Let's get some armor. Let's get some armor around, shall we? The reason why I'm doing this is so that... Oh, you idiot. I made a mistake. Alright, not a misplay, but not what I intended. Not what I wanted out of that particular interaction. Not going to be a big deal. I will be fine. Good. Okay. Alright. You are the only one who has stamina left, so... God damn. Okay, so between constantly drawing cards and the 2 stacks of Lore Master, I am actually doing something that this is not usual. Can I beat you in the first round? Can I beat you in round 1? I would be so happy if I can just fucking kill you right now. Obelisk is dead in round 1. Okay. I am no longer afraid of anything this game... This game is, as far as I'm concerned, this game is effectively over. Without Obelisk, they do not have the ability to pull my back row. They don't have the ability to shuffle my shit around, which means my current status right now, this is just what it's going to be. They can't shuffle me around. So, and also this spirit right here is invincible and will be around for 18 fucking turns. Let's I already threw. That's fine. You're all set. My back row is going to be very well armored. Redmont in the front row gains back all of his health every single time this card comes up. Every time Salvation comes up, even if Redmont is next to death when Salvation comes up, he will be returned to full because of Absolute Unit. What will kill you in this fight? What will kill you in this fight is going to be Obelisk. Obelisk moving your guys around and making it very difficult for you to determine where the fire is going to be coming in. If you can't tell what is coming, you can't possibly correctly prepare yourself for it. Holy shit. So Terrowin had 3 stamina, pulled both of his barrages, he is now up to 11 stamina. I mean, like, there's no reason for me to... I'm going after the Shadow because he doesn't have any armor, and it's allowing me to pull... It's allowing me to continue to pull cards, but it's not necessary. I have hit infinite. I've hit infinite in Banners of Ruin. I have never managed to do this before, but I have hit infinite in Banners of Ruin on the Prince. On the Prince. Not infinite. Clearly not infinite because now I have stalled. So I lied. I have not hit infinite on Banners of Ruin on the Prince. But I have gotten pretty fucking close. Let's see what else you got. Nothing? We're good. Okay. I have not hit infinite. If my hand had not just overloaded with injuries, I might have hit infinite. I'll stop. We're all set. We're done. This round is done. I'm going after Gladius, even though I usually suggest that you should go after Endress next. The only reason why I'm going after Gladius is basically I was just going from the top to the bottom. And Gladius is already hurting, so there's no reason, not to focus all my shit on his face. Pray. This is a card that came with the, I must have... Did I actually hit? I did not think that I had actually hit Absolution. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, cool. And that is a series wrap on Gladius. He said, increasingly irritated. It's not a series wrap on Gladius. He's clinging on with his bare... this feels like a shame. Goodbye, buddy. Alright, so, next. Endress. As soon as Endress is down... You notice I'm not really paying too much attention to the shadows. All they do is big hits. They are by far... Not by far. I'm overstating things. They are... It's not that they are the least dangerous thing in this room. It's that they are only really dangerous because of Obelisk. Because all they do is big hits, and they're going to do those big hits on what will ultimately be random characters, because Obelisk will usually go, well, at least the first action on the prince's turn will be Obelisk's, and he will shuffle all of your characters. You will have no idea where the incoming fire is going to be. You will not be able to prepare for it. Okay. I was hoping I might be able to draw some of Terrowin's... does Terrowin have any? Yeah, he does! Everything! Oh my god. Alright, you know what? In that case, hold on one second. Now that I know that that's down there. There we go. Back up to 8. This will be a... I am once again counting my chickens before they exist, but this really, really seems an awful lot like it is going to be a dead prince on turn 3, which is substantively better than I usually am able to manage. Nope, okay. Hand filled up. I was not able to proceed. It's not going to be a dead prince on turn 3. I keep tempting fate by bragging about how I'm doing. I'm doing very... I mean, like, the game is over. We're doing great. But, yeah, yeah. I'm satisfied with this team's performance in the face of an actually ridiculously difficult set of... a very difficult set of mods. Any party member death ending the game when each individual encounter is going on for as long as it is a big deal. That is a big deal. Anyway. Everybody gets it. You all get it. Yes. Oh, wrong one. Yikes. Did I mean... Is there any way? This is a draw. Yes. Okay, I'm going after this shadow just because it's going to allow me to draw the most amount of cards. Another Lore Master. You know, just in case. Was not ridiculous enough. Okay, now every card has just gone back to normal cost. And the prince is fucked. How you doing, buddy? How you feeling? You feeling good about your choices over there? Yeah, I bet you are. Is there any way I can get another card draw? Nope, don't think so. I don't think I'll be able to. That's fine. Is not without anyone else. The prince by himself is actually quite weak. Like almost shockingly so. He can potentially do quite a bit of damage, but the damage that he does is mostly damage increased by 10 for every King's Guard alive. So this King's Strike, this could actually be a 40 damage hit, which has in fact ended games before. Because if you're not prepared for it, that's it. He just hits someone for 40 damage, and if that person is like Moonstone or a completely unguarded, a completely unarmored Powder Master, they can just fucking die. But that didn't happen.
Ridiculous.
I'm actually just like I am actually casting cards off of other characters just so that like I can make some room for all of the additional cards that I just can't. Look, 28 stamina. That's so dumb. Yeah. We did this with we did this with a mouse. We started with a mouse. However, we did manage to go through this whole game without a single hit of red powder. Okay. I think that should be the end of you. Oh no! You've got 2 health. Oh, honey. Bye. Epilogue. The prince lays ahead of you, grievously wounded but still breathing. House Blackfoot is victorious, but the fate of this ender must be settled. The prince lays slouched against the base of the throne, clutching his wounds. So does Landon plan to burn my city too, or conquer it? You don't respond. Our house is at war for so long, he spits, still managing to draw breath. So many years of bloodshed. My father dreamt of peace, but could never see a means to it. It brought him great sadness and longing. So I vowed it would be my legacy. I would bring us peace, make my father proud. But then Landon came to the Black Church. My father began to regain hope. I'm not doing a very good job on this one. I'm so sorry. I'm very, very tired. I've been doing this for goddamn hours today already. But then Landon came back to Black Church. My father began to regain hope. He'd say the great Landon was a leader with whom we could broker a peace. He spoke with such admiration and love he'd never directed at his son. For a man he had never met, his voice takes a darker tone. So I burned your Black Church to the ground. The sky went black, so you couldn't breathe through the ash. But when I returned from that victory, I did not see pride in his eyes. No, he wouldn't even meet my gaze. Ruin, he kept saying as if in a trance. You've brought ruin, and nothing more. He foresaw all of this, that Landon would come for me, and you would all come for me. He noted more virtues and qualities of your people that night than he had ever mentioned of me. I couldn't bear to hear it. So I did what I did. And then I was rewarded for my sins, of course, a festival held in his honor. Bitter irony of it. Even now, out there in the streets, they celebrate his name. They sing songs of the noble king, the just king, virtues I do not possess. They loved my father. They will never love me. That is possibly the single sloppiest reading I have ever done of this. I look forward to reading this last bit because this is a pretty good monologue, and I'm doing it really, really poorly, and I want you to know that I can hear it too. So what will it be? He continues after a long pause. What fate awaits me? We are going to now. I am going to take a moment. I habitually stop right here to explain that this is an actual real choice that will have an impact on future runs. Each of these 3 endings, and there is no additional cinematic currently. Each of these 3 endings will give you an additional starting gift the next time you start playing. Ruin will allow you to start the game by permanently ruining 5 cards. It'll give you a nice head start on a ruin deck if that's the way that you want to go. Justice, it is pointless. I do not know what it is for. What it'll do is it will allow you to choose your next talent, which you will get at level 2. You do not get that talent. You will get it at level 2, but you know what it is or rather, you know what at least one of those talents is going to be, which is, I mean, like, honestly, as near as I can figure, as near as I've been able to put together, it seems like the purpose of that is really just to give you a chance to mulligan. And finally, mercy. He will help rebuild what he burned, grant him his life. And this is where I stop and say, and that is the most possibly narratively unfulfilling ending for this game. We have killed so many people. He has killed so many people, and like he killed his dad, and he killed all of our friends and family, and he burned down our home. And we will be saying, you know what? Cool, we're cool. You can keep the crown. You can still be king. We're good. And if this is the very first time that you have ever beaten the prince, this is the one you will be taking, because mercy, the reward for mercy is you get to re-roll 5 times. You get to re-roll 5 card rewards. You may have seen me do this at the very beginning of the game. It is one of, if not the most valuable things you can possibly have at the early parts of the game, because there's certain cards that you will want for your deck, and your deck at the beginning of the game fucking sucks. So this is if you've never done this before, mercy first. But we've already done mercy, and we're pretty angry, so we're just gonna fucking cut his head off and hang it from the walls. So my soul will burn too, he growls. Perhaps that is fitting. As you draw your blade, the sky darkens. The light of dawn fades from the great hall. A flock of crows rush across the black sky. It is done. And so are we. This went way better than I could possibly have anticipated. We ended with only 4 guys, which is unusual for me. I usually try to end with around. I usually like to end with around about 5, because I will usually try to pick up at least one last guy in the last street. Every single one of our party members were max level, and that is crazy uncommon. It was pretty good. Spitter did not cause. Spitter could have undone us. So could have Grit Salt. Actually, to be honest, the Warden and the Prince could have undone us completely as well. And also the Spy Master was there too. Okay, so if for whatever reason you are, first of all, I want to thank you guys for coming with me for this entire run. This has been actually a really, really fun challenge. It did go on a lot longer than I was anticipating. If you have any specific challenges or challenge mods that you would like to see me use, why not leave me a comment? It takes basically none of your time, and it counts as engagement for me, which means more people get to notice the existence of my 5.5-hour long card game runs. You know, it's all positive. Thank you guys very much. If you have watched through this recording all the way, I don't know why, but I appreciate you. Those of you who have come with me on this stream, I don't know why you did, but I appreciate you very, very much. You seem like really cool people, and I like you a lot. I love you all. Thank you very much. Be good to each other and to yourselves, and call your mom. I will see you next time. Good night, everybody.